Chapter 1. The Bronze Medallion. In the dark forest at the Bastion of Stone, I am Na, a forest sprite, with a human upper body, a serpent's tail, and fish-like wings sprouting from my back. It took me 8 years to acclimate to this body in the depths of the dark forest, yet I still find myself unprepared to leave this woodland haven. Is it fear of this monstrous form? No, it is rather my struggle to accept the femininity of this body. To put it accurately, 8 years ago, I was merely an ordinary male human, dwelling on a planet called Earth. Now, I am a female sprite. Ugh, the spirits of the dark forest, as I term them. Skeletal and emaciated, these humanoid monsters reek of rot and exude a green toxin. These creatures are among the most common in the dark forest, and their combat abilities should not be underestimated. Especially now, during the blood moon, its magic heightens the ferocity and strength of the undead, their once misty green toxins solidifying and dripping menacingly. Zikti. Crack. Under the brilliant glare of the blood moon, I raise my hand, summoning thunder. This is the first spell I learned. The pure white bolt of lightning, while not immensely powerful, carries about the same force as a regular sword strike. Its true efficacy lies in its effectiveness against the undead. It can also briefly paralyze ordinary monsters, but most importantly, its brightness is utterly blinding. That is enough for me. The 4 spells I've mastered, when combined, prove formidable. According to the Tome of Sprites, I can now consider myself an apprentice mage grasping a long-handled hammersickle flag while adorned in a barrel-like cloak. My attire is that of a heavy warrior, though I have contemplated wearing a mage's robe and wielding a staff, for I indeed possess 4 spells. However, this is the Dark Forest, and this gear is the result of hard-fought victories against monsters, acquired through sheer luck. I've grown accustomed to this outfit in critical moments. It is far more useful than a staff. Casting spells in this world is not a mere whim, at least not for me. Even summoning a simple lightning bolt requires a lengthy 10-second preparation to succeed. Hence, in fierce battles, I prefer to wield my hammersickle flag and engage monsters in close quarters. This is also a prime opportunity to hone my own martial skills. Indeed, I find my prowess in melee weaponry far surpasses my magical abilities, thanks in part to my right hand. My left aids in spellcasting, while my right wields tremendous strength manipulating a hammersickle flag weighing over 100 pounds with ease. Strengthening my right hand is comparatively simpler than training my left. This is no cold jest in truth. I have not laughed in quite a long time. In this dark forest, teeming with undead, smiling is a rare luxury. Especially as food grows increasingly scarce, the nature of this body requires much larger meals than a human's. A hearty feast could sustain me for a month, allowing for some hunting as well, yet I seldom experience full satisfaction with food. Thus, I frequently ponder, is it time to step beyond the confines of the dark forest and seek out the nearest half-elf encampment? 8 years have taught me more than just 4 spells and survival tactics. I have learned the language of this place and gained the courage to embrace this new identity. Thump! A zombie fell lifelessly. Taking down a frenzied zombie poses little challenge for me, especially when I discover coins tucked within the tattered pockets of some foes. Defeat the undead. Earn gold. After my initial struggles for survival, I find myself somewhat content now. Half-elf encampment, Oak Tavern. What a vibrant place. Here, I encounter numerous races I have never seen: Bephareminators, dwarves, and a motley collection of creatures whose names escape me. Communication is not too difficult. It seems that leaving the dark forest was indeed the right choice. What would you like? Asks a half-elf. Give me a loaf of dark bread for 1 gold coin. I reply, certainly. The half-elf complies. Indeed, it fills an entire tablia, a substantial amount, truly a worthwhile portion. It appears I may feast well today. You really can eat. I swear the whole table of dark bread is nearly gone. A goblin whispers. Cunning goblin merchants, muttering slander, while thinking I cannot overhear. What about the treasures in the zombie cave? An adventurer interjects. The monsters are too powerful, we cannot match them. Another adventurer retorts. Indeed, what a pity. If we miss this chance, someone else will snatch it away. A third adventurer laments. An adventuring party task? This strikes me as a fitting topic to consider. It seems seeking opportunities within the tavern works quite well, provided one's ears are sharp. Fortunately, This body comes with exceptional hearing. I can discern the low growls of zombies from dozens of meters away. Eavesdropping on a few adventurers discussing quests at their table poses no trouble at all. I need to embark on an adventure by joining this adventuring team. A voice within me clamors passionately, driven by the sprite's insatiable curiosity for unknown quests. Curiosity may spell doom for cats. A sprite or two could easily fall prey as well. Yet adventures are not solely fraught with peril. They also conceal immense opportunity. I need more coins. I refuse to remain a mere apprentice mage. My ambition is to become a powerful sprite lord. I possess a unique sprite tome. Sprites with the size and stature of humans are destined to become sprite lords, and I must prepare to establish a kingdom to combat the forces of hell. That war is approaching. Though it seems a lofty prophecy, I grasp little of that impending conflict. Regrettably, after my first encounter with the sprite tome, it expended all its magical energy and turned to ashes, leaving me with incomplete information. Join us. One adventurer beckons. Yes, I respond. We are an adventuring team with overall strength exceeding level 8. Another adventurer adds. Level what? I ask, perplexed. Do not worry, we welcome your addition. The third adventurer assures me. The Dursun brothers are just teasing. I am Karna, the vice-captain of the Carl adventuring team. The third adventurer introduces himself. Big Dursun, Little Dursun, Karna, Carl, the Carl adventuring team of family-style collective. Carl and Karna lead the team as wizard captains overseeing internal and external matters, while the muscular Dursun brothers handle combat. The whole configuration is just superior to a couple of individual adventuring parties. Established for over a year, the team boasts scant combat experience, mainly due to the group consisting entirely of apprentice fighters. Bouts of adventure are scarce, and they struggle to complete substantial quests. Year 30240 in the star calendar, Star Realm, Hall of Destiny. Is it time? The goddess inquires. Yes, replies are made. Is war inevitably upon us? The goddess asks. I am willing to fight for you, the maid declares. And then fall? The goddess muses. This war is destined for no victor, my friend, just as your prophecy foretold. Yet again, a transcendent being has escaped the realm of infinite voids. Will the next era belong to the sprite Sicilia, the planet that births magic and wonders? My friend, I shall ever adhere to your philosophies, unwavering. The goddess states. Adhere to your philosophies, unwavering. The maid echoes. Are you ready? The goddess inquiries. I am ready. The maid affirms. Boom! A violent explosion echoes as the Hall of Destiny, suspended for millennia within the void of the star realm, cascades down, transforming into a falling meteor. Chapter 2. Carl's Adventurers. The zombie cave. Like all surface creatures, I possess an innate discomfort in underground caverns, albeit to a lesser degree. Those afflicted severely, like the Dursun brothers, tremble uncontrollably, paralyzed by fear of the darkness and all that lurks within it. As adventurers, the Dursun brothers are truly a disgrace. What a dark place this is. Even the light from the magical torch cannot penetrate it, Carl remarked. Indeed, the darkness of the cave surged like a tide, while the glow of the magical torch resembled a feeble barrier struggling against it, clearly delineating the realms of darkness and light. Esteemed Miss Na, what is your perspective? Carl inquired. Honored Captain, please maintain a safe distance, I replied. As Na pulled Carl back. Heh, the Dursun brothers chuckled to each other. Monsters ahead, I announced, ever vigilant in the oppressive darkness, where unknown creatures may strike at any moment. Why conclusions and experiences have been gleaned from life-threatening encounters in the dark forest, providing me with straightforward and effective insights. Prepare for battle, Carl commanded, sounding a clarion call as the Dursun brothers immediately raised their shields, brandishing their short swords and taking position at the forefront of our formation. Be cautious. It's a hunger wight. Na warned. Is hunger wight the name for a zombie? What a fitting moniker. Here it comes, Carl exclaimed. Hoo-ha! The Dursun brothers swiftly charged forth. The emaciated hunger wight bore a striking resemblance to the zombies I had previously vanquished. The sole difference being the absence of that loathsome green toxin, yet it exuded an even more repulsive aura. The acrid stench was nearly enough to induce vomiting. Faced with such a malevolent creature, I raised my hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning from above, casting the spell with remarkable swiftness, almost without prior preparation. Crack! The hunger wight collapsed. Wow, what a formidable lightning spell! Na exclaimed. Mage miss, Carl stammered. A great mage, the Dursan brothers echoed. Was it truly so impressive? This lightning could only fell the hunger wight. It would be ineffective against any other living creature, akin to the half-man-sized thorny rat that could withstand 3 strikes of lightning without succumbing. Thus, the lightning strike is the weakest of my 4 spells, a purely offensive incantation, even less potent than wielding a weapon directly. Its only advantage lies in its range, as I can strike creatures over 10 meters away with ease. Beyond that, my accuracy diminishes, and its power wanes. The expedition continued onward. We must be close to the hunger wight. They say it lurks in this vicinity, the elder Dursan remarked. Indeed, Carl replied. Good heavens, we are lost again, the younger Dursan exclaimed. Help! Did you hear that? Na interjected. There is someone. Just ahead, I noted. Although unaware of the circumstances, I discerned that the individual was in dire straits. From the feeble cries for help, I could ascertain they were gravely injured and had likely lost all hope of survival. Potentially setting a trap in a zombie cave teeming with such creatures, robbing the helpless is indeed a lucrative endeavor. In the jungle-lawed world of magic, many things defy reason, and my experiences surviving the dark forest have accustomed me to such realities. There are no laws, or rather, I have never encountered the laws of the magical realm. Help! A fallen adventurer cried from a pool of blood. Is this not a trap? Be cautious, I warned. The Dursan brothers gasped. Indeed, it was a trap. The unsuspecting Dursan brothers were swiftly stabbed by the feigning adventurer, whose dagger glimmered with a sinister green poison. A meticulously planned ambush, yet could a single individual truly hope to rob our entire party? I suspected he was courting death. If you wish for your companions to live, hand over 100 gold coins, the adventurer demanded. This was no trifling sum. The only question was whether Carl could muster such wealth. What bad luck! Encountering a band of paupers, the adventurer scoffed. You vile scoundrel, fireball! Na shouted. I spike! Carl retaliated. The adventurer was clearly seasoned, deftly dodging our spells with agile rolls, closing in on the Carl siblings. Your opponent is me, I declared. The combat experience of the Carl siblings was hardly superior to that of the Dursan brothers. They were ill-equipped to deal with such a treacherous adversary. Perhaps my choice of this adventuring party was fundamentally flawed. What treasures could a group of underpowered adventurers hope to uncover? But now was not the time for such reflections. Extricating ourselves from the immediate peril was paramount. The adventurer appeared taken aback by my sudden approach, perhaps not expecting my swiftness or the sheer force of my halberd. The dagger he wielded was rendered utterly ineffective against my long-handled weapon. You are formidable. Let those 2 brothers await their demise, the adventurer sneered. But escape would not come easily. Fire release, I invoked. This was the 3rd spell I commanded, summoning a flame that would engulf the target area while allowing me to reposition myself. Great mage! The adventurer exclaimed in shock. He'll be able to teleport? Was I truly a great mage? It seems the information from the Fairy Lord's ledger was somewhat outdated. Antidote them, I commanded, the sharp blade of my halberd poised at the adventurer's throat, now firmly under my control. Despite the weight of the halberd exceeding 100 pounds, I too felt the strain of maintaining such a hold. The halberd's design was rudimentary, consisting of 4 parts. The heaviest was the hammerhead, larger than a water barrel, resembling a massive top, with the blade, sturdy wooden shaft, and thin fabric-like banner affixed atop it. I felt as though a flag had been thrust into the flat end of a spinning top. With the blade presumably added later, combining several weapons into one, the halberd required skillful handling. Now, may I be released? The adventurer pleaded. You're hurting me, the elder Dursan interjected. Take him to the half-elf encampment for judgment, the younger Dursan suggested. Would the half-elves truly intervene in human affairs? I had my doubts. In truth, the group had no better course of action. We could hardly kill him outright. Allowing him to depart became the only viable option. After disarming him, we collectively decided to let him go, though this still hinged on my approval. Let him go, I declared, asserting my newfound influence. Phew, Carl sighed. That was perilous. We were fortunate to have Sister Na. You subdued that despicable rogue in no time. Otherwise, we would have been doomed, he remarked, his face pale. Indeed, the Dursan brothers concurred at a rookie team. Without a doubt, I must ensure I never join such a group again. Playing the caretaker is not my forte. Even if I were to receive adulation, adventure is not a matter of pride. What I truly require from a team is not essential. A powerful team is certainly advantageous, but I would fare just as well without one. Or rather, I might thrive better without a team, for the Fairy Lord seeks only subservience. I am so tired, the elder Dursan lamented. I am so hungry, the younger Dursan echoed. Damn those hunger whites. Where are they? Carl exclaimed. Let us rest and eat, I suggested. Gulp. Carl responded. Heh. The captain seemed smitten with Miss Na. The Dursan brothers teased I in the year 30240 of the star calendar. In the lake of blood of Bardus Hell, a colossal roar emanated from the blood lake, shaking the very earth. Gulp, gulp, the blood lake boiled. Divine war, ha ha ha. The blood of gods, the most delectable, blood, hatred, betrayal, and conspiracy, I, the Hell King Bardus, have the chance to indulge in it all once more. Ha ha ha. Arise, my minions, advance, destroy, and conquer the material realm of Isolea. Victory shall be ours. A tremendous roar echoed. Hatred, betrayal, conspiracy, the reverberations rang out. Gulp, gulp. The demonic army emerged from the blood lake, drenched in ichor. A silent scream erupted as the war horn sounded once more. Chapter 3. The Dark Hunter. Could it be that our intelligence is flawed? This does not appear to be a place where the hunger white would emerge, I mused. That cannot be. I gathered this information from the Adventurers Guild. Or else I would never have brought you here, Carl countered. I'm exhausted from a night of slaying zombies, the elder Dursan complained. I will never touch zombie monsters again. They reek. I must wash thoroughly upon returning, the younger Dursan added. Perhaps another adventuring party has already beaten us here. There are numerous signs of battle. Quite fierce, I observed. After a night of battling zombies, we were all fatigued. It is common for lower-tier adventurers to have limited stamina, especially when the elusive quarry fails to appear. The disappointment is palpable. What exactly is the Hunger White? I inquired. The Hunger White, it is said, was once a grand prince of the Versailles Duchy, an extraordinary origin. That was long ago, back when the Versailles Duchy still existed. Now, it has revived in the zombie cave, becoming the most formidable monster within. Cursed with eternal life, and no matter how many times it dies, it can resurrect, appearing with vast treasures, Carl explained. I see. Every deceased was once a living soul. Among these many zombie creatures, how many were once illustrious? There is firelight. Maintain vigilance, Carl warned. As several flames flickered in the distance, it turned out to be another group of adventurers, led by a burly, bearded tank warrior. His heavy armor enveloped his form completely, yet it did not hinder his somewhat agile movements. With a round shield in his left hand and a short sword in his right, his gaze was steady and sharp, akin to that of an eagle. He was clearly a seasoned, high-ranking adventurer. Followed by archers, mages, priests, and a striking female warrior, further confirming my suspicions. Their equipment was commendable, and the composition of their party was quite comprehensive. In comparison, Carl's adventuring group appeared decidedly amateurish. Hurry, leave this place, the burly tank warrior urged. Boom, boom, boom. A violent tremor shook the cave. Was the zombie cave about to collapse? Or was it an earthquake? There was no time to ponder. Our priority was to escape. Puff, puff, we ran through the blood-soaked wasteland. I am utterly exhausted. What on earth is happening? Exclaimed the Dursan brothers. Damn it. There is a horde of colossal beasts sleeping within the cave. Thankfully, we managed to escape swiftly, said the burly warrior. I see. So that's the case. I have indeed encountered these enormous beasts before. Each of these creatures is massive, with heights of 3 to 5 meters being quite common. Their strength is formidable, though their only weakness appears to be their short legs, which hinder their speed. If there were but one could exploit its vulnerabilities to bring it down. However, facing such a multitude, it is prudent to flee and reconsider our strategies later. This adventure has turned out to be quite the loss. lamented the burly warrior. You two have come seeking the treasures of the hungry dead, remarked Carl. What else would one venture into a zombie cave for? If not to feed the undead, replied the voluptuous red-haired warrior. Beautiful warrior maiden, we are the Carl Adventure Group. Carl introduced himself. We are the Gagu Adventure Group. My name is Windsor, the red-haired warrior responded. So, you are all adventurers of at least first-tier rank? You certainly seem far more professional than the Carl Adventure Group. Observing the adventurers' gear, one could easily discern its superiority. The aura of magic emanating from their equipment far surpassed that of Carl and his companions. The strength of magical aura serves as a rudimentary indicator of the quality of the gear. Equipment devoid of magical presence is essentially useless, rendering it as fragile as paper against the onslaught of magical weapons in fierce combat. The barrel armor I wear, though it resembles a wooden casque, possesses remarkable defensive capabilities and effectively dissipates much of the impact it receives. From a practical standpoint, the barrel armor appears to have been meticulously crafted by its maker, with consideration given to the fact that its wearer possesses wings. No more talk. We must return, Windsor stated. Farewell, beautiful warrior maiden. Carl bid her goodbye as the Gagu Adventure Group departed. Shall we continue our venture? Carl inquired. Let us return. It is far too perilous, replied the elder Senior. Indeed, echoed the younger Senior. Are we truly giving up? That is not my style. Miss Na, what say you? Carl asked. You may return. I have matters to attend to, I replied. Then do take care. Stay safe, Carl cautioned. Farewell, said Carl and Na. Though it was merely a temporary alliance, Carl and his companions were rather competent. Now, I was left alone. The colossal beasts were, in my eyes, merely a horde of mindless monsters, each possessing glaring weaknesses that were all too evident to me. Snore. Even before I entered the zombie cave, I could hear the snores of the colossal beasts. Indeed, they were a slumber-loving breed. Extreme frost ice storm. I conjured an icy breath. This was the fourth spell I had learned, boasting considerable power and an extensive range. Given my current level of spellcasting, I could manage to use the extreme frost ice storm approximately once every half-day. The fierce icy wind ravaged the cave, with the densely gathered colossal beasts presenting the perfect target. After the icy gale subsided, the scene was one of utter devastation. Even the colossal beasts could not withstand the onslaught of the frost ice storm, collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life. Next came the moment for the finishing blow, reminiscent of my comfortable life back on Earth. I was all too familiar with the art of finishing off defeated foes. Perhaps it was my inherent violent tendencies. The brutal combat did not instill fear in me. Striking down and slaying my enemies was an act I executed without hesitation. The flesh of the colossal beasts was quite succulent, though not plentiful in the dark forest. Faced with a dozen or so meaty corpses, I realized for the first time the regret of lacking storage equipment. It seemed I would need to prioritize acquiring such gear in the near future. Deep within the cave, I felt a sense of security as I traversed through the darkness. My hearing reached its peak in the absence of sight. The inability to see served as a strong signal of safety for me. It is peculiar how humans can have such strange inclinations, finding solace in darkness. Roar. A zombie's growl signaled another battle was at hand, and I felt a surge of excitement amidst the monotony of my journey. Ugh, the low growl of a zombie was not that of an ordinary one. Illuminated by the glowing aura of wintergreen magic, the towering 2-meter figure of a wintergreen zombie appeared dreadfully formidable. Its darkened claws, blackened with a sinister hue, evoked a sense of fear and helplessness within me. Such a grotesque form. Could it indeed be the legendary prince of the Versailles Duchy? Transformed into a wretched creature while still maintaining an air of authority? Allow me to be the one to end your wretched existence. Crack. The icy breath condensed upon the ground. I knew that ice-based area magic that persists would indeed be a formidable challenge. I must tread carefully. In the year 30240 of the star calendar, in the abyss of no return, on the plains of 10,000 abysses, at the Black Iron Fortress. Cursed demon, how dare you initiate the bloodbath first? Cursed, cursed, exclaimed the winged demon. Bloodbath, cried the succubus. What shall we do? The great demon king still slumbers, lamented the berserker demon. Such a disorganized bunch, scoffed the terror demon. Bloodbath, A thunderous voice echoed across the sky. Then let it be a bloodbath. Another booming voice declared. Bloodbath. Bloodbath, bloodbath. The demons danced wildly, the wall of the unbelievers. Ugh, the wailing of spirits filled the air. The sound of the bloodbath sent countless unbelievers into despair, their cries of anguish reverberating in the void. Some, overwhelmed by sheer terror, extinguished their soul flames, transforming into the purest crystalline essence of souls. The lowly demons, who had been lurking by the wall of the unbelievers, ever ready to seize ripe souls, suddenly erupted into a frenzy, surging forth to satiate their hunger, tearing, battling. Surely even the mightiest sage would tremble in this chaotic maelstrom. Chapter 4. The Advanced Warrior. Crack. Ice shattered. Roar. The hungry dead vanished in an instant, teleporting away. Truly a challenging foe. The persistent icy magic had severely hindered my movements, I must admit. I had underestimated this zombie creature. Its massive size, immense strength, and though its agility was lacking, its ability to teleport for attacks compensated for its shortcomings. This was indeed a formidable opponent. The wintergreen claws, imbued with a chilling wind, were a threat. Thankfully, my battle-hardened killing techniques were quick to respond. Clang! The clash of claws and hammer produced a resounding metallic sound. Such force! My technique of hooking the legs proved effective against this bipedal monstrosity. The hook was a remarkably efficient combat maneuver. Simple yet brutal, it perfectly utilized the design intent of the hammer and sickle. Thus, I often assert that the hammer and sickle is an excellent weapon. Smashing, striking, hacking, and entangling. These techniques encompass a third of its potential uses, which I relish. Roar. The hungry dead toppled to the ground. The hook had worked. Now came the time to smash, slash, chop, and entangle. Thud. The hardened skull finally shattered, and the hungry dead ceased its struggles. Upon the hungry dead, I discovered a finely crafted key, radiating a faint magical aura. It seemed this key was intended to unlock the treasures of the hungry dead. Continuing onward to search for the treasure, I contemplated whether I should first procure storage equipment at the half-elf encampment. Otherwise, I would have nowhere to store the treasure once found. Wait, perhaps I should first locate the treasure and assess its accessibility before considering the storage equipment issue. Deep within the cave, I stumbled upon a vast well, emanating a refreshing magical aura. Glug, glug, the sensation was delightful. Such a pristine water source is indeed a rare find, its magical aura glowing with a soft white luminescence. After quenching my thirst, I felt the urge to wash. It was a rather embarrassing predicament. But cleanliness was certainly in order. Combat grime clings to clothing and skin with alarming speed. Even a mere brush with a monster would result in an unbearable stench. I had long since learned to ignore the odor emanating from my own body. Had I fixated on it, I would have surely been ill. Splash! How refreshing! The water was not excessively cold. Its temperature was quite pleasant, neither hot nor cold. Who goes there? I inquired. I had been careless, approaching so silently. Come out from behind that mound of earth, I commanded. A young man leapt atop the mound. It is you, I said, recognizing the persistent individual who had not left, instead choosing to seize the opportunity presented by my distraction. Thankfully, my weapon remained steadfast by my side. Despite my pitifully tattered attire, that rogue had stolen my clothing and equipment. Hey, return my dagger, the young man demanded. You scoundrel, return my clothes. I retorted. What an abominable outfit. It is utterly hideous, lacking even basic storage gear. It seems the dagger is not in your possession. I shall have to make do with your garb to compensate for my losses. By the way, you have quite a fine physique, the young man remarked. Do not flee, I shouted. That scoundrel had dared to rob me of my clothing, a most disgraceful affront that was absolutely unforgivable. I must find something to cover myself. Luckily, I still possessed the treasure key, and being in a zombie cave, pilfering equipment from the deceased was an unfortunate yet practical necessity. In the cave's grand hall, I was met with the disordered growls of zombies. This was indeed the place, the treasure of the hungry dead. Almost 100 ravenous zombies shuffled sluggishly about, as if sensing the scent of fish, causing the horde to stir restlessly. At the center of the hall stood several towering zombies, their bodies ensnared in iron chains that clinked as they moved. They resembled warriors among the undead, or perhaps these creatures were indeed zombie warriors. Behind the zombie warriors glimmered golden magical light, remarkably similar to the shimmer of my key. That was undoubtedly the location of the treasure. Extreme frost ice storm, I invoked. The rapidly coalescing icy breath transformed into a whirlwind, expanding and sweeping across the area. Thanks to the earlier magical spring, I was able to unleash the extreme frost ice storm. The spell's immense power froze and slowed the surrounding monsters. The zombies exhibited a higher resistance to the frost than the colossal beasts. They did not so easily lose their fighting spirit. Nonetheless, this would not deter me from delivering the finishing blows. The occasional counterattack from the zombies was hardly worth noting. Roar. The zombie warriors, bound by iron chains, proved to be more resilient against the frost than the ordinary hungry dead, capable of wielding their chains in counterattacks. Pop, pop. Even at frigid temperatures, the iron chain proves less formidable than bone, easily toppling the zombie warriors with just a few strikes. Before me lies a golden chest, an object I have never encountered before, exuding an air of considerable value. Upon opening it, I am met with an abyss of darkness. Is it a storage box? After rummaging through a multitude of items, I ascertain that this golden chest is indeed a magical storage container. The pursuit of it has been effortless, akin to finding a treasure without any toil. With this chest in my possession, I no longer require additional storage equipment. The sole frustration lies in the fact that the weight of this chest far exceeds my expectations. Even my right hand, capable of wielding heavy weapons, struggles to lift it. Appears that carrying a storage box is indeed impractical, and I may have to revert to acquiring traditional storage gear. Storage belts, storage badges, storage rings, or perhaps a collection of them. After all, these storage solutions provide limited space, and their cost is not insignificant. Although finer magical equipment pales in comparison to their price, I find myself devoid of gold coins. This shiny currency possesses decent purchasing power in the hands of an ordinary person. However, for adventurers, it merely serves as a starting currency. Transactions among adventurers often revolve around gems, items that ordinary folk seldom encounter in a lifetime. In truth, I have never seen one myself. During my 8-year survival in the dark forest, I was consumed by hunger while honing my spells, martial skills, and language, reminiscing about the fragments of knowledge and bizarre legends I had heard, stories that defy belief. My accumulation of gold coins has been exceedingly limited. I can muster no more than 3 at present. Should I contemplate using the spell, Light's Allure? I hesitate, for this is the second spell I have mastered. Capable of controlling a beastly creature, I have only employed this spell once, resulting in dire consequences that deter me from its use again. Yet now, I find it necessary to wield this spell. Although the creature I can control is rather dim-witted, I do not require its combat prowess. I merely need it to carry the storage chest. Year 30240 of the star calendar, Star Realm. Paradise Lost. Beneath the golden apple tree, the elegant strains of an organ reverberate through the air, surrounded by a rose garden and verdant meadows, where pious believers clad in holy attire congregate. It is a scene of breathtaking beauty. As picturesque as poetry, a tranquil, idyllic haven far removed from the world's turmoil. Diligent little angels busily tend to the garden, pruning grass and adorning the trees with ripe fruits. The fragrance wafts through the air, ethereal and otherworldly, unlike any earthly apples or bananas. Red wine, white stone tables and chairs. Are we all joining in the festivities? Inquires a young man with golden hair. Let us go as well, responds a woman with chestnut locks. No, the young man replies. The Father above will be none the wiser, the chestnut-haired woman pouts. Indeed, he concedes, setting down his wine glass and gazing into the distance. After a lengthy pause, it seems as though he has resolved something within himself. Chapter 5. The Corpse Ignites Half-Elf Camp, Drow Merchant Guild. Although not particularly exquisite, the guild exudes an undeniable presence. It appears that the items I seek may indeed be found here. How splendid. Is there anything you require? The drow lady asks. I have heard that you possess barbarian slaves. Those of considerable strength, for merely 10 gold coins, I reply. We are a legitimate merchant guild and do not engage in such trades. If you are in need, I can recommend you to the Moor Auction House, which is holding an auction this very evening, she states. Thank you for your generosity, I respond. Not at all. This is the first time I have encountered a fairy as beautiful and cheerful as you, she replies. I find myself at a loss for words. Fairies are indeed a most peculiar race, each individual uniquely different. Unlike other races where individuals bear a more uniform appearance, in the realm of fairies, no two beings are alike. Each fairy is born with a distinct form, and some do not possess a defined gender. Like myself, I may outwardly appear to be female, yet I am not entirely so. At the very least, I lack the capacity for reproduction, which I consider a fortunate misfortune. Do visit us often. The drow will welcome you, she encourages. Thank you, I reply. An amiable dark half-elf, truly a warm-hearted lady. With a ticket in hand and having received free information, it seems my pursuit of a barbarian slave is drawing near. Initially, I intended to find a large beast to control with light's allure. But I failed. It was not the spell that faltered, but rather my inability to tolerate the unclean scent of a massive beast and their propensity for volatility. Acquiring a barbarian slave seems far more practical. It would eliminate the need for me to handle carrying a bag or setting up a tent. At the Moore auction house, the venue is bustling. Greetings, esteemed guest recommended by the drow lady. Your seat is here, a server informs me. Thank you, I respond. The front row is continuously served with refreshments and beverages. It appears the drow lady wields considerable influence. With such advantageous circumstances, I shall not be remiss in indulging. Fairies possess a unique yearning for gourmet delicacies, and consuming fine food seems to awaken a symphony of joy within my very cells. I shall not cease eating until I am so full that my tail cannot move. My tail extends at least 3 meters. This is crucial for my appetite. Should I truly allow myself to indulge? I suspect I could swallow an entire cow. The auction officially commences with a pop. The first item presented is the barbarian slave I seek. Although these barbarians appear frail, they possess substantial skeletal frames and tower above the average person. It is worth noting that the Dark Forest has long been a realm of monstrous races. Humans and barbarians primarily inhabit the distant deserts. The previous encounter with Karna and his companions, desert dwellers, was driven by curiosity, as this area is the closest forest to their homeland. A desire to witness the forest is hardly peculiar. Despite being a domain of monstrous races, human adventurers are drawn here as well. Long ago, this region housed the human principality of Versailles. It is said that the desert folk are descendants of the lost inhabitants of Versailles, a notion that is likely not mere speculation. 10 gold coins. This young lady bids 10 gold coins, the auctioneer announces. Going once. Going twice. The auctioneer continues. Congratulations, the auctioneer proclaims. It appears that the demand for barbarian slaves among adventurers is scarce. Wealthy merchants have little need for them. It should be noted that those individuals shackled in iron chains are not true barbarians. Some are merely wildlings, while others are fallen barbarians expelled from their tribes. Outside the auction house, your goods? The server presents a commendable specimen. With a few days of care it should recover, though it appears somewhat short and rather delicate. Here you go. I hand over the gold coins. How long has this slave gone without food? I inquire. It has likely been a week. They undergo rigorous training and will not resist their master, the server replies. This suggests that there may still be slaves who resist their masters. In the blacksmith shop, I instruct, reinforce the slave's chains. Of course, additionally, craft a small cart for me. One that can carry the storage chest, I request. A small cart? Akin to a miniature wagon? A brilliant idea. It will be ready shortly, costing a total of 8 gold coins. The blacksmith responds. That is not overly expensive. The gold coins I have obtained from the treasure chest should suffice for some time. In total, I possess 132 coins. A windfall indeed. With this fortune, I can procure an entire set of outdoor survival gear, such as pots, bowls, and tents. I can defer the purchase of tents and blankets for now. But pots and bowls are essential. I must also acquire all available seasonings, especially salt. Sugar, a luxury item, is not a necessity, but salt is imperative. I have grown weary of living with little to no salt. I have never felt such a lack of it before. The scarcity of resources indicates a general low standard of living among the sentient beings here, but the absence of salt is truly disheartening. Even life in ancient times must have been more comfortable than this. Slave, what is your name? I inquire. Are you unable to speak? I ask. Simply nod if you understand what I am saying. The slave nods, Thankfully, though it does not speak, it comprehends my words. I am the blood wastes. Night falls. The half-elf camp is nestled against the mountains of the Beastmaster's jungle, while the blood wastes serve as a buffer between the camp and the dark forest. This land, imbued with the sanguine scent, bears witness to countless stories. The dark red soil is forged from the blood of both humans and demons. In summary, this is a place steeped in malevolent energy, with few races daring to settle in the blood wastes. Occasionally, merchant guilds sow various crops or fruit trees on the barren land, yielding decent harvests, though most are ravaged or consumed by monsters. Ultimately, the area is overrun with thorny underbrush and shrubs. Raka raka uhu. Is that the sound of goblins celebrating? I ponder, as I have yet to hear this language. To my knowledge, all beings here speak the same tongue, with no presence of minotaur, goblin, or dwarf languages. What, then, is reveling beneath the moonlight? Are they not wary of attracting the hungry dead? At the very least, I find myself drawn to the bonfire beyond the hill. Year 30240 of the star calendar, star realm, crystal archway, a magnificent crystal archway, radiating a celestial glow and embraced by angels, stands resolutely in the void. A newly born angel steps through the arch, while archangels convene to deliberate. Purify them, including Anglia, declares the seraphim. No, they possess the right to exist. We need only to reclaim Anglia. Purification is unnecessary, counters the light angel. I advocate for purification, asserts the water angel. I oppose, states the holy angel. I oppose, echoes the guardian angel. I support purification, declares the dark angel. I abstain, remarks the seventh angel. Regardless, I shall not stand idly by as they face annihilation, even if they fall, proclaims the light angel, departing. The crystal tray cannot be destroyed, states the seventh angel. Then let us wait and see, replies the seraphim. Chapter 6. The Battle of the Undead. What manner of monstrosities are these? Grotesque hybrids resembling goblins and gremlins, exuding an aura of darkness. Huff, huff. I exhale a chilling breath. An arctic tempest of frost sweeps through the monster encampment. Raka. Raka. The creatures scatter in panic. Their high resistance to freezing is astonishing. They retain their mobility. I am aware of the tempest's might. Even an elephant would succumb to its chill. Yet, these creatures display an alarming cowardice. Fleeing before they are even attacked, some unfortunate souls tumbling into the fire, while others are ensnared beneath boiling pots, their anguished cries piercing the air. Whoosh, a fiery orb. Amongst the horde, I spot a monster sorcerer wielding a curved blade and a staff, explaining their audacity to assault the human guild. Puff, the fireball bursts. Such rudimentary magic may terrify ordinary folk, but to adventurers, a fireball is less formidable than a stone, its lethargic flight diminishing its potency over distance. Raka. Raka, the monster sorcerer screeches as it charges forth. Courageous, yet futile, a diminutive form cannot wield significant power to repel a creature of magic. I surge towards the densest cluster of monsters. Describing my combat prowess as overwhelming would not be an exaggeration. These malevolent beings, despite their heightened resistance to frost, are no different from ordinary humans in every other respect, and slaying them is even less challenging than dispatching zombies. Raka. It feels akin to bullying preschool children. However, these creatures possess a surprising trove of valuable items. After a portion of them flee, the encampment is cleared, yielding 26 gold coins and a modest collection of potions. I wrap the tattered garments and toss them onto the small cart. To be honest, the blacksmith's craftsmanship is commendable. The cart is sturdy, suitable for both pushing and pulling, with large enough wheels to manage soft terrain, making it effortless for the barbarian slaves to use. Zombie cavern. Stay close, I command. The barbarian slave appears to be quite fearful of the dark surroundings, a sensation I can easily perceive. Puff. Hungry dead can manifest anywhere, sometimes even witnessing freshly resurrected undead struggling to claw their way out of the earth. In such instances, I often simply smash them back into the ground. Although this deprives me of the chance to loot their gold coins, it is a necessary course of action during dire circumstances. Most of the time, I refrain from rummaging through the corpses of the hungry dead. The rationale is simple. The stench aside, most of the hungry dead are impoverished, and it is not uncommon to find not a single gold coin after an exhaustive search. Otherwise, having survived in the dark forest for 8 years, I would have long since amassed a fortune, having dispatched at least 3 or 4 hungry dead each day. I in the cavern hall. The corpses of monsters lie undisturbed, and the ground remains intact. The treasure chest still rests beneath the earth. Together with the barbarian slave, we manage to hoist the chest onto the small cart, which is cleverly designed to securely hold the chest in place. Let us proceed, I say. Half-elf encampment. A rare day of splendid sunshine arrives after a stretch of dreary weather. Such fine weather calls for a respite, a chance to address the tasks left unfinished in previous days. General store. Salt and all the spices, quite the expense, remarks the goblin merchant. How many gold coins? I inquire. I'll charge you 16 gold coins, replies the goblin merchant. 8 gold coins, I counter. 8 coins is absolutely unacceptable. It must be at least 14 gold coins. 6 gold coins, the goblin insists. Heavens! More cunning than a Bahaha demon. I'll sell it to you for 8 gold coins, the goblin merchant retorts. Your claim that I am more cunning than a Bahaha demon is laughable. The Bahaha demon is renowned among all devils for its mastery of deceit and trickery, ensnaring others without their awareness, truly the king of cunning. That barbarian slave of yours looks quite impressive. Having reached maturity without showing signs of rapid decay, it seems you need not worry about premature death for 3 to 5 decades, observes the goblin merchant. Mature barbarian? I question. What on earth does that mean? Aren't they merely savages? Ha ha ha, even a Bahaha demon can be deceived. You mustn't still be unaware that the slave is merely a soon-to-die barbarian. However, you are fortunate. You've acquired a dying barbarian who has yet to pass. A stroke of luck indeed, the goblin merchant chuckles. In truth, my understanding of barbarians is limited to hearsay, and even then, it is the simplest of explanations. I am unaware that most barbarians do not survive to maturity, let alone how to discern their growth cycles. Such knowledge is indeed esoteric. Even the most learned sage may not possess it. Pots, pans, tents, blankets, and an assortment of spices are secured, leaving me with only 3 gold coins. I must devise a way to earn more. The half-elf encampment lacks an adventurer's guild, yet there are quests to undertake, available in the basement of the Oak Tavern, also known as the Underground Guild. It carries an air of mystery and allure. I have yet to visit the Underground Guild, and most of what I know is merely hearsay. Oak Tavern. The Underground Guild? Please, follow me. A half-elf maid beckons. We traverse a long, dimly lit passageway before suddenly emerging into a radiant chamber. Is this the Underground Guild? Such grandeur. The light from magical crystal chandeliers illuminates the space as brightly as day. Numerous adventurers mill about, perusing quests, with adventurers lining up at each task counter. I had never realized there were so many adventurers in the half-elf encampment, nor had I seen such a multitude entering and exiting the Oak Tavern. New adventurer? Inquires the half-elf. Indeed, I reply. From whence do you hail? The maid asks. The underground passage, I respond. Did she really need to ask? I apologize. I meant to ask from which tavern you came, she clarifies. From the Oak Tavern in the half-elf encampment, I answer. Ah, the Abandoned Lands. That place still offers a plethora of quests, with generous rewards. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch the information for you. The half-elf maid replies, a curious place, with perplexing inquiries. What exactly are the Abandoned Lands? Is that the official name of the half-elf encampment? In the year 30240 of the star calendar, in the astral realm, within the fortress of the divine sovereign, the vast hall is ablaze with light as the creators from the ancient void convene in a roundtable discussion. The creators are meant to be the most esteemed, powerful, and omnipotent deities. Yet, this is merely a perception held by mortals. Even the creators are not infallible. This is an inescapable and pragmatic reality. Damnable muse! That wretched lord of demons! We must unite to vanquish him, declares Moradin. We must indeed vanquish him, concurs Leviathan. Yet we lack effective legal support, adds Heinquin. To combat evil, we do not require law, asserts Sato. Without law, how are we different from evil? Questions Heinquin. My people are being deceived, and I shall unleash my wrath, Moradin states. I too seek justice for my people, Leviathan adds. Let us not be hasty. The muse is no trivial adversary. We must stand united. We can no longer afford the fall of any creator, warns Calicedo. You cowardly lot, clinging to antiquated laws. I have no need for your insincere support, Moradin retorts, storming off. Chapter 7. Shalu the Underground Guild. The furniture is quite exquisite, likely enhanced by magic, adorned with intricate magical patterns. Such furnishings would not easily succumb to damage, even amidst fierce combat. Wealth affords such indulgences. In contrast, my attire is but ordinary clothing. And the despicable thief has ultimately failed to procure my garments. The materials are here. Take your time to peruse. If you find anything appealing, feel free to accept them all at your leisure, the half-elf maid states. Thank you, I reply. The task materials are thicker than a dictionary. How many tasks must there be to warrant such a volume? Wait, may I take this with me to review as I work? I ask. Spending too long here is not prudent. The barbarian slave remains at the tavern. No problem, the half-elf maid responds. Thank you, I reply. Being able to take the materials with me is a significant advantage. What an intriguing fairy. I wonder what intent Taylor has in recommending her for the hero trials. Lady Taylor refuses to relinquish the abandoned lands, the elegant half-elf woman states. Does she truly refuse to let go? Is there still a need for the sanctuary's existence? She ponders. After all, it is where we were born, the half-elf replies. Indeed, the elegant half-elf woman concurs. Oak Tavern, I feel somewhat dizzy. How peculiar that traversing an underground passage could induce such sensations. 1 gold coin for a loaf of black bread. And a barrel of malt beer as well, I request. Certainly, replies the half-elf server. My last 3 gold coins are officially spent, yet all this investment is worthwhile for the rewards of the quests. The task of exploring the evil mine is classified as simple. Embark upon the treacherous expedition into the malevolent mine, unearthing the corpse of the famished deceased, igniting it ablaze, and ultimately reclaiming the heart of the zombie that emerges from the fiery remains. Upon the successful completion of this daunting task, a reward of 300 gold coins shall be bestowed, along with eligibility for subsequent task rewards. However, the perilous nature of the evil mine is far from trivial, in comparison. The zombie cave appears merely as a child's plaything. This seemingly unconditioned task is fraught with challenges, and the ensuing assignments are bound to be even more formidable. Nevertheless, the prospect of 300 gold coins is not to be dismissed lightly. Since every venture I undertake currently yields profit, why not engage with this notoriously bountiful malevolent mine, particularly as many miners bravely venture within, undeterred by danger? The adage that wealth brings demise rings true. After all, accumulating riches is the ultimate truth. The evil mine, a wretched expanse of blood-soaked desolation, boasts a gaping maw that plunges into darkness, where grotesque bones intermingle with stones, forming ominous mounds visible from afar. Merely gazing upon it could send the faint-hearted fleeing. This accursed locale is indeed distant. Despite a few missteps along the way, I have journeyed tirelessly for 2 full days without respite. I do not feel excessively fatigued, though the wild man's slave appears utterly exhausted, dragging a heavy storage chest without a moment's rest. His cracked lips and tousled black fur, disheveled from the relentless wind and sun, resemble that of a disheartened gorilla. Just days prior, his fur was not so unruly. It has grown rapidly. Drink, I offer, extending my water flask. Gulp, gulp, replies the wild man's slave, as night falls and the fire crackles. It is prudent to nourish ourselves and rest before venturing into the cave. We are well stocked with provisions. The black bread I packed remains untouched in the storage chest, impervious to spoilage. The magical realm is truly wondrous. Items like storage chests ought to be widely promoted. With ample space, even a chest weighing over 100 can accommodate 10 square meters. The convenience of carrying such substantial storage is undeniable. Though regrettably, the environment within resembles a vacuum, rendering it unsuitable for habitation. Ah, the aroma is truly delightful. An ancient voice interjects. What is it? I inquire. Once again, I have been careless. Kindling a fire to roast meat in such a place is risky. Yet, the scent of the roasting meat is undeniably enticing, attracting an unexpected guest. I am Sardin, the decayed treant. The ancient voice reveals. I had been oblivious to the presence of a great tree beside the cave. Ah, a treant elder. Would you care for some meat? I ask. I do not consume meat, but your malt liquor is quite fragrant, replies the trance sardon. Such quality of malt liquor hardly merits praise. Even the worst rice wine I have tasted is far superior. With a pronounced taste of dregs, I am generally not picky about food, but the sustenance here is truly abysmal, reflecting a dismally low standard of living. Fortunately, I can fend for myself, or I would have perished long ago. Let alone engage in magical research or undertake quests for gold, a tedious endeavor indeed. Consider it a gift, I say. Gulp, gulp, it is quite refreshing, responds the trance sardon. Gulp. The wild man's slave gazes longingly at the barrel of liquor in Sardon's possession. Swallowing hard. Forest dweller, do you wish to partake? Just leave me a small sip, the trance offers. Gulp, gulp. The wild man's slave seizes the barrel and drinks voraciously, leaving merely a sip behind, leaving me astounded. She is your slave. A young fairy, our natural kin advocate for freedom and harmony. Be it the Earth Mother or the Forest Goddess, they are both benevolent and kind. Enslaving wild men is unjust. We should actively embrace the teachings and doctrines. For this will bring us closer to the divine, the trance sardon expounds. His reasoning is compelling, rendering me speechless. Old fellow, are you seeking to provoke me? I retort. Young fairy, the Forest Goddess teaches us to be graceful. Crudeness is a disrespect to the divine, Sardon responds. Very well. My composure has faltered. 10 gold coins, and I shall sell it to you at a loss, I declare. We, as a race that reveres beauty, cannot sully ourselves with gold. Such unclean matters should not taint your soul, Sardon proclaims. His arguments resonate deeply, causing me to sputter blood in frustration. Enough. I shall release her. Consider it my misfortune. It seems I am simply beset by ill luck. Misfortune is the price I pay for naivete. Just as I had acquired a slave, I uncover a potential profit only to be interrupted by this trance, spouting platitudes about the Forest Goddess and the Earth Mother. Deities I have little faith in. Though this place is undeniably more fantastical than Earth, invoking the divine seems a stretch. If deities truly existed in this realm, I would abandon all thoughts of returning to Earth and resuming my reclusive lifestyle. This is no jest. Ah, a young fairy with a sense of awareness. Here are some seeds of fruit I collected during my leisure. I give them to you as compensation for your loss, in time. Plant the seeds, and the forest shall flourish, the trance sardon offers. I respond. Come with me, child of the forest, Sardon beckons. My slave has slipped from my grasp far too swiftly, gazing at the ragged bag of fruit seeds in my possession. I feel a wave of despair. What transgression have I committed to find myself so thoroughly outwitted? My spirits are heavy with discontent. I in the year 30240 of the star calendar, in the realm of the star world, lies the city of imprints. Much like the legends of yore, the city of imprints is indeed real. Suspended at the intersection of the star world and the void, this vast city, resembling a giant wheel, quietly floats. Countless merchants from various realms converge here to trade. Wise men engage in uninhibited discourse, and scholars pursue their academic endeavors in freedom. The origin of the city of imprints remains shrouded in mystery. Even to the gods. What a wondrous place, Leviathan remarks. Indeed, the nearest route to the material plane lies here, Moradin replies. Greetings, what place is this? The light angel inquires. Who are you? Leviathan asks. Apologies, I am the justice angel. Ether, the light angel responds. Divinity of the star world, Moradin adds. Divinity? I suppose one could say that, the light angel concedes. This is the city of imprints, the only dimensional transit station within the star world, Leviathan explains. The city of imprints in the star world is a peculiar locale, where demons and angels engage in conversation, and devils and holy spirits soar freely. Anglia, where have you hidden the crystal platter? Chapter 8. Randomly choose 2 items. Clang, clang. There are indeed many miners here. I wonder where all these humans have emerged from. Oh, zombies, everyone flee. The miners scramble, hastily gathering their belongings and rushing toward the cave's exit, displaying a practiced urgency as if accustomed to such chaos. Adventurers, quickly, to the adventurers. The miners shout as they rush toward me. How many zombies are there? I inquire. Many. At least 3, a young miner responds. 3 zombies. I scoff. Pfft. Easy prey. Truly impressive. Indeed, indeed. With an adventurer present, it seems we can mine in peace for a while. They are not particularly formidable foes. It appears the rumors surrounding the evil mine may be somewhat exaggerated. Aside from their increased agility and strength, the zombies within the evil mine are not significantly stronger than those in the zombie cave. To be precise, their resilience has improved. I can easily defeat the creatures in the zombie cave with minimal effort. But here, it requires a bit more exertion, except for the foot draggers. Where do you hail from? I ask. The stony wilderness, the young miner replies. Beyond the dark woods, is it not a region teeming with monsters? I question. Long ago, we excavated an underground passage, allowing us to traverse freely between the stony wilderness and the dark woods. The young miner explains that they are indeed from the stony wilderness, a place rumored to harbor many human inhabitants. Adventurer, are you here to eradicate the zombies? Allow me to guide you. The young miner offers. I appreciate the offer of guidance. Deep within the mine lies a magical well. The gently infused magical water is a treasure. Said to be a relic from ancient times, a single sip can restore vitality, and if one is wounded, it accelerates healing. Most importantly, this water possesses extraordinary purifying properties. For ordinary individuals, it is akin to holy water bestowed by the gods. A single drop can cleanse zombie toxins. Regrettably, the effectiveness of the well water diminishes the longer one is away from it. Beyond a day, it loses its potency entirely. Adventurer, will you not take more? The young miner inquires. There is no use. Once away from the magical well, its effects won't last past a day, I explain. Is that so? The young miner, disheartened, sets down his water pouch. Hey, young one, what do you intend to do with the well water? I ask. I can sell it for gold. Its efficacy is high. Even at a copper coin per vial, I could earn quite a bit, and the villagers would greatly benefit from it. The young miner responds to a promising venture. He is quite enterprising for one so young. Do you truly wish to earn money to aid the villagers? I inquire. Indeed, he affirms. Excellent. I have a splendid idea. Are you familiar with a certain fire-red, sour fruit that grows on bushes? It bears fruit throughout the year, continuously dropping, I propose. Bush fruit? Even monsters won't touch it. It's far too sour and bitter. I once tasted it when starving and nearly perished. It's said to be poisonous, the young miner recalls. Yes, that is the one. I can collect an unlimited supply of fruit. If we pit and clean them, drying them yields a price comparable to wheat. In the half-elf encampment, one can find a grocery store known as the Fairy Shop, where there will be someone to attend to me. Thank you, esteemed adventurer. The young miner expressed his gratitude profusely. This is merely a matter that is yet to take shape. The Fairy Shop was a spontaneous idea, and there is no receptionist as of now. However, if we act swiftly, we should be able to establish the shop before the miners sell their fruits. As for the completion of this task, I stand to earn 300 gold coins, which would sustain the shop for 3 months. After that period, I am certain I can transform the bramble fruit into delectable fruit wine. I am not exaggerating. I have experimented with brewing wine from bramble fruit, and it is feasible, although the sourness seems to have intensified. Nonetheless, the alcohol content is absolutely astonishing. A sip feels akin to a blend of low-quality industrial vinegar mixed with potent 60-proof corn liquor. Such a concoction is beyond my palate, and I have not delved deeply into it since my initial attempt, which resulted in a headache. I in the cavernous hall. Up ahead lies the area frequently plagued by the fiery corpses, the young miner warned. Sure, I cautioned. The sound of bones grinding against one another echoed sharply in the dim surroundings as a dozen skeletal undead creatures congregated, meandering through the vast cavern like a relentless patrol. 3 skeletal archers, 2 skeletal mages, 8 skeletal warriors, and 5 skeletal champions comprised what appeared to be a well-organized and formidable monster brigade, particularly the 2 skeletal mages whose hands were engulfed in flames and toxins, illuminating the cavern with their magical glow. Extreme Frost Storm, I summoned. Ice-based magic falters against zombie-type monsters, and it proves even less effective against skeletal foes. It merely disrupted their formation and diminished their mobility, but the impact was rather minimal. Whoosh! The skeletal archers unleashed flaming arrows. Crack, crack! The skeletal warriors and champions surged towards me with alarming speed. Retreat to the magic well, I instructed. Huff. My hammer scythe swept through the air. Bang. Bang. A straightforward yet brutal strike sent 3 skeletal champions and 2 skeletal warriors tumbling backward. Fire escape, I declared. With a flick of my tail, I appeared beside the skeletal mage, hammer scythe in hand, and struck amidst the flames. Crack. The skeletal fire mage, caught off guard while preparing a spell, was swiftly dispatched. I end this battle. I am no longer the ineffectual recluse of yesteryear. Countless survival skirmishes have catalyzed my transformation. No longer a novice, I have become a bona fide monster slayer. This level of combat barely qualifies as a warm-up. Smash. Smash, smash. My powerful hammer scythe obliterated skeletal creatures with each blow. While skeletal monsters may appear agile, quick, and more resistant to frost than zombies, their perceived advantages are utterly inconsequential in my eyes. Their frail and fragile forms become their greatest vulnerability. Under the onslaught of my heavy weaponry, it is no surprise that skeletal foes cannot endure even a single round. I end the year 30240 of the Stellar Era, in the astral realm of the burning hell. Relentless flames perpetually engulf this land, with erupting volcanoes flooding the ground with lava. The air is parched, as if ignited, and countless lowly demons writhe and wail amidst the magma. This land, steeped in despair, fear, and darkness, has existed in this state since its inception. The Red Fortress stands as the largest stronghold in the burning hell. Iser, the angels have forsaken you, Herazel declared. Despicable king of lies, silence your flowery tongue. The angels shall triumph over the demons, Iser retorted. Is that so? Even the purest essence can become tainted. Open your eyes and behold, Herazel replied. How could I have become this way? No, it cannot be. Iser exclaimed. To be trapped in a demon's body is to experience a deeper despair, Herazel taunted. No, Iser protested. Chapter 9. The strange meteorite. The fiery corpses appeared no different from the ravenous dead. Esteemed adventurer, the young miner urged, we must leave this place. Darn it, I exclaimed. When did a horde of dark hunters arrive? Whoosh. Arrows rained down like locusts. The apex predators of the dark forest, the dark hunters are ruthless and bloodthirsty, relishing in the hunt when they gather in packs. Were it not for my good fortune, I would have perished at their hands long ago. A solitary dark hunter is manageable, but a group poses a different challenge. This particular group, although only 8 in number, felt akin to facing 80 skeletal archers. The arrows of the dark hunters are swift and powerful, without a shield or timely evasion. One would surely be riddled with holes. In comparison, the arrows of skeletal archers are significantly weaker, as low-level skeletons are ill-suited for the skillful role of archers. Fire escape. I invoked in encounters like this. One must not panic and flee. The pursuit ability of dark hunters is unparalleled. The key to survival lies in executing a fierce counterattack in dire circumstances. Thud, thud, thud. The arrows missed their mark. Prepare to meet my retaliation. Dark hunters. Light's allure, I conjured, illuminating the darkness with brilliance. I did not seek to control the dark hunters, but merely to blind them with an intense glare. Arg. The dazzling light indeed achieved its intended effect. Upon meeting my gaze, the dark hunters appeared as if struck by a blinding flashlight. Crack. A skull shattered, blood splattering. The moment the scent of blood wafted through the air, I transformed into a relentless killing machine. My blood felt as though it were boiling. Consumed by a singular desire to rend my enemies to pieces, a surge of power erupted from my right arm, and the hammer scythe, weighing over 100 pounds, felt as light as a mere stick. With each swing, the dark hunters found themselves injured or killed. Never underestimate a mage capable of teleportation. The fire escape, my most mastered spell, allows me to teleport within a 10-meter radius simply by twisting my tail. This ability has turned the tide of battle in critical moments, bolstering my confidence in foregoing a shield. Thud. The last dark hunter fell. Crash. A bone helmet shattered. Sister, cough, cough. The young miner gasped. Is she dead? What in the world happened? By the campfire, cough. Cough. The young miner wheezed. You are awake, I replied. Sister, sister. The young miner sat up abruptly. Esteemed adventurer, I apologize for taking up your time. Let us quickly eliminate the fiery corpses, he urged. Are you referring to this creature? I inquired. Ah, the young miner exclaimed. The fiery corpse had seized the opportunity to attack amidst the chaos, yet I managed to dispatch it. However, the time spent extracting its heart was considerable. These are trivial matters, the young miner, however, is grievously injured at a gash across his chest and 2 arrows lodged in his back. Thankfully, the magic well's water proved effective, or I would have been unable to save him. Even so, he narrowly escaped death. Having been unconscious for 2 days, during which he suffered from fever and convulsions, resembling a seizure, it is fortunate he survived. What about that, Dark Hunter? What is the situation with your sister? I asked. Cough. 3 years ago, something very strange occurred in our village. It was a night shrouded in a blood moon and relentless rain, when a fearsome woman clad in blood red and adorned in bone armor appeared in our village. She roamed the village with her bow but did not attack anyone, instead standing at the village's entrance, while the villagers anxiously awaited her departure. Unbeknownst to us, dawn broke, and she vanished. Since that night, young maidens began to mysteriously disappear from the village, including my sister. Initially, we were oblivious to the cause, until one day, a carpenter from the village happened upon the missing girls while logging in the dark forest. They were donned in armor and bone helmets. Only then did we realize that the missing maidens had been lured away to become dark hunters, and we struggled to believe my sister. How could she have been ensnared by the darkness? The young miner lamented. Dark allure? It is indeed an irresistible force for ordinary folk, I remarked. The village. The young miner dashed into the shadows, eyeing the malevolent mine, at the entrance of the mining area. They are all dead, completely slain, the young miner cried, as the gruesome remains churned in a cauldron of boiling water. Be cautious, I warned. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flew. Thud. The young miner collapsed, truly fortunate. Had he fallen a second later, the arrow would not have merely grazed his scalp. Thunderclap. I summoned a brilliant bolt of lightning from the heavens, illuminating the mine as brightly as day. In that fleeting moment, I spotted a few dark hunters stealthily lurking behind a pile of ore. Did they think that darkness belonged solely to them as a natural disguise? I, too, am an assassin who thrives in the shadows. Even if the dark hunters hide skillfully, they cannot elude my near-instinctual hearing. Enhanced auditory perception is likely a trait of the fairy race, after all. Clang. Weapons clashed as the dark hunters decisively sheathed their bows and drew their swords. They managed to block my attack without a scratch, indicating that I had indeed held back my strength. Have they abandoned their bows to engage me in close-quarters combat? How naive. This is not the dark forest. There are no trees to provide cover. Nor are there traps lurking in wait. Even in the dark forest, I do not fear. I have honed my craft as a master sorcerer for 8 long years. Woo-woo. The sound of a horn echoed. Resembling a call to arms, the dark hunters swiftly abandoned the fray and retreated. Killing them and thinking they could escape so easily is a foolish notion. The sound seemingly emanated from the direction of the dark forest. As the young miner had previously mentioned, initially, I harbored a certain trepidation towards these dark hunters, who typically struck swiftly and departed without pursuit or lingering conflict. However, having unraveled their true nature, my apprehension dissipated. Most notably, the subsequent task involving the fiery corpses leads to a fearsome woman clad in bone armor, entirely drenched in crimson. According to the records, this woman is known as Shwe Wui in life. She was a distinguished half-elf warrior, entombed in the Grand Mausoleum after her demise in Battle Point. One day, she inexplicably reappeared, rallying numerous undead creatures within the Grand Tomb. The mission is to eliminate Shwe Wu and liberate the souls confined within. Completion of this task rewards one with a half-elf mercenary and eligibility for further rewards. In the year 30240 of the astral calendar, Isolea, ancient and venerable, Isolea is so vast that the countless planes of the entire astral realm combined scarcely measure up to a fraction of its magnitude. Over the countless ages of its existence, it has borne witness to the rise and fall of generations of deities, their hubris and arrogance, as well as their humility and modesty. Deep beneath the earth lies the heart of the world city. where the most magnificent edifice of the subterranean plains stands, a steel fortress crafted by the ingenuity of goblins. Gazing upon such a formidable and vibrant structure, even the dwarves, who prefer to dwell in mines and excavate caverns, cannot help but feel a sense of admiration. Indeed, goblin technology is universally acknowledged as formidable among the denizens of the underworld. Each eruption of steam from the colossal, mountain-high chimneys of the heart of the world city causes the very ground to tremble. In the High Council chamber, a bespectacled, white-bearded elder goblin mused, "It has been quite some time since we received any intelligence from the surface. What are your thoughts?" A plump goblin replied, "Rather than fretting over that, we should investigate those obstinate barrels of ale." A slender goblin interjected, "Indeed, those incessantly digging fellows are a constant source of worry. The last time they breached the pit of Bardus, we nearly faced calamity ourselves." The young goblin added, "We must also look into the drow. Those coal-black creatures have the audacity to call themselves elves." The scholarly goblin reminded them, "We must maintain a sense of seriousness." Chapter 10. The Rift, the Dark Forest. The Grand Tomb. The ancient Grand Tomb resembles a mausoleum for the deceased, encircled by robust iron railings. Despite its age, the obsidian steel shows no signs of corrosion. It rings with a resounding tone when struck. This cast iron craftsmanship is undoubtedly a product of magic, though I cannot sense any magical aura emanating from it. Groaned a famished undead. "Crack, crack," responded a skeletal warrior. "The safety measures here are quite high. I merely examined the black iron railings." A throng of famished undead surged forth from the tomb's entrance. Their numbers exceeding 100, the effects of extreme frost ice storm are ineffective against these creatures, while the singular lightning strike of Thunderbolt can only target one foe. Currently, both offensive spells prove inadequate, leaving me to choose between Fire Escape and Light Enticement. Perhaps I shall employ Light Enticement to distract them briefly before engaging in melee combat with Fire Escape. It is prudent to ensnare at least one of them in my control. A piercing headache assails me. Which creature did I manage to control with Light Enticement? Its sole drawback is that successfully subduing a creature induces excruciating pain in the caster. Fortunately, Light Enticement can control only one creature at a time, meaning I need not endure another headache unless the previously controlled creature perishes. Crack, crack, goes the sound of a skeletal archer. It is merely a skeletal archer. Splendid. I can simply remain behind and shoot arrows. Perhaps even harness it for pulling my cart. It may be slender. Yet one does not require immense strength for such a task, merely endurance. It is worth noting that while undead creatures lack explosive power, their stamina is remarkably robust, akin to perpetual motion machines. Indeed, the concept of a perpetual motion machine is intriguing and merits further exploration. Thwack! Sparks flew as a creature desperately assailed my tail, which is mightier than iron. My tail strikes with a combination of lashes and blows. In the span of mere moments, 100 or so creatures lay scattered in fragments, mere wretched beings hardly superior to ordinary humans. Gurgle, gurgle. My energy wanes, and before I can clear the battlefield, hunger gnaws at me. Admittedly, the fairy physique surpasses that of humans in strength, perception, and resilience. However, it bears a significant flaw, an inability to withstand hunger. While humans can endure the grumbling of their bellies for some time, fairies cannot. Should my stomach grumble without immediate sustenance, I quickly lose strength, my body teetering on the brink of collapse, with complete exhaustion leading to a collapse on the ground being a common occurrence. Without further ado, I set about preparing a meal, a campfire. In such a damp and frigid locale, kindling a fire is a skill in itself. I require no wood. Even amidst the abundance of timber in the dark forest, I abstain from using it. The finest fuel for a campfire is, in fact, bones. As a forest fairy, I must uphold the principle of protecting the forest. How could I possibly burn wood for warmth? Moreover, if the wood is of poor quality, the resulting smoke would be intolerable. Bones, on the other hand, burn with a haunting green glow, producing high heat without smoke and lasting for an extended period, making them first-rate fuel. Sizzle. Savory oil drips down. Originally intended for the wild men, the enormous beast meat now lies unused. I cannot afford to waste it, as I have gone to great lengths to clean and marinate it. A roast with a sprinkle of seasoning yields a tantalizing aroma reminiscent of cumin beef steak. Since acquiring my storage box, The quality of my life has skyrocketed, truly a cause for celebration. Alas, the absence of wine is a minor drawback. A sip of water, a bite of meat, another bite of meat, and once more, a bite of meat, and no more water. I shall gaze at the stars. The stars in this world are rather splendid, each accompanied by its own wondrous legends. For instance, the brightest star in the northern sky is the city of Imprint. Nearby, a rather dim star, pale and yellowish, represents the garden of the gods. What of the star further north that flickers in and out of sight? It was once known as the Palace of Destiny. I wonder where the fairies of old found such leisure to name the stars in their spare time, conjuring an array of grandiose and peculiar titles. Take, for instance, the entirely immaculate white star, whimsically dubbed the Crystal Archway by the bored fairies. And not far from the Crystal Archway, a star engulfed in flames and swirling black mist is called the Burning Hell. I must admit, while these names may sound nonsensical, they exude an artistic flair that far surpasses anything modern, be it on earth or here. Artistry is a form of faith in the realm of magic. Faith is never lacking. Thieves and wise sages alike possess their beliefs. Unlike the broad concept of faith on earth, the inhabitants here worship true deities, those whose voices can be heard by the faithful. Indeed, these are the very deities I have always doubted. What are gods if not beings of greater wisdom and power? That is my belief, which is why I do not trust in gods. Relying on mountains can lead to their collapse. Relying on people can lead to their departure. As for deities, I would rather rely on myself. It is a simple logic. Straightforward, effective, and brutally honest. Adventurer, rasped the voice. Shwewu, I replied. Such distant memories. Almost forgotten. I am not Shwewu. The woman, clad in blood red, is a fearsome sight indeed. Yet, if she were truly Shwewu, the pride of the half-elves would never allow her to succumb to darkness. What manner of ghastly entity lies hidden within the corpse of the deceased, resembling a dark soul? You are the 164th adventurer to seek death. Remarkably fortunate and quite lovely, I shall adorn you upon the blood oak. Relishing your essence. Once you succumb to despair amidst your agonizing cries, you shall experience the pinnacle of delight. I am certain your soul will twist in madness at that moment. Behold, they are all my masterpieces, declared the woman. Drenched in crimson, this dark huntress, a deranged woman, has enslaved so many human girls. Die! I retorted. In the year 30240 of the astral calendar, in the astral realm, city of Imprint, the goddess palace, the most authoritative structure in the city of Imprint, stands tall and exquisite. More accurately, it should be called the lady's palace. I know not when it came to pass that no one directly referred to her as lady, for the title of goddess has replaced it. Indeed, this goddess, who has never revealed her visage in public, is the sovereign of the city of Imprint. She once proclaimed herself the Lady of Suffering, and none dared challenge her authority. She established the laws of the city of Imprint. Astral Wonders. The city of Imprint is a neutral city, also known as the gateway of all cities. Neutrality persists as long as the Lady of Suffering remains, for the city of Imprint embodies absolute neutrality. Astral Wonders. In the central plaza, a young maiden introduced herself. Hello, my name is Valdani, hailing from the Palace of Destiny. I am Aria, from the Crystal Archway, replied the radiant angel. Is this truly the gateway of all cities? Inquired the young maiden. Indeed, affirmed the radiant angel. Have you been here for a long time? Inquired the young maiden. Not for long, replied the angel of light. What a marvelous place this is, observed the young maiden. Yet it is perilous as well, cautioned the angel of light. Chapter 11. Bloodcrow. Perhaps Bloodcrow is not as easily dealt with as I had imagined. Is it due to that already evil and twisted soul? Or perhaps not. It is only natural that a half-elf of such distinction as Bloodcrow would pose a formidable challenge. I exert all my strength, feeling pleasantly satiated and brimming with energy, yet lacking an outlet for it. Engaging in combat here is a regular occurrence, a stark contrast to the unattainable desires I harbored on Earth. The difference lies in the fact that the fighting here is for survival rather than mere amusement. The clash of metal rang out with a resounding clang. Such immense power. It left my right hand tingling, and Bloodcrow wielded nothing more than a dagger. The short blade shimmered with a dim golden light, Emanating an exceptionally potent magical aura, it was my first encounter with a weapon exuding such a strong magical presence. Even the high-grade magical weapons or mythical artifacts I had previously encountered had not instilled in me a sense of helplessness. This must be a high-grade magical weapon, given its faint golden radiance, reminiscent of my storage box. This dagger is called the Bone Hunter, the crimson-clad woman cackled malevolently. I must be cautious of any peculiar magical attributes it may possess. Bloodcrow, I scorn you. As the most distinguished warrior among half-elves, you ought to ascend to the realm of the heroic after death, enjoying the utmost honor. How can you yield to darkness? I proclaimed. Regardless of whether Bloodcrow is a dark soul or merely a soul twisted by darkness, I must test her resolve. Technically, this is not outright deception. Bloodcrow should indeed become a heroic spirit upon her demise, as she was a formidable hero in life in the magical realm. Souls are prone to transformation. A hero in life may become a heroic spirit in death. A devout follower may become a holy being. To be honest, my understanding of this is merely hearsay, as I do not genuinely believe in such notions. The concept of souls feels too distant, yet the existence of undead creatures is an undeniable reality. My disbelief cannot alter the objective truth that souls indeed exist in this world. Is it the soul of a heroic spirit? Despairing and weeping? The Crimson Woman inquired. The lure of light, I replied. What a fortuitous moment! The Crimson Woman hesitated in her attack. To falter in such a fierce battle is to toy with one's life. As I swung my hammer sickle, a surge of electric power coursed through my left palm. Boom! Ah! The Crimson Woman shrieked in anguish. Thunderous strikes prove remarkably effective against flesh and blood creatures, and my hammer sickle attack was delivered without reservation. Even an elephant would topple under the weight of my assault. I am confident. You despicable adventurer, I shall kill you. Bloodcrow spat. Such a heavy blow did not fell the Crimson Woman. Her resilience is astonishing. Even if this attack were to land upon my own body, I would not withstand it and would surely suffer grievous injuries. Guiding arrow, Bloodcrow exclaimed, her fury igniting her agility, akin to that of a rabbit. She distanced herself from me and disappeared into the shadows of her hunting party. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows flew like locusts. Fire escape, I declared. Avoiding the onslaught of arrows, I turned to flee. It was truly not the time for a head-on confrontation. Thud. A sharp pain pierced my shoulder. How could I be struck by an arrow from such a distance? I had evaded the projectiles and run far away. How could I be hit? It hurt terribly, and I was infuriated. The notion of returning to retaliate must be put on hold, as the arrow in my shoulder severely hampers my combat abilities, even on my left side. The half-elf encampment, the Order of the Blind Sisters. They bore little difference from the nuns I had imagined, clad in familiar black and white robes. The head of the order appeared to be a wise human woman, her age indeterminate, upon my arrival. It was the busiest time for the nuns as they attended to the sick and ailing. Numerous peculiar beings were present. The harshness of life often leads to illness, making death a common occurrence. Are you injured? It looks serious, the head nun remarked. As you can see, esteemed Mother Superior, it is indeed a severe arrow wound, I replied. This is the power of the mind, a guiding arrow. How could a peace-loving half-elf shoot a guiding arrow at you? The head nun's wise countenance turned grave. Her tone stern. It was Bloodcrow who did it, I stated. Bloodcrow? Has Telia prepared the heroic trials for you? I see. Bloodcrow was indeed a powerful half-elf warrior in life. However, her archery skills are even more fearsome. Her bow is known as the Husband Slayer, capable of firing guiding arrows. She is also adept with freezing and fire arrows, and some have witnessed her employing the legendary technique of 1,000 arrows in her battles against demons. As a half-elf warrior, she is indeed formidable, capable of challenging high-level demons and emerging victorious, the head nun explained. It hurts, I groaned. Such a powerful creature. A legend, second only to demigods. Just a guiding arrow. Had it been a freezing or fire arrow, you would have lost that arm, the head nun cautioned. Indeed, it is perilous. My initial endeavors had gone smoothly, yet I unexpectedly encountered misfortune at the hands of Bloodcrow. It seems leaving my back exposed to the enemy is indeed a dangerous tactic, that wretched Bloodcrow. All right. The arrow has been removed. Be sure to rest. Next, the head nun commanded. Her movements were remarkably swift, and the bloody scene did not seem to faze her. It appears that this head nun is not only wise but also highly skilled in surgery. Be mindful of the bleeding. It is gushing quite a bit. I must have lost nearly half a bowl of blood by now, I thought. Is there no healing potion for the wound? I inquired. The potion requires payment. It costs 1 gold coin, the young nun replied. Please let me have it on credit. I need to stop the bleeding, I insisted. We do not accept credit. How can you take it without paying? The young nun protested. Glug, glug. The tangy, sweet blueberry flavor was a long-lost taste that sent my thoughts adrift. That is not for drinking, the young nun exclaimed, wide-eyed. Not for drinking. Then it must be for external application. Use clean cotton cloth to soak the potion and apply it to the wound to expedite healing, the young nun suggested. What happens if I drink it? I asked. Drinking it should accelerate blood production? Or so the Mother Superior said, the young nun explained. How could you deceive me like this? I am currently bleeding profusely, and you suggest accelerating blood production. I retorted. Be sure to repay me. That potion was crafted with many precious materials by the Mother Superior. And it costs 1 gold coin, the young nun called out as she chased me to the door. My previously robust body began to sway precariously. Year 30240 of the star calendar. Icilia, the endless sea. The far north, as its name suggests, the endless sea occupies over 90% of Icilia's surface. It is vast, mysterious, and boundless, inspiring countless bards to sing its praises. The astral realm pales in comparison to it. Throughout the endless epochs, numerous intelligent races have risen and fallen. Countless wise beings have worshipped deities. No one knows where the endless sea truly ends, and even the gods gaze upon it in awe. The peak of infinity stretches downward into the endless sea while its opposite end ascends toward the astral realm, supporting the city of imprint. Demigods, divine progeny, and countless legendary beings reside at the peak of infinity. Even as frigid winds and relentless thunder batter this mountain for millennia, life persists. Mortals traverse treacherous terrains and cross vast seas to reach this place, for the summit is the gateway to the celestial cities. Even demons salivate at its allure, and the most cunning of noble devils are tempted to scale its cliffs, stormy cliffs. Hey, everyone, put in some extra effort, urged the young chieftain clad in thick cotton garments. This cursed weather makes the path increasingly treacherous, grumbled the stout elder. The sun is setting. Hurry. The Titan tribe lies just ahead, and once we arrive there, we shall be safe, the young chieftain encouraged. The sparse, slow-moving procession quickened their pace. Chapter 12. The Three Witches. The Oak Tavern. Adventurer, did you bring back the zombie heart? That is splendid, the half-elf maid exclaimed. Yes, I affirmed. 300 gold coins in hand. Not bad at all. This entire adventure was worthwhile, and with this sum, I can begin to search for a fairy shop to procure some shrub fruits. In the half-elf encampment, many dwellings are mere tents, while better structures are constructed from a mixture of earth and straw. They can withstand light rain but fail against heavy downpours, rendering them less effective than tents. Such homes are scattered in the northern corner of the camp, a true slum. A variety of beings reside here. Goblins, dwarves, minotaurs, gnomes, and a handful of humans, in the northern part of the camp, the marketplace. Adventurer, would you like to buy some dried salted meat for just 8 copper coins? Came a cheerful child's voice. Ah, what a delightful little girl. I am quite taken with her. What is your name? Where do you live? Who is in your family? I inquired. My name is Anna. I have no home. I live with my sister, the little girl replied. She has a sister but no home. It seems her sister is quite young and unmarried. A girl as adorable as this must have a beautiful sister, though she appears a bit undernourished, likely suffering from chronic malnutrition. Despite their meager means, she is selling the limited amount of dried meat. Clearly, this little girl is facing some hardships and desperately needs gold coins. I do not want the dried meat, I said. Oh, the little girl said, her head drooping in disappointment. Those big, watery eyes filled with tears are simply endearing. However, I can offer you a job that pays handsomely in gold coins, I proposed. Really? The little girl looked up at me, her eyes wide with hope. Of course it's true, I nodded emphatically. It must be true. I am certainly not a ghastly creature deceiving innocent young girls. While I cannot wholeheartedly assure you that my words are infallible, I can provide a 90% guarantee. Personally, I derive immense pleasure from showering affection upon those betrothed maidens and sorrowful young girls. In this desolate place, devoid of television or film, one must venture into the wilderness to behold the scenery and seek out the beauty of humanity in populated areas. It is simply a matter of exertion. At times, encountering my own reflection in the water no longer feels peculiar, but rather evokes a sense of elegance and beauty. What work do you do, Anna? I can only bake the simplest bread and wash moderately soiled clothes, replied the young girl. In my general store, I serve as the manager, responsible for procuring berry bushes and later selling fruit wine. For every gold coin earned, you will receive a silver coin as a commission added to your base salary. Base salary commission? Anna, doesn't he understand? Each day, I will record 3 copper coins for you, and at the end of the month, you will receive 1 gold coin. This constitutes your base salary. The more you sell, the greater your earnings will be by month's end. All right. I find it quite agreeable. Nurturing young girls from a tender age only makes them more delightful in adulthood. This is the place. Our general store. How remote. Indeed, it is quite secluded, with several dilapidated houses crumbling around. However, a bit of tidying up would suffice to create a quaint courtyard, and constructing a 3-story building is certainly not out of reach. Moreover, this place has been uninhabited for ages, with no one to clean it up, making it clear that whoever claims it, owns it. How could I possibly miss such an opportunity for easily attainable land? With just a bit of effort, this house shall become a dwelling. Let us go. Take me to see your sister. Sister? She rarely shows herself. Why not? She is unwell. I suspected as much. It is not surprising. However, the sight of a young girl sacrificing herself to care for her ailing sister is not an uncommon tale. I find such narratives to be heart-wrenching. The tent was flimsy and drafty, creaking ominously with even the slightest breeze, as if it could collapse at any moment. Sister, Anna has returned. Cough, cough, came the voice of a pallid woman from the bed. Sister, the young girl called, regardless of your identity. You are not welcome here, rasped the pale-faced woman. Such a stubborn creature, maintaining her spirit even while bedridden. Adventurer, this person is here to assist us, the young girl insisted. I require no assistance. Send her away, the woman retorted. A fleeting hint of magical energy suggested that this woman was not what she seemed. Anna, step outside. I wish to speak with your sister alone. Very well, the young girl acquiesced. A long moment of silence ensued. Stop pretending. Your aura cannot deceive me. Ah, the woman suddenly sprang up, baring her teeth and lunging at me. With sharp fangs and claws, could she truly be a living corpse? Without a moment's hesitation, I pressed her back onto the bed, having anticipated such an occurrence. No heartbeat, well, not absent, but rather exceptionally slow, and my suspicions were confirmed. She was indeed a living corpse. Save your strength. If you do not wish to endanger Anna, do not struggle. Blood. Give me blood, the woman demanded. Had the craving for a living corpse's blood overtaken her? This frenzied power was astonishingly formidable, overwhelming the remnants of her human reason, transforming her into a malevolent creature reliant on blood for survival. Yet, aside from her intimidating demeanor, she possessed other redeeming qualities. I must apologize for inadvertently touching areas deemed strictly taboo. Although my intentions were nefarious, the outcome proved rather effective. Under the pressure of my position, the woman became noticeably calmer. Who are you? She inquired. Are you awake? What are you doing on my bed? She asked. Now seemingly lucid, it appeared that in critical moments, the right hand was indeed essential. Isn't it obvious? Your sister Anna sold you to me. You are now my slave. I relished the sight of anger and anxiety in beautiful women. A little deception could certainly ignite their inner turmoil. Impossible. Anna would never sell me. You are lying. You are quite clever. Such deception cannot ensnare you. Nevertheless, I have other means to toy with you. Indeed, toying with women proved quite delightful, even more so than teasing young girls. You appear much more lively now. You. Get out of my sight. Elegance. One must maintain elegance. Get out. The year is 30,240 in the star calendar. Within the abyssal depths, the glacial ocean. This is a peculiar ocean with a constant temperature of 0 degrees. Any slight imbalance in temperature births underwater icebergs larger than mountains. Fear not. Life persists even in such a harsh environment, for this is the abyssal depths, where no extreme conditions can hinder the emergence of life. The Ice Palace. At last, everything has unfolded as planned. It is time for my ascent. Grow stronger, shouted the ice elemental creatures in unison. Wretched, despicable scoundrel, you shall meet a dire fate, cried the green-haired woman imprisoned within an icy cage. Elizabeth, will you not relent? Vile thief of divinity, one day my followers will shatter your skull. No, my name is the Ice Prince. Shameless. Let your followers pray for you. Their fervent faith is indeed delectable. Your followers are a tranquil bunch, fond of the quiet woods, sharing a similar essence. Ha ha ha, the great forest goddess Elizabeth, your people will surely harbor the irreverent. What a splendid irony. My people. Your goddess suffers in the abyssal depths of the glacial ocean. Chapter 13, Wrath, the Stony Wastes. After an entire week of travel, I finally arrived in this stony expanse, a perfect quarry. The abundance of stones brought me great solace. My time spent in the dark, sunless underground passage was not in vain. The underground path winding through the shadowy mountain forest was long and labyrinthine, making it exceedingly easy to lose one's way. Fortunately, I encountered numerous timid gnomes and goblins dwelling within, and a few captures were enough to secure free guides. Nevertheless, the journey was far from effortless, let alone enjoyable. In my pursuit to construct a 3-story building, I ventured here in search of limestone. Having heard that various stones abound in the stony wastes, if I could find quicklime, that would be even better. Otherwise, I would have to settle for less. Esteemed fairy lord, may we take our leave? Inquired a gnome. Indeed. Indeed, added a goblin. Begone, I commanded, and they scurried away. Phew, we are finally safe. That woman was terrifying. I nearly wet myself multiple times, exclaimed a goblin. Silence, you stinking fool. That was a man-eating hag, retorted a gnome. Well, at least she didn't eat goblins, replied the goblin. Indeed, even the foul-smelling have their moments of salvation. The gnome concurred. I, the fearsome hag, am insulted by these insignificant cave-dwellers. How dare they tarnish my reputation? The next time I encounter them, I shall teach them the true meaning of malice. In the distance loomed a towering stone monolith, piercing the heavens. Curiosity can be a perilous trait, though I spotted it from afar. It still took me an entire day to reach it. 5 stone pillars, each towering over 100 meters, stood in a pentagram formation, radiating an unending flow of magical energy between them. The magnitude of this energy intensified over time, albeit slowly yet steadily. Even more resolute were the colossal pillars, which firmly contained the magic, allowing not a single trace to escape. Such a magnificent structure, it certainly appeared to serve as a seal for something. Rumble. Rumble, the earth trembled. What was happening? Were there 5 cyclopes? These creatures charged forth with great force. Could they be the guardians of the magic circle? Roar. The giants hurled massive hailstones. Fire style, I exclaimed, hastily retreating. Cyclopes are formidable foes. Their towering frames, standing over 6 meters tall, could easily crush any challenger. Moreover, they wielded ice magic, launching hailstones from the sky. These hailstones, larger than winter melons, could kill with a single strike, and upon impact, they would shatter into deadly shards of ice, rendering evasion nearly impossible. Thud, crackle. Thankfully, I managed to escape swiftly, taking refuge behind a large stone. Even so, I was struck by fragments of ice, and my arm was immediately ensnared by the frigid aura, which threatened to envelop my entire body. Those wretched cyclopes, what business do they have loitering in the resource-scarce stony wastes? They belong in the clouds, where legends speak of bountiful treasures beyond measure. The fairy's journal, the rock cave, oh my surprise. My aimless wandering led me to this remarkable location, where I not only discovered limestone but also stumbled upon lead, mercury, nitric acid, sulfur, and other hazardous chemicals. Although my knowledge of chemistry is limited, creating gunpowder should not pose much difficulty. Indeed, These substances are worth investigating. After collecting enough limestone and gathering a variety of dangerous materials, I emerged from the cave, my heart filled with excitement, ready to embark on my journey home, the bloodied wastes. The brick kiln that a week has passed since my return, and the brick kiln is operating quite well. I merely excavated a pit and tossed in a heap of bones to incinerate. In just 3 days, the kiln was completed. Although rudimentary in construction, it effectively produces bricks. After all, there is an abundance of soil in the blood-soaked wasteland, which proves to be quite suitable for brickmaking. I enlisted the help of a few impoverished individuals, provided them with some guidance, and soon the kiln was up and running. Esteemed adventurer, a batch of bricks has gone missing from our drying yard, reported Foreman Facier. The theft of bricks is certainly an unwelcome occurrence. I shall attend to it, I assured him. Lady Talia visited here 3 days ago, Facier informed me. Indeed, I replied. Continue your diligent work. I have acquired the necessary materials. Please reach out to some knowledgeable builders. Price is not a concern. I intend to construct a 3-story building with these new materials. Yes, my lord, Facier responded. The troops may not have moved, but provisions must be prepared in advance. Although the endeavor to establish a fairy goods store has yet to commence, the brick kiln has already begun operations. It seems that in this magical realm, fortifications need not solely be constructed of stone. There is indeed a significant demand for bricks. First, I shall focus on brick production, and once my skills are sufficiently refined, I can explore the method of glassmaking. It is time to introduce some innovations here. Relying solely on wooden potion bottles is rather inconvenient. Even with proper labeling, it is all too easy to make mistakes. Speaking of innovation, I have a plethora of wildly ambitious ideas. Yet not all need to be realized. Ultimately, I find myself quite fond of the primal charm of this magical world. Aiming for moderate innovation without causing substantial disruption to enhance my life's convenience and beauty should be my guiding principle. Adventurer, Lady Talia is waiting for you, announced the half-elf maid. I replied. Talia, the master of the half-elf encampment, is said to be a beautiful yet often melancholic half-elf. She once led her kin against the demonic hordes that emerged from the depths of hell and shares a close bond with the Blood Crow. What could this legendary half-elf want from me, especially since she has arranged a heroic trial task for me? My head feels a bit dizzy. How did I end up here in the underground guild? I certainly did not traverse that dim passageway. Why do you hesitate, powerful fairy? Questioned a striking half-elf with long, frosty hair, appearing no older than 16 or 17. Her attire is an exquisite, intricately designed set of elven armor, radiating a potent magical aura. Could this be the legendary half-elf Talia, the master of the half-elf encampment? It is astonishing that she has amassed so many legendary tales at such a tender age. Why, then, does she wear such a frosty expression? A girl as beautiful as Talia should be cherished and adored. It is simply wrong for her to appear so serious. Girls ought to smile more, I remarked impulsively. I truly did not mean to. I in the year 30240 of the star calendar, in Isolea, within the cloud realm. Compared to the surface and the underground, Isolea also boasts the cloud realm. Here, it is perceived as a paradise by ordinary folk, with clouds resembling soft, white cotton floating beneath one's feet. The cloud soil perpetually emanates a refreshing vitality that alleviates fatigue. Cloud City, the dwelling of the cloud giants, is a legendary place. The cloud giants are said to be the progenitors of all giants. Created by the giant god Leviathan himself, Cloud Soil Square resembles a vast, pristine lake, where 5 cloud giants sit upon the ground, engaged in animated discussion. I am resolutely opposed, declared the gentle giantess adorned with a floral crown. No, I have made my decision. I shall leave this place, countered a younger giant. I too wish to depart, to exercise the rights bestowed upon us by the goddess, said an older young giant. We shall exercise the rights granted by the goddess, echoed the young giantess. Silence, commanded the imposing male giant. Goddess, do you hear the cries of your people? The once steadfast camaraderie among the giants has begun to crumble, and this paradise is now under threat from dark forces. Chapter 14. The Dark Hunter Kazing, your vivacity surpasses the rumors. Why not channel that energy against the Blood Crow? Talia's face relaxed, her tone losing its previous severity. This semblance of concern truly warms my heart. Indeed, women tend to favor subtle influences. The blood crow is too formidable. I cannot contend with it, I confessed. The prickly mice in the wild are smarter than you. Cannot you consider alternative strategies? Talia challenged. I refuse to believe that such half-sized rodents are cleverer than I retorted. How infuriating. Foolish fairy. Talia exclaimed as she turned to leave. Wait, how did I return to the tavern in the blink of an eye? I pondered, is this a mere illusion or a result of a teleportation portal? It appears that the half-elf encampment indeed possesses portals to other realms, and the rumors were not unfounded. Those previous ventures through the underground passage must have been mere illusions conjured by the portal. Regrettably, I lack a watch or any means to gauge time. Otherwise, I could compare the intervals to confirm whether I truly traversed the passage. It felt like I had spent 5 minutes in that passage. Yet I cannot ascertain the actual duration. I desperately need a timepiece. Even the most rudimentary mechanical watch will suffice. I find it hard to believe that this place has not developed tools for measuring time. It speaks volumes of their primitive civilization. Well, I have vented my grievances. Now to attend to matters at hand. The blacksmith's forge, the rhythmic sound of hammering echoed. Huff, 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 grunted the dwarf blacksmith. Are you forging short swords? I observed the multitude of short swords scattered throughout the forge. Indeed? The dwarf seems quite enamored with them. Esteemed fairy, how may I assist you? The dwarf blacksmith inquired, setting aside his work. Upon reflection, your smithing skills surpass all others in the encampment. I wish to commission you to create a tool capable of accurately measuring time. What do you think? I proposed. A tool to accurately measure time? The dwarf stared at me in astonishment. Indeed, a tool to precisely measure time. I have meticulously documented the methods, designs, and components on this parchment. Please take the time to study and ponder it. If any aspect is unclear, set it aside and follow the instructions on the parchment to create the item, I instructed. This is such a perfect and precise annotation, with beautifully illustrated geometric shapes. Fairy, your erudition and brilliant ideas surpass even the most learned goblin scholars, the dwarf exclaimed. Such knowledge should be common even among elementary students. I am merely a humble laborer of nature, I replied, feeling somewhat abashed. When can it be completed? I inquired. Given the complexity of this artistic creation, I assure you it will take a year to complete, the dwarf proclaimed, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Pfft, I scoffed. Are you joking? A grand clock requires a year to construct. This is merely the simplest of Euclidean pendulum clocks. Should I switch to a starry ladle that works with the sun's vertical line, with such low efficiency? It's no wonder your short swords are all in disarray. Fairy, I, Babata the dwarf, shall exert every effort, applying the most meticulous craftsmanship to ensure that your precise measuring tool receives an additional year of refinement and improvement. In total, it will take 2 years of careful crafting to guarantee the best results, the dwarf vowed. Pfft, I sighed, tears of frustration welling up in my eyes. It is merely a grand clock. In 3 days. If it is not completed, I warned, smash. I broke a short sword, just like this sword, at the northern part of the encampment, amidst the ruins of a collapsed earthen dwelling. I declared, this is the place. Everyone, let us put in extra effort. There will be a feast provided by the adults tonight. Faciaire is quite the charmer. When did I ever promise to provide meat? Besides, I doubt any provisions have been prepared. Fairy big sister, you're here. Anna missed you so much, exclaimed a little girl. Why is the little girl not at home with her sister? What are you doing here? All covered in soot and dirt with chapped hands? I questioned that the scent of cured meat wafting from that large pot. My heart feels a pang. The adorable little girl is far too considerate. Surely, it was her idea to treat the workers. How much labor must be expended to yield such a bounty of cured meat? My conscience weighs heavily. My chest is too large to touch. Come here. Sister wants to hug you, I said. Okay, the little girl replied. Your little hands are frozen. They must be treated, or you'll suffer lingering ailments, I insisted. Hee, fairy big sister, you're so tall. The neighboring goblin brother says that women with ample bosoms are the most alluring, and men will vie to care for them without requiring any labor. When I grow up, I want to be just like you, with a high and fragrant bosom, the little girl declared. Children should not harbor such thoughts, I admonished. I relished the large pot of meat. Tossing in a few bones and adding firewood, I sprinkled in some spices to enhance the broth. The flavor is delightful, though it could use a touch of spiciness. In this frigid weather, a bit of heat would be splendid. I rummaged through my box and discovered a substitute for chili, a type of green bark with a bitter yet spicy flavor. It appears to be a spice akin to cinnamon, thus completing the broth's preparation. Allowing the pot to simmer, I took the little girl to receive treatment. The blind sister's clinic. The little nun exclaimed, "Ah, you've arrived. Where are you injured?" I remained silent, merely observing. "Hey, why are you staring at me?" the little nun said, flustered. Have you become even more radiant since we last met?" I remarked. "Esteemed sister, we are merely passing through," the little girl chimed in. "Yes. We're just here to provide her with some treatment," I added. "Little one, where are you hurt?" the little nun asked, clearly indicating her hands. "Not at all. We are merely observing. Fairy elder sister, let us depart." The little lowly. "Indeed. If there is nothing to do, you should quickly leave. Did you not see that this sorcerer has waited for such a long time?" The young sorcerer. "Who is this fool that has appeared? Do they not possess eyes? How dare they interrupt my conversation? Truly, they must not desire to find a more distant and beautiful place to perish. Young man, adults are speaking. Do you have the right to interject?" Sharp-tongued fairy, I shall capture you and deliver you to the black tinsing." The young sorcerer. "What a buzzing fly. Shall I kick him out?" "Do you dare?" The young sorcerer. Smack. The skeletal archer. Pfft. The young sorcerer was sent rolling out the door. That kick was commendable. After being with me for so long, he has truly made progress, exhibiting my style of striking. Year 30240 of the star calendar, Mark City, Lower District. Even in a place as vast in knowledge as Mark City, frequented by demigods and legends, it is not exempt from the mundane realities of the material world. Lavish feasts and fine wines characterize the daily lives of higher beings, resembling those of life in the material realm. Even gods, who require no sustenance, find it necessary to conform to local customs upon their arrival. Such are the rules of the cage. The native residents of Mark City refer to this place as the cage, a construct birthed from the lies woven by demons over millennia. The Star Realm Oddities, Traveler's Tavern. It's too difficult. It's utterly impossible. Leviathan. Do not lose heart. We will undoubtedly find a way through. The Celestial Angel. Thank you. Leviathan. It is nothing. I only hope that my companions far away in the Star Realm have not initiated their plans. The Celestial Angel. Do you wish to traverse realms to reach other planes? Perhaps I can assist you. A mysterious man clad in a medieval-style patterned suit, high hat, and holding a cane. Who are you? The Celestial Angel. People call me the Magician. The Mysterious Man. Chapter 15. Hammer and Sickle Flag. How can you strike someone? Please, merciful Lord, forgive the sins of the impure believers, blah blah blah. The little nun. Striking is but a trifle. Inciting my wrath would yield far graver consequences. How dare you strike me? I am the second young master of the Clark family. You are doomed, I tell you. The young sorcerer. What nonsense. This is a magical world rife with monsters. A young master's status is as reliable as a pig climbing a tree. Clap. Clap, clap. I extend my hand. This fellow's jaw is surprisingly sturdy. Not to mention, a young master from a noble family indeed has the potential of a pretty boy. The young sorcerer. Smack. I shall not plead for mercy. I shall not beg for mercy even in death. I admire your spirit. Enough. The dignified round-shield warrior. The elder brother, protective of his younger sibling. Still, I need not your concern. I shall take my revenge. The young sorcerer leaves in a huff. That's more like it. I favor this vengeful youth. Young man. I await your return. The young sorcerer. The wheel of fortune turns. Witnessing another suffer internal injuries is a rather delightful perverse pleasure. Greetings. I am Clark Gonger of the Clark family, a third-tier paladin. What transpired earlier was entirely our fault. Upon my return, I shall truthfully explain to the Council of Elders. You need not worry. Botan is not like this at home. The round-shield warrior. He is quite a reasonable elder brother. Commendable. Wait, do not rush off. Miss, is there something else? The round-shield warrior. There must be something else. The matter is thus. It was all your brother's doing, correct? Look at my hand. Beautiful fairy lady. Your hands are truly exquisite. The round-shield warrior. Scoundrel. Is it swollen? The round-shield warrior. The internationally recognized gesture, coins clinking into hand. I do enjoy this sort of opportunistic encounter. Truly a savvy elder brother. Wow, the fairy elder sister is so impressive. Indeed, she is alluring, with her bosom high and enticing, effortlessly attracting men to care for her. The little lowly. Where does a child find so much to say? Little nun, where are your eyes wandering? And that round-shield brother outside. Walk properly. Do not pretend to trip over a stone. Mind your step. Losing a front tooth on a smooth path is no trivial matter. Should I take it out for a closer examination? The little nun's face instantly flushed, and she ran away without a backward glance. Wait, I have yet to see the little lowly's hand. This is for you, as per the last usage. The little nun ran back, then hurried away. Is it for drinking or applying? Dipping a cloth to apply. The little nun. North of the camp, a dilapidated tent. Are you asleep? So quiet, just like a little princess. The potion is quite effective. Its action is rapid. The frostbite that had turned a deep blue and black is now fading significantly. It appears that in a couple of days, it will heal, though it cannot compare to a magical well. Given the harsh circumstances, I am quite satisfied. Sleep, sleep, my dear. Sleep, sleep, my beautiful treasure. Sleep, sleep, my strong little darling. Mama. In her slumber, the little lowly's tense, curled body gradually relaxes. What a pitiable child, to have lost her mother at such a tender age. Hey, would you care to take a stroll? The marketplace. Rarely do I have the chance to wander. I did not thoroughly examine what goods were available last time at the market, so I must not miss out this time. It would be best to buy some fresh blood to replenish this pale-faced woman. Her stubborn demeanor mirrors her bosom, upright and unwavering, piercing the sky. It seems there is some truth to the notion that a prominent bosom is indeed alluring. This obstinate woman is captivating. Her sickly pallor evokes pity in all who behold her. I've made up my mind. You might as well kill me. The woman. I truly cannot bring myself to do that. Since I am destined to die, why not let me indulge a little first? How does that sound? Indulge a little? The woman. Ignorance is bliss. I find such ignorance quite delightful. Kiss. Soft and pleasant. This is the indulgence I speak of. You. Shameless. The woman. Shameless? Do not be too obvious in your hypocrisy. The beating of your heart tells me otherwise. If I were to be even more shameless, it would drive the god of love to madness. The world has fallen silent, warm, and humid. Women are always like this, desiring love yet refusing to open their hearts to it. No coercion, no discomfort, my dear. I do like. Everyone has dispersed. Let us depart. How could you do such a thing to me? That is disrespectful to the gods. The woman. Yet another god. There seem to be far too many deities in this world, and their reach is extensive. They even need to meddle in matters of mortals? Which god have I disrespected? Whomever it may be. It is indeed disrespect. The woman. If you are in a good mood, you will obediently comply. Otherwise, I shall give you a good thrashing. Merely a thought. Speaking of which, this market is rather dismal. Not only is there a scarcity of goods, but the variety is also lacking. Perusing through, I find nothing of interest. The slum market is indeed not meant for leisurely browsing. Most stalls sell cured meats or wild vegetables. The quality is decent. They would be perfect for adding color to the broth. North of the camp, at the site of a collapsed earthen dwelling. All right, it is getting late. Everyone, tidy up and let us begin our meal. Fiheel, just in time for dinner. The wild vegetables are simmering. The aroma of cilantro enhances the flavor significantly. Now to warm up the black bread that has yet to be consumed. Hot pot paired with bread, though not the best combination, brings joy to all. Those gluttonous goblins lick their bowls clean before serving. I suspect they might even gnaw on the wooden bowl when they are enjoying their meal. Ah, a burp. Despicable goblin, are you still eating? The Minotaur. Ah, just because you are larger does not mean you can take advantage of me. The goblin. A wise statement. Being large does not grant one the right to take more food. There is plenty of food. Everyone can eat as much as they desire. Whatever remains will be dealt with. Adventurer. May I take the leftover food to handle? A middle-aged human. He looks quite haggard, yet polite. No problem. Next time we gather, you may handle all the leftovers. What do you think? Thank you, adventurer. The middle-aged human. If someone is willing to take care of it, it saves me some effort. Speaking of which, we should establish a gathering like this, turning it into a feature or a benefit. Year 30240 of the star calendar, the abyss of bottomless depths, the land of green fields. Even in the depths of despair, one can glimpse the beauty of paradise amidst the fiery inferno. Chaos and evil, akin to the bottomless abyss, possess their own beauty. For instance, in the fairy realm of the land of green fields, one can view it from the 388th layer of the wind illusion in the abyss of bottomless depths. No1 knows the precise location of the land of green fields, yet it opens its gates to weary travelers when least expected. The enchanted forest, peculiar, resembling an extraordinary world, with succulents, tropical plants, a riot of colors, fungi, and moss intertwined, adorning this place like an imaginative, whimsical realm. Those rabbit-like, squirrel-like, fluffy little fairies frolic here, blissfully unaware that this tranquil haven has been invaded by two unexpected guests. That's south the place. How about it? Plenty of goods, right? The lecherous man. Sadly, they are not humanoid. They are worth only 3 gems. The bearded wizard in a cloak. I have searched long and hard for this. It is worth at least 5 gems. The lecherous man. Here you go. The wizard hands over a pouch of coins. Hee hee. 5 gems. The lecherous man turns to leave. Smack. The gems shatter. Pfft. The lecherous man is torn apart by the vicious claws. You, the lecherous man gasps. Chapter 16. Blood Moon. If given the opportunity to rise, that would be even better. Whether through innovation or cultural invasion. Establishing a restaurant to showcase some culinary delights and attract attention or garner coins is indeed feasible. This is merely a fraction of my thoughts. The economy of soft power must be cultivated, while the prowess of hard power in combat should not be neglected. This land is abundant with golden opportunities. With audacious ideas, one can yield substantial returns. I am not boasting. As long as it is not about planting radishes, I am confident I could establish a commercial empire. The conditions in the half-elf camp are exceedingly favorable for budding capitalists. It would be arduous not to turn a profit here. Most importantly, this is a magical world where anything is possible, and the difficulty of conducting ordinary research has diminished linearly. Elementary school students can produce glass, middle schoolers can create bombs, and high schoolers can construct grandivans. These are all plausible endeavors. What are you thinking that makes you smile so wickedly? Instilling fear? Woman. Wicked. This is merely a smile that everyone understands. How could it be wicked? It's nothing. I have an important task for you. Do you have the confidence to complete it? Me. What task? Woman. Dine with me, drink with me, and sleep with me. There's no harm in getting out more, helping your sister with some tasks. Don't always hide indoors. Me. Is that possible in my current state? Woman. Oh, there are far stranger beings than you. Why not? Quite beautiful. Indeed. Just clean yourself up. Me. How annoying. You mock me. Woman. No, I am not mocking. This is a fact. Be good. Me. Get away from me, you shameless creature. Woman. Don't leave. All right, perhaps I overstepped. It's easy to feel shy. I mustn't be so hasty next time. Perhaps I should acquire some sparkling trinkets to carry, ready to deploy sweet words at a moment's notice. The effect would undoubtedly be splendid. This is a genuine idea. I shall note it down for further exploration when time permits. My esteemed adventurer, we shall return home. Construction workers. Me.it seems the time is nigh. The dark, windy night is perfect for a kill. It is time to lay in wait at the drying yard. Whatever mischief is afoot, Those who dare to steal from me must be prepared for punishment. The brick industry has yet to flourish, and already such a large-scale theft has occurred. If we do not eradicate this evil force promptly, it is likely to become even more rampant in the future. The brick kiln, the drying yard. Early arrivals are not as fortunate as those who arrive at just the right moment. From afar, I hear something methodically moving bricks. Extreme frozen ice storm. Me, thieving brick bandits, let's see if you escape this time. Clatter, clatter. Bricks. Oh my. A startled cry. The hard-furred rats or hedgehogs are surprisingly large, not smaller than goblins. What foul creatures dare to steal from me? Me. Ah. It's an adventurer. Everyone flee. A cry of alarm. Those who steal wish to depart so easily. Not on my watch. Fire release. Me. After blocking this band of brick thieves, I can now observe them closely. The talking spiny rat seems unlikely. Perhaps they are the long-extinct hedgehog folk. They resemble the descriptions of the hedgehog people quite well. What brings them to this arid wasteland instead of living in the beast-infested jungles? This barren land offers neither sustenance nor comfort compared to the jungles. I truly cannot comprehend. You filthy hedgehogs, why do you steal my bricks? Me, adventurer, please spare us. The thin hedgehog. They appear to be a group of impoverished wretches. Since that is the case, there is no use in feigning pity. If they cannot return the bricks, they shall work to repay the debt. Just as my brick factory is on the rise. I have heard that hedgehog folk require little sustenance and are adept at digging. It seems I should capture these creatures and assign them the task of exploration for minerals and soil. Striving to discover high-quality clay soon will allow me to research ceramics, which require even greater technical skill than bricks. Yes, that is the plan. I shall ensnare these hedgehog folk. You have stolen my bricks, and according to the law, you are to have your hands severed. However, I am a merciful Lord. Me, Lord, spare us. We shall never dare again. The hedgehogs kneel, bowing repeatedly in supplication. What a timid and cowardly lot. Even goblins exhibit more bravery. Well, since you address me as your lord, I shall exercise my lordly rights. I have decided to pardon your crime of theft. However, the sin you have committed is a verity that cannot be erased. You must atone for your transgressions before the divine and make amends with tangible actions. Me, quickly repent. We are willing to atone. We will make amends for our sins through action. The hedgehogs, a teachable bunch. Then tell me, what was your purpose in stealing bricks? Me, a merchant guild is quite fond of them and offers 8 copper coins for purchase. The thin hedgehog. A merchant guild? 8 copper coins for bricks? They must be quite wealthy and reckless. It seems they have been duped by these hedgehogs. A merchant guild with such wealth should come directly to me for transactions rather than relying on the hedgehogs. Their information network is rather poor. They deserve to be swindled by the hedgehogs. Since there are such foolish and wealthy merchants, it seems I have another opportunity for a small fortune. I must carefully consider a comprehensive plan to make a significant profit. Excellent, gather here tomorrow. I will consult the divine and assign you tasks. Me, thank you, Lord. The hedgehogs depart. The direction of the dark forest mountains. Could it be an underground passage? It appears these hedgehogs have put in considerable effort, traveling such a distance to steal bricks. When did my bricks become so renowned that even the creatures from the dark forest are aware of them? This matter is not simple. Stowby, follow them. Me. Crack, crack. The skeletal archer steps into the night. Humanoid skeletons possess high intelligence. This won't be a waste of my effort. Oddly enough, while the skeletons are intelligent, those in the wild possess little intelligence, merely having better combat instincts. For instance, a skeletal archer can wield a bow competently, comparable to an adventurer, but would falter with other weapons. The same applies to skeletal warriors and champions. They only wield specific weapons and will only choose to carry those. A skeletal archer will not bear a sword, nor will a skeletal warrior carry a bow. Thus, using a bow as a sword or a sword as a bow is an impossibility, at least. I have never witnessed such a thing. Year 30240 of the star calendar, the Abyss of No Return. The Abyss of No Return, deep within the heart of Isolea, resembles a black hole of space and time. No one knows its true size. To date, 666 layers of the abyss have been discovered. Some demon scholars assert there are 999 layers, yet more intelligent beings believe the abyss is infinite, the bone plains. The 176th layer of the abyss of no return, aptly named. Enormous or minute, shattered or intact, bones and skeletal remains are strewn across the earth. Sandstorms and gales have ravaged this land of the dead for millennia. With the sun hanging high in the sky like a scorching ray, regardless of one's location. This is a domain forbidden to the living. Only the undead can barely survive here. Crack, crack. A skeletal hand unearths a skull from the sand. Whoosh. An arrow accurately strikes. Crack. The skull tumbles into the sand. Treading upon the searing sand, the skeletal archer retrieves the skull, wrapping it in cloth and hanging it from its waist, adding to the 5 skulls already there. Appearing quite satisfied, the skeletal archer pauses to rest. Then, casting a glance at the distant dunes, it strides forth with determination. Chapter 17. Magical Assault. The underground passage, it turns out to be another group of impoverished wretches with nowhere to live, so it seems this is not the hedgehog's fault. Ultimately, the source of the trouble lies with that merchant guild. In a few days, I shall sort things out and confront that guild. Their secretive dealings, inciting the hedgehogs to steal bricks, surely indicate they are not up to any good. Cunning little creature. Have you been following me all this way without revealing yourself? Me, adventurer, you've discovered me, the sneaky goblin. Speak, what are you doing following me? If you cannot provide a satisfactory answer, I will eliminate this foul creature immediately. Adventurer, I implore you to save our tribe. The goblin. For what purpose? Speak clearly. If the price is too low, I shall not comply. A vile earth dragon has invaded our dwelling caves, and now the goblins in our tribe are homeless. Esteemed adventurer, please save us. The goblin. The challenge level of such a creature is not low. It is akin to a magical giant earthworm. It is highly aggressive, nearly impervious to magical attacks, and possesses extraordinary vitality. Just think of a common earthworm. The earth dragon's vitality is 100-fold stronger. Even if shattered into pieces, it will not die completely. Here's the deal. You offer 100 gold coins, and I will deal with the earth dragon. Thank you for your generosity, adventurer. The goblin cave. Once a fine cave, it now lies in disarray, the signs of the earth dragon's rampage still evident. The path leads directly to the depths of the cave, where the goblin storage areas have been thoroughly ransacked. This earth dragon must have some intent in causing chaos here. After all, the goblin cave indeed harbors some peculiar treasures. Perhaps even quite a few valuables. It seems this earth dragon is controlled by a sorcerer. Have you recently acquired anything that might have offended a sorcerer? Nothing of significance, aside from a few idle bear goblins who obtained a sword. The goblin. And where are those bear goblins now? Strangely, they have not been seen since the earth dragon appeared. The goblin.it seems the bear goblins are indeed the source of the trouble. The immediate priority is to resolve the earth dragon issue. I excel in this domain. Even in this foul-smelling place, I can perceive lingering traces of magical essence. Just ahead, not far off, lies the source of water. Help, cries the bear goblin. The earth dragon emits a puff as it spews acidic liquid. Have I arrived too late? The earth dragon has indeed ensnared the bear goblins in this location. These towering bear goblins, comparable to diminutive giants, are utterly useless. Surely, a group of 3 or 5 could withstand a single earth dragon's assault. Adventurer. That earth dragon, the goblin exclaims in alarm. Escaping its prey and burrowing into the ground is no easy feat. Fire escape. I declare, instantly teleporting beside the dragon and swinging my hammer-scythe flag. The razor-sharp blade cleaves the earth dragon open with a single stroke. Viscous, dark green acidic slime erupts forth, showering me in a fountain of putrid liquid. The pain is excruciating, a fiery sting that threatens my visage. Such despicable creatures, attacking with acid, are truly infuriating and nearly impossible to defend against. Hurry. Retreat. I exclaim after delivering a flurry of strikes. I must wash off in the pond first. Fortunately, I remain unscathed. Despite my current form, which feels awkwardly feminine, I have avoided disfigurement. After all, a touch of beauty can only yield advantages. as it provides me with a reason to console myself each time I glimpse my reflection in the water. At least I can consider myself somewhat of a beauty. Were I a hideous creature, I would be compelled to resort to cosmetic surgery and establish a beauty clinic that flourishes with each passing day. Adventurer, the earth dragon is attempting to flee, the goblin warns. Even in a bloodied state, it seeks escape, confirming that this earth dragon possesses the robust vitality rumored. It cannot be dealt with in the usual manner. I shall take it back for a more methodical resolution. A creature of over 10 meters in size and of barrel-like girth is no trivial foe. It would be prudent to wait until those 3 bear goblins regain their composure before confronting it. After all, a bloodied earth dragon will not be able to tunnel out in the immediate future. You 3, get up. If that earth dragon recovers, it will not be a pleasant encounter, I remind you. Earth dragons have quite the appetite, especially when injured. One bite can easily devour a bear goblin without effort. I urge. The 3 goblins scramble to their feet and flee. Earth dragons are notorious for holding grudges. Today you have escaped, but tomorrow they will surely come for you, I add. Indeed, indeed. You must slay that earth dragon, the goblin insists. This encouragement is quite agreeable. I appreciate it. Damn the earth dragon, we shall confront you, the 3 goblins declare. The enraged bear goblins are not to be trifled with. Even a cornered rabbit will bite, and bear goblins are inherently violent. Bloodthirsty and destructive, they are far from timid like the common goblin. Most crucially, their towering height of 2.5 meters serves as excellent combat prowess. Their moniker of Little Giants is not without merit. Roar! The bear goblins bellow. The already injured earth dragon can no longer endure. Its insides ruptured and bloodied as the bear goblins tear it apart. Its struggling strength wanes, ultimately leaving a disarray of gore scattered across the ground. Excellent, quite formidable. Unexpectedly, I need not lift a finger. Observing the exhausted bear goblins sprawled on the ground, I find my previous disdain for them dissipating. Thud! A severed limb twitches. Adventurer, the earth dragon is about to revive. The goblin cries in alarm. The revival of the earth dragon is indeed a troublesome matter. That severed limb appears quite meaty. Devoid of the acidic residue, the dragon's flesh should be edible. It is not as if it is a reeking corpse of rotting flesh. Thus, the decision is made. I shall prepare a grand hot pot with the earth dragon's meat. Compelling these goblins to consume it, I refuse to believe that such a scheme could allow the earth dragon to resurrect. Do not fret. I will eliminate this menace. Gather all the goblins, ignite a bonfire, and prepare a large pot for boiling water, I instruct. Yes, adventurer, the goblin responds. With such a bounty of meat to manage, it seems I shall be here for a while longer. The bonfire is soon ablaze, and the goblins gather swiftly, the large pot of water heating rapidly. The earth dragon's meat is placed into the pot, filling 3 large cauldrons before it is fully cooked. After considerable effort, the earth dragon's flesh is finally rendered clean. Moreover, much of its color has faded. The once dark chunks of meat appear tender and rosy, akin to having been washed of dirt. Such quality of meat surely promises a delightful flavor. In the year 30240 of the cosmic calendar, on the Wanyuan Plains, the intersecting black iron walls partition this expanse into numerous independent territories. Within this seemingly bottomless abyss, the first layer of the discovered realm is not solely occupied by the black iron fortress. Each independent region is ruled by high-ranking demons, some being noble demon lords, others legendary beings fallen into the abyss, and a few are powerful souls that have escaped from the wall of non-believers. The blood war between demons and devils rages on eternally. This is the bloodshed that defines the Wanyuan Plains. The sounds of slaughter fill the air, with cries of anguish echoing amidst flames and blood. The atmosphere saturated with a suffocating sulfuric stench. There are no retreating souls in this war, as the path of fate has already been chosen. Arm your weapons, for the road to survival lies ahead. Above the battlefield, a fiery-winged demon with horns gazes down from above. Navar, summon your master to face me, it bellows. Despicable and shameless demon, your treachery shall not succeed a second time. The tiefling, a half-human frog, retorts, leaping high into the air. Whoosh! With a flourish, the tiefling brings down a magnificent great sword. Roar! The tiefling's fist, shrouded in thick black smoke, meets the descending great sword. Chapter 18. Blood Crow. They do not even dare to taste the earth dragon's flesh. These goblins truly lack the spirit to try something new. How fragrant, remarks Goblin A. Glug. Goblin B adds. I can't resist any longer. Even if it kills me, I must taste it, exclaims a bear goblin. Quite commendable. Such bravery is admirable. Delicious, the bear goblin proclaims. Having tasted the delicacy, the first bite leads to an avalanche of enthusiasm, and soon the goblins are eagerly devouring the feast. Esteemed adventurer, thank you for saving our tribe and allowing us to seek vengeance, the goblin expresses. Enough chatter. Hurry and hand over the gold coins. I have matters to attend to, I reply. I am an adventurer poised to become a lord. And I find joy in helping others overcome their challenges, I add. With the gold coins in hand, I can finally depart this odorous locale. The drying area, the timid hedgehogs, akin to the goblins, are punctual. They shiver in the cold, likely having awaited my arrival for quite some time. Upon my approach, they scatter in fear, as if I were some dreadful creature. Seems my reputation as a goblin-eating fiend has spread, though I have never partaken in such acts. Are you all prepared to atone through action? I inquire. Prepared, the hedgehogs affirm. Then let us divide and conquer, gathering berries from the wild. Collect them, wash them thoroughly, and dry them for 3 days. They must be organized in batches. Do you all understand? I clarify. Understood. They respond in unison. Excellent. Assemble here as darkness falls. After dining, you shall dig holes to reside in. Only when your atonements are complete may you leave, but you must seek my approval, and I shall petition the deities on your behalf, I direct. Yes, Lord, they reply. With this task set, I have accomplished half of today's work. Next, I shall challenge the blood crow in the grand tomb, for I have been scolded mercilessly by Taylor for my foolishness. Even as a broad-minded fairy, I find it infuriating to be berated by a half-elf girl. Though I understand it stems from her concern. To execute a task well, one must first sharpen their tools. I shall visit the blacksmith to check on the clock's progress. If completed, I can take it with me. Keeping track of time allows for more accurate assessments, especially regarding the brick kiln. Currently, the smoky, fiery atmosphere makes it difficult to discern the quality of the bricks, which is rather imprecise. In the future, when firing ceramics or glass, I must avoid such estimations. Precise timing is essential and applicable in many scenarios. At the blacksmith shop, I call out, Hey, Babata. Adventurer. Has 3 days passed already? Please do not harm me. The last component will be ready shortly, Babata replies. Under the threat of my wrath, the dwarf's efficiency seems to improve. I shall wait and see. Finally completed, phew. Babata exclaims. Well done. How much gold do you require for these items? I inquire. To craft such a magnificent creation is an honor for me. Babata the dwarf, how could I possibly charge you, adventurer? He responds. Thus, I save a bit of gold. After all, my enterprise has grown significantly, and my coins flow out like water. Saving even a little can provide more capital. And once I navigate through this challenging startup phase, everything will improve. Your craftsmanship is impressive. You have adhered strictly to the specifications, I compliment. This assembly will be much easier. It is a simple 3-dimensional clock with a pendulum. Crafted in a compact design. It stands about as tall as a 3-year-old child, and once set up, it begins to operate immediately, the sound of the ticking second hand accompanying the pendulum swing. The remaining task is to verify how much time has elapsed here and to gradually adjust the speed of the second hand until a full day aligns perfectly with 24 hours. What an astonishing tool. Adventurer, may I create more? The dwarf asks. If you produce additional clocks, you shall share half the gold with me, I stipulate. Of course, adventurer, he agrees. The core technology for fine-tuning the second hand's speed resides with me. Without it, any clock made would lack accuracy and utility. In the Grand Tomb, having prepared extensively, I now possess newly developed explosive packages. It is fortunate that I successfully created explosives after only 8 trials, and their power is commendable. While dispatching a zombie is no small feat, the noise they produce is excellent for scaring others. Blood crow, emerge and meet your demise. I call out. To have struck by my guiding arrow and yet remain alive is quite the astonishment, I mused. For the blood crow had not perished, but rather was on the brink of suffering. Cursed be the blood crow for launching a sneak attack from behind me. Even now, my shoulder throbbed with pain. Enough with the idle chatter. Today, I have come prepared to seek you out. Have you heard of the fury of Moradin? That formidable force capable of cleaving mountains and shattering stone? I have brought it with me today, and it shall reduce you to mere fragments. Prepare yourself. The fury of Moradin. The blood crow's response was swallowed by a cacophony of explosions. The timing was impeccable. The horde of creatures surrounding the blood crow was caught off guard by the explosives I had buried earlier. A splendid opportunity presented itself. Extreme frozen storm. I unleashed the chilling wave, striking a second blow as I surged into the ranks of the shadow hunters. The disarrayed dark hunters posed no hindrance to my advance. My left hand unleashed a bolt of lightning, while my right wielded the scythe, crashing down upon them with tremendous force. The dazed blood crow was utterly unprepared for combat. Splurt! The sound of a skull shattering echoed as blood sprayed forth. This combination attack was no trifling matter. The blood crow had no time to react before it met its demise. Ugh! A dozen tendrils of dark energy erupted from the blood crow's body. This malevolent essence appeared to be the very force imprisoning the blood crow's soul and controlling its corporeal form, exuding an aura of wickedness. Esteemed adventurer, thank you for your rescue. A spectral figure of white floated out from the blood crow's remains. It is my honor to fight for the glory of the half-elves, I replied. The ethereal spirit smiled before gradually fading away, perhaps to the Hall of Spirits. May your journey be safe. I in the year of the stars 30240, in the city of Mark, within the lower district, lay the knowledge library. Although the lower district was notorious for its chaos, with one faction parading today and another rioting tomorrow, civilization also flourished amidst the barbarity. The knowledge library, renowned far and wide, held answers to nearly all inquiries regarding the world of Etheria, provided that one could afford the price. Those lacking coin could still gain access, but only by performing tasks for the so-called scholarly demons, the specifics of which depended entirely on their whims. Some tasks were exceedingly simple, while others were complex and arduous. Esteemed dwarf, the answers to the queries require 3 human souls, spoke an demon scholar. That is absolutely unacceptable. Only a demon would trade in souls, Moradin retorted. Merely human souls. Not dwarven. There is no moral burden for you, the demon scholar countered. Curse those vile fiends. They are indeed creatures of pure malevolence. Moradin raised his hammer, channeling a tremendous surge of magical energy. Oh, cursed demon, you have banished me once more, Moradin exclaimed. Damn this city of Mark, which has severed my divine powers. Chapter 19. Beware of the goat-headed monster at the Oak Tavern. I felt buoyant after completing my task. Acquiring a half-elf mercenary for free was no concern. For what I truly lacked was gold. My ventures had expanded too broadly, leaving me feeling stretched thin. The brick kiln and the fairy goods shop had both stabilized. For now, I need not oversee these places, which were consuming 4 gold coins daily in total. These establishments had drained 38 coins from me, and I must generate profits before the next month arrives. Otherwise, the gold I currently possess, though seemingly ample, would not sustain me for long. Should my construction efforts collapse, I would have no choice but to abandon this place. Fleeing with my earnings was not my style. Even in bankruptcy, I could not simply turn my back and escape. I was determined to become a respected fairy lord. Failing to achieve something substantial would be a disservice to my lofty ambitions of changing the world. Foolish fairy, while you waste time drinking here, the master of the Black Castle has gathered the nightly order, poised to sweep through the stone wasteland and icy highlands in mere days. If you do not expedite your tasks, beware that Anariel may catch you and flay you alive, Telia warned. What is this Black Castle master you speak of? I have never heard of such a figure, I replied. The master of the Black Castle and her nightly order, Telia admonished. You foolish fairy, your powers of perception are dreadfully lacking. Cannot you see the obvious demonic activities? Demonic activities? Is it that war, the impending demonic war? At last, you have grasped it. Indeed, it is the demonic war. This conflict concerns the survival of our sanctuary, Only by utterly vanquishing the demons can we attain peace and tranquility. The demonic war of the sanctuary, I echoed. So the timid creature I encountered previously was a demon? Indeed. That was a lowly demon from the depths of hell, typically serving as a vanguard scout, known as a fallen demon. Though the lowest of demons, they possess considerable destructive power, capable of easily slaying ordinary folk. They leave a trail of flames in their wake, and human or half-elf corpses are their preferred sustenance. Their sorcerers often construct demonic altars from the bones of the slain. Once 888 demonic altars are established upon the earth, the higher demons will break free from their hellish confines. Why then? All our resistance and struggles will amount to nothing but futile thrashing. Talia's expression grew grave. So such matters exist. It appears the seemingly tranquil half-elf camp has also become embroiled in this crisis. This grand war. Surely the demons cannot secure victory so easily? Indeed, this conflict cannot be resolved in a day. Hence, for countless years, we have endeavored to cultivate heroes and adventurers who can tread the ancient paths of legacy, to stand against the demons whenever they wage war. Yet, the demons are overwhelmingly powerful, and centuries of warfare have cost us dearly in heroes. Now, fewer than 100 remain who can still contend with the demons. Meanwhile, the demons draw ever closer to triumph. They need only establish 5 more altars to free themselves from their hellish bindings. The situation has grown so dire. Those 5 altars could be erected in no time, I remarked. Indeed. These 5 altars must be constructed in our remaining 5 main cities. Ah, I see. Thus, these final 5 cities have become crucial in our fight against the demons. What, then, is the connection between all this and the master of the Black Castle? The Black Castle was once a stronghold belonging to a countess. After being breached by demons, it became a site for demonic altars. The countess, in life, was a powerful witch, wielding the flames and the sinister power to create death knights. Now the demons have resurrected her as their minion, and the stone wasteland and icy plains serve as her reservoir of troops. You must defeat her before her power grows. If her army of death knights is fully formed, we shall face nothing but fire and death. Talia's tone turned grave. Such a severe predicament. This daunting task has fallen upon me. Then let us vanquish the countess, I declared. Excellent. The half-elves shall guide your path, Talia affirmed. In the stone wasteland, the half-elves possessed formidable teleportation abilities, promptly transporting me to the heart of the stone wasteland. It was said that within this realm stood an ancient oak known as Inavoth, which could guide me swiftly to the whereabouts of the countess. My immediate task was to locate Inavoth, then find the countess and deal with her. Lakaniyu. A chilling cry erupted. The sound belonged to a fallen demon. I turned, and indeed, a fallen demon stood before me. This filthy, cowardly creature from hell regarded me with predatory intent, as if I were its prey. How audacious. Clang. Our weapons clashed. It was a powerful strike, and the chained flail it wielded displayed a surprising degree of skill. This was no ordinary fallen demon. Despicable ambusher. Reveal your name. I do not slay nameless wretches, I demanded. Lakaniyu, the fallen demon screeched, launching another attack. It showed no signs of retreat. Clearly, this was a formidable opponent. Despite my 8 years of rigorous training in martial arts, each clash of our weapons yielded meager gains. My techniques were honed to perfection, swift, precise, and deadly. Yet, I found myself struggling against this demon. The feigned retreat allowed me to distance myself, as I swirled my tail and circled cautiously. What a composed fallen demon! It appeared that without employing underhanded tactics, victory would elude me. Fire escape, I declared. The fallen demon had not anticipated my displacement. Light-S deception. I unleashed a blinding beam of light, striking the demon before it could defend itself, leaving it momentarily stunned. Fortune favored me. It was a mind-stunning effect from the Light-S deception, a boon I relished. I seized the moment to swing my scythe with reckless abandon. Splurt. The fallen demon crumbled. Its bones shattered, its life extinguished. To challenge me was to overestimate one's abilities. This insignificant fallen demon had dared to rise against me. From my previous encounter with the Blood Crow, I had acquired 2 spoils, the Bone Hunter's shortsword and the Spouse Slayer's longbow. both high-quality magical weapons. The chain flail I had just claimed was of inferior quality, a subpar magical weapon. If sold, it could yield me around 30,000 gold coins, but in the half-elf market, it would be of no use. The market was too limited, with few buyers. I had heard tales of many adventurers thriving in the distant deserts of Rugawen, where the magical equipment market flourished. In the year of the stars 30240, the astral realm lay beyond comprehension. No one could definitively state its location, for it was a realm formed from the amalgamation of emotion and belief with the unknown. It was the final abode of the deities, where their divine realms took shape. Unlike the primary material world, the astral realm possessed unique characteristics filled with unparalleled malleability. It held boundless magical energy and could transform into any attribute of power, including material forms. What is required is merely a deity well-versed in the laws, possessing the keys to unlock the gates of the astral realm and wield their powers. The crystalline archway, a magnificent portal of light formed by the soul of the ancient dragon after its fall, serves as the birthplace of the seraphim. The sanctuary, the abode of the holy angels, where choirs of angels have sung the glories of their kind for countless centuries. Here, the seraphim often attend to the wounded, alleviating the simple and limited woes of the celestial beings. Achilles, your burdens are manifold, and your lamentations have erected a formidable wall around you. Spoke the seraphim, O revered seraphim, I have once again suffered that dreadful nightmare. Replied the young angel, the sacred light shall forever shine upon you. If only you find strength, the darkness shall dissipate, the seraphim declared, resting a golden blade, symbolizing hope, upon the young angel's shoulder, closing their eyes to whisper a blessing. Scattering glimmering golden light like stars, Chapter 20. Obtaining the deed in a desolate expanse of stone, the ancient Anavis tree loomed, its once mighty form appearing somewhat withered, yet undeniably towering, even from a distance. The tree bore the weight of its long history, akin to a living fossil chronicling the passage of time. The guide, possessing great expertise, had led me along the most direct path to this secluded locale, for I would have surely failed to locate such a remote spot on my own. The only inconvenience lay with the nearby camp of the sinking demons, who were merrily engaged in a bonfire feast. Of all places, why must they choose this one? Were they intent on thwarting my mission? Then, let it be known, I too shall ensure they dine in hunger, frigid ice storm. I declared that it was indeed a cold evening, and as I exhaled a breath of icy air, the sinking demons instantly began to shiver. Even the high-ranking demons, having clawed their way from the depths of hell, could feel the chill, let alone the lesser sinking demons, whose magical resilience could merely prevent them from being encased in ice, yet could not shield them from the biting cold. Ironically, their bodies, unable to succumb to frostbite, suffered even more from the harshness of the cold. The meager flames of their campfires flickered like fragile embers in a tempest, extinguished without even a spark left in the wake of the icy gale Lacaniu. The sinking demons howled, grasping their weapons. Behold! A colossal fireball appeared just in time. Boom! The fireball erupted. I dashed forth, directly appearing beside the sinking demon sorcerer, having long since noted this fiend, waiting for this very moment. With a swift motion of my heavy scythe, the sinking demon sorcerer had no time to utter a cry before their head rolled away, blood splattering as I wielded the scythe to charge toward the next sorcerer. To capture the thief, one must first seize the leader. Until all the sinking demon sorcerers are dealt with, I shall remain on the back foot, and it is not beyond possibility that I may perish here at their hands. Whoosh! The headless sinking demon sorcerer writhed in flames, astonishingly resurrected. Capture that wretched creature, alive! Came the sinister, treacherous voice. The tent nearby revealed itself to be that of a noble sinking demon sorcerer, wielding the power to revive their kind, far superior to the ordinary sorcerers who could only resurrect lesser demons. With this one present, my endeavors to slay the sinking demons would be in vain. It seems that to annihilate this camp of sinking demons, the noble sorcerer is the KEYS long as the sorcerer lives. The sinking demons shall not perish. The revived sorcerer had retrieved their head, the resurrection magic proving to be remarkably potent, as the sorcerer adjusted their neck, evidently acclimating to their newly affixed head. Lacaniu, the sinking demons cried in unison, I find such tactics of overwhelming numbers most tiresome. A surprise strike would suffice. To confront so many sinking demons head-on would be unwise. Retreat is the only option, and it must be executed swiftly, without hesitation. Pursue, commanded the noble sinking demon sorcerer, Lacaniu. The sinking demons clamored, giving chase. Fortunately, they were not the adept dark hunters skilled in archery. The sinking demons' pursuit was far less effective. Their only means of attack was to hurl axes, which barely surpassed the fireball's range, and their aim was pathetically inaccurate. There was no doubt that standing still would render me a target. Even the axe-throwing sinking demons might struggle to strike me. Such methods require extensive practice and a certain aptitude. Given the sinking demons' nature, I would be surprised if they could throw without hitting themselves, let alone hit a moving target. Hey, you cowardly noble sorcerer hiding behind. Come forth and engage me in a duel, I taunted. With no other recourse, I sought to provoke this sinking demon. Why must this sorcerer possess the ability to speak, while the others merely chant Lacaniu incessantly? Cunning and deceitful creature, I shall not fall for your tricks. Once you tire and can no longer flee, I shall seize you, retorted the noble sinking demon sorcerer. This noble sorcerer is indeed a clever one. O wise and handsome sorcerer, your intellect surpasses even the greatest of goblin sages, I remarked. Gah, wretched and sly creature, once you are dead, I shall preserve your fiery tail as a trophy, the noble sorcerer replied. Desiring my tail, they underestimate its significance. Wise and handsome sorcerer, I would gladly present my tail to you, I offered. Cunning creature, do not think your flowery words will deceive me, the noble sorcerer shot back. It appears my attempts at deception are lacking. Engaging with a noble sinking demon such as this one, is it truly wise? Am I to be thwarted in my mission by a creature devoid of aesthetic appreciation? Encountering a being with my own commendable physique and visage, how could they remain devoid of infatuation? Have all the sinking demons become grotesque? Is there a potent hypnotic effect from Lacaniu? Otherwise, why do these demons, upon a single call of Lacaniu, become as if invigorated? I, too, am weary. Yet these fiends possess boundless energy. Why once prided endurance pales in comparison to these denizens of hell, who indeed prove far more formidable than the monsters I typically encounter. O mighty and wise sorcerer, do you fear me? Would you rather cower at the rear of your ranks, a trembling demon worm, than face me in a fair duel? I challenged. Do not waste your breath. When I capture you, I shall sever your head and use it as a chamber pot, that your fiery lips might serve as a conspicuous warning, the noble sorcerer threatened. Very well, communication is futile. Provocation has proven ineffective. Fearful as a mouse, your end is nigh, I declared. Whoosh! An arrow imbued with a faint glow soared through the air. Thud, it, struck the noble sinking demon sorcerer. This arrow was well aimed. Entrusting the killing blade to the skeletal archer proved to be a wise choice. Not in vain were my efforts spent in that tiresome dialogue. It was all worthwhile. Even the most cowardly worm-like sinking demon could never anticipate that I had covertly positioned the skeletal archer nearby. Armed with a high-level magical longbow capable of transforming ordinary arrows into guided projectiles, one shot, and their life was forfeit, unsurprisingly. Lacaniu, the sinking demons scattered in disarray. Indeed, they are mere followers, with their leader slain. They dissolve into chaos in the year 30240 of the star calendar, in the depths of the hell of Barto. This land, once a fragrant remnant of the gardens of the deities, has perhaps succumbed to decay masked by its former beauty. Flowers born from the soil of demons blossom in stark contrast to those from the divine. Thus, the gods forsook this land, banishing it to the world's edge, eternally severed from their grace in the magical garden. The deities may have abandoned this soil, yet the demons, once among their ranks, have not. Unashamed muse, your garden remains as splendid as ever, boomed the robust-back-to-flame demon. Codiart, you remain as uncouth as always, remarked a mysterious young man dressed in a retro medieval suit and adorned with a magician's hat. I heard you visited the city of imprints, the back-to-flame demon noted. Oh, the news travels swiftly. The golden thread mages are indeed more reliable than demons. The young man replied, halting the manipulation of his tarot cards. Support for Bardus has reached 6, the back-to-flame demon informed. Are you here to persuade me to relinquish my quest? The young man inquired. Now is not the age of the gods. We ought to thrive beyond their shadows. Reflect on this, advised the bagged-of-flame demon. Chapter 21. The minor overseer, O mighty fairy adventurer, you have finally arrived. Are you the legendary Anavis sage? I have heard you can assist me in locating the malevolent countess. Is this true? I asked. I am so very aged, unable to traverse the earth freely any longer. Anavis lamented. What then shall be done? I probed. Long ago, I created a tree spirit guardian. In its fervent duty to protect me, it became tainted by darkness, turning exceedingly feral and bloodthirsty. I have since sealed it within my being. Yet I can no longer contain it. It grows at an alarming rate, and my powers are insufficient to reclaim control. Thus, I beseech your aid to rescue it from the clutches of darkness. Anavis implored. Very well, I acquiesced. Engaging in battle with a tree spirit is a novel endeavor for me. Creak, the tree spirit guardian struggled forth from the magical circle. What a fearsome creature it is. Suffused with a dense aura of malevolence, its eyes, glowing like two blood-red lanterns, sending shivers down the spine. This tree spirit guardian towers above even the Cyclops, resembling a miniature fortress in motion. This colossal creature stands only slightly shorter than the mighty Anaphis tree. Yet its robustness is unparalleled. Most notably, it possesses fearsome claws and sturdy roots designed for traversing the ground, far exceeding my expectations. From my years of combat experience, I can discern that this battle is exceptionally enigmatic, as it does not belong to any conventional weight class. With a powerful swipe, the Treant Guardian brings down its massive claw. It is truly a ferocious and bloodthirsty entity, sparing no words as it immediately engages in combat. Fire style, I exclaim. After narrowly evading the Treant Guardian's claw, I swiftly instruct the distant skeletal archers to unleash their arrows. Although their strikes may feel somewhat ineffectual, any damage dealt is better than none, and perhaps fortune will favor the archers in hitting the Trent's vulnerabilities. At the very least, it may distract the Guardian, providing me a safer opportunity to escape. Thud. The earth erupts and debris flies through the air. This is perilously dangerous. I must admit, this Treant Guardian is not something an ordinary adventurer can withstand. Not even someone as formidable as myself. Hey, great tree sage, I stand no chance against it. I declare that if this continues, I may have to retreat, returning only after preparing another batch of explosives to confront the Treant Guardian. Powerful fairy adventurer. Summon your minions to assist in battle. If I can entangle the Treant Guardian with a few oak soldiers, I can unleash my banishment spell. Anaphis pleads. However, I must confess, I have no knowledge of summoning such nature-based spells. I cannot do that, I respond. Perhaps you could summon your purest forest ally, the unicorn, to lend a hand? Anaphis suggests. What is a unicorn? I've never seen one. I retort. I do not possess that, I admit. Very well, I concede that this predicament stems from my own crossing over. Logically, fairies are naturally adept at using nature magic, however. I am a fusion of a game character transported into this realm. I was merely playing a game, crafting this character, when suddenly the game pod malfunctioned. I only wished to see the beauty of a female fairy I had created. Never intending to become one when I awoke, I found myself wandering this magical land alone for 8 long years in the dark forest. What a tale of woe. Thus, I advise against playing as female characters in games, for one might unexpectedly find themselves merged with one, resulting in tears of despair. Swish. Arrows rain down like locusts. How astonishingly swift are the skeletal archers. Their speed resembles a barrage of bolts. The Treant Guardian turns. Evidently wounded by the volley of arrows, the skeletal archers, wise in their tactics, retreat as soon as the Guardian shifts its focus, demonstrating a clever strategy of retreating as the enemy advances. The Treant Guardian exhibits remarkable prowess in battle, with no discernible weaknesses save for its lack of explosive power. There are instances when a mere increase in force would have struck the skeletal archers, yet it falls just short. Perhaps this shortcoming is the key to my victory over the Treant Guardian. A possibility worth exploring. Whoosh! The Trent's claw strikes again. Fire style. I shout, successfully evading the Treant Guardian's strike and maneuvering behind it. Regardless of my potential to inflict damage, I decide to unleash my attack regardless. Thud. I swing my weapon with all my might. Yet it feels akin to striking a wall. Not even a shard of bark was shed from the Treant Guardian, while my right hand tingles with the impact. Such formidable defenses render it nearly impossible to defeat. Unless I resort to magic. Boom! A brilliant bolt of lightning descends. Ah! The Treant Guardian shudders, momentarily losing momentum. It appears that magic proves far more effective than mere weapon strikes. Thus, I need not close the distance, which is both perilous and inefficient. While training my body can be exhilarating, a single misstep could lead to my demise. Who knows if I would be able to traverse again, or what form I might take upon returning. I still harbor some affection for this body I painstakingly crafted, after all these 8 years. When twisting my tail becomes paramount for movement, I have long since abandoned my pursuit of my legs. This is my body, my soul resides here, albeit I have often held a skeptical view on the existence of souls. However, after much contemplation, I have come to a different perspective. I would rather believe in the existence of the soul, for it imbues this world with hope, unlike my previous thoughts of absolute nothingness upon death, which renders existence unbearably cruel. Powerful fairy adventurer, swiftly employ your potent lightning magic. The dark aura is waning. Aenifus' ancient voice resonates with newfound joy. What a jest! Even if I am powerful, I lack the ability to cast the same spell consecutively within such a short span. Are there any enhancement spells? Bestow them upon me, I implore. I have forgotten such things. I must be getting old, Aenifus laments. Behold, such magnificent enhancement magic. Aenifus commands, as the heart of the wolf, floating in midair like a translucent orb, emanates a gentle golden-brown magical glow. Instantly, I feel invigorated, as if every fiber of my being is infused with newfound strength. With my right hand seemingly doubling in power, alongside an increase in spellcasting intervals and speeds. Year 30240 of the star calendar, Astral Realm, Heaven's Mountain. Just as the most widely circulated legends suggest, Heaven's Mountain is indeed the seven-tiered paradise. It is the dwelling of the Creator, the Father of humanity, and serves as the ultimate resting place for the followers of the Holy Cross Church after death. Yes, this is the so-called heaven, the sacred hall. The residence of the Father is the first hall. Although referred to as a hall, it is an expansive space, with countless believers praying, accompanied by angels with pristine wings preaching within. The solemn Father sits high above the hall, draped in a simple, tattered robe, his brow furrowed with concern as he gazes intently at a basin of holy water on the table, where a scene of brutal slaughter is reflected. Merciful Father, I implore you to manifest a miracle. A young believer rushes into the grand hall. Merciful Father, please bestow a miracle. The rest of the followers chant in unison. The Father has spoken. All in this world is governed by justice and reason, an angel proclaims. Our nation suffers. Merciful Father, those are your children, the young believer cries out. We beseech the Father to grant a miracle. The chorus of believers echoes. Chapter 22, Babada. Go. The hammer and sickle flag swiftly darts forward. Thud. It strikes the Treant Guardian's eyes. Ah. The Treant Guardian bellows, exhaling dense, magical gray smoke. Caution, powerful fairy adventurer. That gray mist possesses the power of decay. Those who come into contact with it will rapidly lose vitality and age, warns Aenifus. Such perilous dangers indeed. As this Treant has clearly succumbed to darkness, mastering techniques of decay without a mentor. Frost Storm. I declare, thanks to the enhancement from the heart of the wolf, I can unleash the Frost Storm once more. The chilling breath envelopes the Treant Guardian, forming a massive whirlwind around it. The powerful cyclone renders the Treant Guardian incapable of escaping, presenting a prime opportunity for Aenifus to strike. Land of the Wild. Reclaim your child. Wild banishment. Aenifus commands. Ah. The Treant Guardian writhes in agony, its massive form undergoing violent transformations. Snap, snap. Its colossal body disintegrates in the struggle. This wild banishment is truly formidable, reducing such a substantial tree to mere splinters. Lord Aenifus. A green orb emerges from the dismembered body. My most loyal guardian. I bestow my blessings upon you, Aenifus affirms. Lord Aenifus. The green orb gradually dissipates, presumably journeying to the realm of magical creatures, the land of the wild. known to harbor the most faithful animal and plant companions of druids. A realm of abundant beauty and grandeur. What a long-awaited sensation of relief. Powerful fairy adventurer, I have another matter for which I seek your assistance. Anaphis states, I suspected it wouldn't be so simple. At the stone circle lies a portal to the lost town of Tristram. Now occupied by a cyclops, I am deeply concerned for my old friends in Tristram and hope you can investigate. Anaphis requests. But I cannot access the portal to Tristram, I protest. I possess a parchment inscribed with the incantation for the portal. Defeat the cyclops, and you can use the spell to activate the portal. During your absence, I shall craft a guide for you. So I urge you to act swiftly, Anaphis encourages. Yet another challenge arises, leaving me no choice but to assess the situation at the stone circle. The stone circle still evokes a sense of grandeur that diminishes my own stature. The cyclopes are sleeping beneath the stone pillars, their snores audible from afar. Given this scenario, I may have a chance as long as I proceed quietly and do not disturb them. I can activate the portal with the incantation, something I am quite adept at. It's straightforward. I must activate the magical stones atop the pillars in sequence. Oh, the height of these pillars is daunting. I lament upon observing the towering structures. Who on earth devised such a troublesome contraption? Moreover, I have no idea what order to follow or what methods to employ for activation. Most critically, the prospect of climbing such heights is daunting. Wait, it appears there might be an entrance at the base of the pillar. Could it be that the ascent is meant to be from within the pillar rather than from the outside? If so, the difficulty would diminish significantly, eliminating the need for perilous climbing. As long as I quietly approach the stone pillars and activate the magic stone, half of this task will be accomplished. The next consideration is the sequence of activation, as the parchment offers no hints whatsoever. It seems I must return to consult with Anaphos. Otherwise, this matter will remain unresolved. Anaphos, the powerful fairy adventurer. Why have you returned? Anaphos inquired, having been ensnared by the parchment's trickery. Here you go. Me? To think there remains so much preliminary work to do. This parchment was entrusted to me by Lady Acra, the head of the Blind Sisters. Clearly, your confusion can only be resolved by consulting Lady Acra. You must act swiftly. I shall act promptly, I replied, exhausted as if I had run a marathon. Having to run back and forth, were it not for the fact that Telia paid me 1,800 gold coins to deal with the Countess, I would have long since abandoned this endeavor. Although the half-elf camp does not boast many adventurers, with a little organization, we could muster a couple of hundred at least. Together with the half-elf archers, creating a battalion of 800 or 900 combat units is entirely feasible. It seems rather unfair that I alone am tasked with harnessing such formidable potential, but I shall persevere for the sake of those 1,800 gold coins. Until all these resources are converted into gold, every effort I exert could very well be in vain, even though the items I currently possess are valued at 30,000 to 40,000 gold coins. Alas, they cannot be used as currency, so I cannot rely on them. Ultimately, I still find myself lacking in gold. The reward offered by Telia is not particularly generous, yet it strikes at my vulnerabilities. Adventurer, have you been injured again? A young nun asked. The innocent little thing. I'll tease her when I have the time. Not at all. I merely passed by and thought to check on you, as well as to inquire after Lady Acra. Additionally, I have a question regarding alchemy that I cannot resolve on my own, and I wish to seek the wisdom of the High Nun, as she is the most learned herbalist in the entire half-elf camp. Surely, alchemy and potions share some common ground. Please, go inside. The headmistress is already awaiting your arrival. The young nun urged. I pondered. Could the Blind Sisters be a cult of some prophetic deity? It seems that every time I arrive, the headmistress is already aware. Perhaps, like Telia, they gather intelligence from the shadows. The nuns within seem to be ordinary human women, hardly suited for espionage, which is quite perplexing. Esteemed sister, I have come to seek guidance regarding the parchment, I stated. Has Tristram, the lost city, finally succumbed to the demons? You must exercise utmost caution upon entering. High-level demons roam freely, wreaking havoc in the town of Gandarica within Tristram. The venerable sage Cain suffers greatly. I require you to rescue the great sage Cain, for he is humanity's last hope. As Acra spoke, she chanted an incantation, and the parchment glowed with a faint, dark golden light before vanishing. The great sage Cain is humanity's last hope. It seems this task is fraught with peril. Indeed. Esteemed sister, I replied, I have broken the seal of the parchment. It contains the activation spells and their sequence. Akira informed me. In the year 30240 of the star calendar, it is said that the age of the gods can only last 12,000 years. This is neither a curse nor a prophecy, but a comprehensive summation of the end of the divine era. Every civilization that once stood at its zenith must eventually face decline. Even the gods who birthed the world of Assyria cannot escape this fate of loss. Much like the Creator who fashioned all things in the Garden of the Gods, the achievements of the deities surpass those of the giants. If the giants forged the world, then the gods shielded it from destruction at their hands. As the giants perished in the river of time, the gods' mission was fulfilled. The Garden of the Gods serves as their final sanctuary, a place of perennial beauty, where vibrant little beings labor diligently. Yet, as the masters of this divine garden, the gods find little joy in their surroundings. The fruits are dwindling, lamented a sorrowful maiden as she gently watered the trees. Shia, have the fruit trees yet to bear new fruit? Inquired a noblewoman clad in opulent attire. Alas, only enough for the gods to partake once, the maiden replied. What shall we do, my lady? Chapter 23. The plan for 1,000,000 wealth. Is it no longer necessary to ascend the stone pillars? This parchment truly is deceiving. It initially insisted I climb to the summit of the pillars to activate the magic stone, yet now it simply requires me to stand beside the pillars and chant a spell in the correct sequence. The danger has significantly diminished, while the ease has geometrically increased. This is precisely what they mean by a soft pillow for a sleepy head. Splendid. I merely need to distract a few cyclopes to complete the task and enter Tristram. In the rocky wilderness, amidst the stone circle, I utter the first incantation. Hum. The magic stone atop the pillar radiates a brilliant blue light. Damn it, what a commotion. It seems that quietly casting spells is far more complicated than anticipated. Zzz. The cyclopes remain in slumber, thankfully. Foul. I chant the second spell. Hum. An even greater sound reverberates. Oh no, such noise is certain to awaken the cyclopes. Zzz. Remarkably, they remain undisturbed. How astonishing that such slumbering creatures can remain oblivious. No wonder they say that those who sleep deeply are likened to giants. With this in mind, I shall not hesitate. I must activate the third, fourth, and final spells. Hum. A tumultuous sound akin to a surge of magical energy erupts as the magic stone atop the pillar gathers its azure power. Zzz. A red elliptical portal, towering over 3 meters, springs open. Roar. The giants awaken. It is far too late for them now. Even my carefully devised distraction plan was rendered moot. What a waste of my efforts. No time to linger here. I must make haste to Tristram. Let the foolish cyclopes bellow. Next time, I shall simply behead them while they slumber. Though they believe themselves so formidable, daring to sleep in such perilous lands. As if mocking the rocky wilderness? Very well, I shall extinguish their existence next time. The granary is nearly empty, and slaying the giants would replenish our food supply for a month. A splendid twofold benefit. Tristram, is this truly the lost city of Tristram? Flames engulf everything, leaving naught but ruins. No remnants of integrity remain. The air is thick with the stench of charred corpses, mingled with the sulfurous aroma unique to the underworld. The land ravaged by demons is a horrific sight indeed. Even the innocent trees lament amid the flames. Those accursed hellish demons, inflicting harm upon trees is an unforgivable transgression. As a forest fairy, my wrath mirrors that of the deceased camphor tree, ablaze in searing flames. Witnessing the slaughter of humanity has not stirred such fury within me as I feel now. Clearly, my connection to the forest runs deep. It appears Tristram has been utterly devastated. I must swiftly locate Gandarica town and rescue the sage Cain. This is of utmost urgency. I cannot afford to dawdle here. Caw, caw. Someone has intruded. Do not dare to compete with me? An evil shriek echoed. Indeed, I have been discovered. 3 demons with menacing horns and 2 winged demons have emerged. This formidable lineup poses a significant challenge. Typically, a single high-level demon is already formidable, and now with the winged demons soaring overhead, I find myself with no opportunity to confront them individually. That succulent fairy was mine to find first. Do not dare to steal her from me, the winged demon declared. Vile knave. It was I who spotted her first, the horned demon retorted. Foul fiends, she is mine, the fire-tailed demon exclaimed. What is this? A conflict among demons. It appears that when fortune smiles, it cannot be thwarted. The demons have yet to launch their assault on me, as they engage in infighting instead. Truly a chaotic bunch devoid of any spirit of cooperation. I shall take this opportunity to make my exit, waiting for this rabble to diminish one another before I strike. Or perhaps I shall simply make my escape to a safe distance. That seems the most prudent course of action, as the time to confront the demons has yet to arrive. Cease your fighting. Where has that fairy gone? The Cyclopean demon cried. Forget about the fairy. Today, I shall slay you, roared the magma-infused fire demon. It seems these creatures will not cease their fighting until a victor emerges, granting me precious time to make my way to Gandarica town. If I follow this path, surely it will lead to the town. This is Tristram, a major city, and the branching paths must lead to the smaller towns. If it proves too complex, surely Lady Afra will provide me with guidance, ensuring I do not become lost in the wilderness. It is indeed my own folly for not seeking clarity at the time. I have been thrown off course by this series of events, even forgetting the principle of planning before acting. This mistake must be remembered. I cannot afford to rely on guesswork in future situations. If I am fortunate, I may prevail. If I err, the consequences are dire. This is no trivial matter. Losing my life is one thing, but being captured by even more malevolent creatures and sold into servitude would be a tragedy. The magical world harbors many savage, terrifying and blood-soaked realms, and being sold to such places would spell doom. Gandarica town. It seems that this place is indeed the town of Gandarica, much like Tristram. The entire settlement is engulfed in flames and shrouded in an exceedingly dark and malevolent aura. Yes, the stench of decaying corpses is unmistakably sinister. The scent is palpable even from a distance, emanating from the charred remains of zombies that have been seared by the flames. I have developed a significant resistance to such odors. Had I just arrived in this world, I would surely have retched uncontrollably and would have lost my appetite for days. However, the notion of going days without hunger is rather implausible. I have always possessed a hearty appetite, and even amidst a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood, I would still find sustenance. Whether in the past or present, my resilience has remained formidable. Otherwise, I would not have survived to this day. Moreover, I have thrived, unlike those protagonists who, after crossing over, grapple with their identities, one day moping about their femininity and the next attempting to disguise themselves as men. Such concerns seem utterly unnecessary. After all, whether man or woman, we are fundamentally the same, and the only thing that changes is the perception of others. This realization has taught me that, more often than not, it is best to disregard the opinions of passers-by. Fortunately, the people and events here are, for the most part, akin to mere bystanders to me, which is rather refreshing, as if I were granted a second chance, in the year 30240 of the star calendar. In the city of imprint, darkness always lurks behind the light. The rules within the cage serve as a stark reflection of the perpetual dance between light and dark. Perhaps even a demon possesses a gentle and kind side, while an angel may harbor a cruel and vicious nature. Whether dark or light, good or evil, within the confines of the cage, they hold no significant meaning, or perhaps it is that these distinctions are inconsequential. The law stands as the most vital element within the cage that travelers must remember. To transgress the law is to invite punishment. In a pitch-black alley, the sorcerer leader, clad in a black robe and adorned with a magical mask, bellowed angrily, "Capture them! Charge!" The robed figures unleashed their spells. "I can't go on. I can't run anymore," gasped Valdani. "Just hold on a little longer. We will soon be able to leave this place," urged Ariath. "You go on ahead. I will hold them off," declared Moradin. "No. I will be the one to stop them," asserted Leviathan. "This is a day worth remembering, for on this day, I encountered true companions, the radiant angel Ariath." Chapter 24. A heart of vipers, help, came a faint, elderly cry for assistance. It must be the great sage Cain, who survived amidst the inferno that consumed Tristram. "Is that you, great sage Cain?" I called out. "Ugh," replied a zombie. "Crack, crack, came the sound of skeletons. Their silence only provoked a horde of undead monstrosities. A cursory glance revealed roughly 20 or so creatures, effectively blocking the road leading into the town. Thankfully, this is a wilderness and not a canyon. Otherwise, maneuvering would be quite challenging. I swiftly employed a fire-based teleportation technique to position myself behind the horde of monsters and entered the town. Zzz, crack, flames seared through the wood. Toppling structures. Help! A feeble, elderly voice called from the direction of the town center. Indeed, that must be the place. Great Sage Cain, hold on. I am coming. The square, though small, was not lacking in presence. Overall, the town's design mirrored that of Tristram, save for its significantly reduced size. The architectural style remained uniformly robust. The primary edifice in the town was constructed of stone, standing firm against the raging fire, whereas the residences were made of mud and straw. Lacking both aesthetic appeal and structural integrity in the wake of the flames, the inhabitants' homes had mostly collapsed. Strangely, the scent of blood was faint, and I did not see any corpses of the townsfolk. It appeared they had either been devoured by demons or had transformed into undead monstrosities such as zombies or skeletons. Ugh, a zombie groaned. Crack, crack, a skeleton rattled. Indeed, there was no mistake. The skeleton was charred and still emitting wisps of smoke, having evidently just clawed its way out of the fire. Moreover, that shambling, rotund zombie was unmistakably once a pregnant human woman. There was no escaping this wave of monsters. The square was limited in size, surrounded by collapsed homes. Help, mighty adventurer, I am here. The voice of the great sage Cain suddenly grew stronger. The abominable creatures had ensnared him within a large iron cage, suspended high upon a pillar. What an atrocious predicament! Regardless, I must first eliminate these monsters before I can rescue the great sage Cain. After all, a cage capable of confining a sage would undoubtedly require considerable effort to open. Allowing these creatures to linger would only hinder my actions. If they were to pounce upon me unexpectedly, it would not bode well. I needed a strategy, carefully devised before taking action. Thud. A zombie fell. Crack, crack, the skeletons crumbled. Given my current combat prowess, dispatching these newly formed zombies and skeletons was exceedingly simple. I could have easily dealt with the previous 20 as well. There was no need to evade. Leaving those creatures alive was merely a means to avoid attracting the attention of the demons. Should a demon pass by and discover that not a single monster remained in the town, a clever one would surmise that an adventurer had appeared. Then, I would have to prepare myself to face an onslaught of demons. Such a scenario must be avoided, even if it meant slaying fewer zombies and skeletons. Great Sage Cain, I have finally found you, I declared. Mighty adventurer, please, hasten to my aid, pleaded the gaunt, scholarly elder. I swung my weapon. Clang, clang. The clash of metal echoed. Truly, this was an exceptionally sturdy cage. My strength was considerable, yet my blows against it yielded no results. Could it be that this cage was a particularly formidable magical artifact, impervious to the ordinary blade? Observing the great sage Cain trapped within, utterly at a loss, it was clear this cage was indeed a magical item. Adventurer. Only the key possessed by Gandarka can unlock this cage, the elder informed me. Gandarka? What is that, a town? I inquired. Gandarka was the first mayor of this town, an old blacksmith who has been dead for many years. The vile dark wanderers resurrected him and endowed him with terrifying power. He wields a hammer known as Dickler, capable of shattering most things in this world, including the cage that confines me. You must tread carefully. He lies dormant in that dilapidated house over there, warned the elder. Is it true that such a powerful hammer exists? It is indeed mightier than high-level magical weapons. Very well, I replied. In the dilapidated house, I discovered Gandarka, his body a shade of azure gold, lying in slumber, as silent as a corpse. I pondered the peculiarities of these undead creatures, who seemed to relish sleep. Have they not had enough rest after so many years of death? Or do they seek solace for their souls in dreams, a quest not easily fulfilled? With a swift motion, I swung my weapon. If he so relishes sleep, then may he slumber eternally in death. A single strike would send Gandarka's head rolling. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal rang out. What sorcery is this? Does this creature possess skin as hard as iron, my weapon struck with no effect, and the reverberation left my arm numb, nearly causing me to stumble. Thankfully, my tail's balance is far superior to that of human legs. I had researched the mechanics of tail propulsion and stability, or else I would have suffered a severe setback. Who dares disturb my slumber? Gandarka rumbled, shaking off the remnants of sleep and rising, his eyes opening wide. What a sight those eyes were, dark and hollow, akin to two small black holes, instilling a profound sense of dread and terror. As though one's soul were being drawn into the abyss, I realized that those eyes must possess some form of extreme mental suggestion or hypnotic power. One must not gaze into them. My body felt paralyzed. What a dire predicament. I had fallen prey to their influence. With a sudden burst, the golden-hued figure swung his hammer. Zzz. A brilliant white light shot forth from his eyes. Momentarily halting his movements, I had freed myself from his control. How perilous! Thunder crash! I exclaimed, narrowly avoiding calamity. Damn that golden figure. Take this. I unleashed a bolt of lightning. Crackle! You insignificant wretch! You have provoked the wrath of the great Hellsmith. Gonda! The golden figure roared. Hellsmith? What manner of creature is that? Has a demon from the underworld possessed Gandarka? It appears so in the year 30240 of the star calendar, in Iselia, the sanctuary. What difficulty lies in carving out a new world upon a nascent continent? Angels or demons, their notions are woefully simplistic and naive. After millennia of warfare, does one not grow weary? If that is the case, then our existence bears no distinction. Hence, such strife is best avoided. Thus, I pilfered the crystal tray, which is now referred to as the world keystone, and created this unparalleled world of refuge. Yes, it shall be called the sanctuary. I hope that my descendants and those of Elphys may thrive and endure within this splendid haven. After all, this land is a manifestation of the exquisite elements I have gathered from Iselia, allowing me to experience the joy of creation. Creation, a term of such beauty, angels or demons, they shall never comprehend. For they are born from the ashes of destruction, or the purest essence. Freedom Liberator, Anglia. Is this your intent? To sever the angel's path home? Ariath closed his notes, gazing into the distance. The towering snow-capped mountains, their refreshing breeze caressing the weary traveler, granted a moment of respite. There are neither angels nor demons, nor the frenzied rules of the city of imprint, nor the chaos of chastity. Indeed, it is a splendid world. So comfortable that it is utterly enchanting. But is that truly the case? Do the glories of the angels pale in comparison to these things? What manner of angel are you, I wonder? The radiant angel Ari. Chapter 25. Fia Gonda, the legendary master of the magma furnace, declared the great sage Cain. Ha! The fame of Gonda has spread even to mortals. In that case, I shall leave you with intact corpses. The golden-bellied brute. Such arrogant and self-important creatures are truly detestable, brandishing their iron hammers that can shatter anything with impunity. It renders one utterly helpless. Striking back directly is not an option, and one can only resort to spells that inflict minimal damage in a protracted exchange. At this rate, defeating the rotund fiend and acquiring that hammer would seem an utterly impossible task, which is quite disheartening. Faced with increasingly formidable foes, the pressure weighs heavily upon me. If only they were mere zombies or skeletons. I could dispatch them as swiftly as autumn leaves blown away by the wind. Perhaps I recall a technique designed to bewilder opponents. A sword technique that strays from the conventional, though the details escape me. I had dedicated considerable effort to mastering it during my gaming days. Had it not been for my previous frail physique, I would not have devoted myself to such training in the virtual realm. Speaking of arduous practice, I have indeed put in a fair amount of effort. After all, those games are realistic virtual projections, and it is entirely normal to be unable to memorize spells, thus failing to cast magic. Lacking a foundation in skills, being trampled upon by monsters in games is likewise commonplace, such as the allure of immersive gaming. Even in a game, one cannot simply shout fireball to conjure it. Incantations are a necessity. In contrast, this magical world seems rather straightforward. My 4 spells do not require incantations, only concentration and physical guidance. For instance, my Thunderstrike involves gently raising my left hand, allowing lightning to gather in my palm before soaring and then descending with a crack. It may sound slow, Yet the entire process occurs within a single breath, especially when the lightning strikes. It happens so swiftly that one hardly has time to blink. "Hey, shiny fat one, are you made of gold?" I remarked. I enjoy procrastination. The great hellsmith Ganda, despise being called fat. Your demise is imminent. You vile fairy, more loathsome than a succubus. I shall transform your body into a perfect work of art, imprisoning your soul within. It shall be a tribute to the greatest queen of despair, so that you may endure her lashes in utter hopelessness. After a century, I trust you will become the queen's most faithful slave. Ha ha ha, the golden-bellied brute cackled. Babbling incessantly, he truly relishes using words to intimidate his foes. I find it laughable. Your intellect has been drowned in your incessant prattle. Come forth, foolish fat one, I shall end you amidst the ruins. Hanging your head upon a crooked tree for the crows to mock your ignorance, while the maggots prepare your grave. The epitaph upon your tombstone shall be inscribed by my own hand. Consisting of 2 lines, the first reading the world's greatest fool, and the second the lecherous fat one. I retorted. After such a lengthy exchange, the skeleton archer finally dragged the cage to the designated spot. The little cart is quite handy. The cage can be set down securely. Everything is in place, save for the east wind. All that remains is the wrath of the golden-bellied brute. Detestable fairy, I shall slay you, the golden-bellied brute bellowed. Let your fury rage. Swing your hammer with all your might. Crack. The wooden door shattered. Creak, creak. The cage splintered. Truly, what a foolish and easily enraged demon. How delightful it is to see them fall into their own traps. What? The golden-bellied brute gasped in astonishment. Exile the spirit, intoned the great sage Cain, his hand aglow with light. No! The golden-bellied brute screamed in panic. Pfft. The dark aura dissipated like snow in spring, and the body of the golden-bellied brute shrank rapidly, akin to a punctured balloon, ultimately transforming into a pile of scattered bones. Carried away by the wind. Had he not courted his own demise, every individual who prattles on during a battle is either a fool or a schemer with ulterior motives. Unfortunately for him, I am neither. I am simply someone who has employed a modicum of strategy. Yes, strategy. In the 22nd century, various games have reached their zenith, and this retro-styled magical world has been thoroughly explored by players. In a game where combat often erupts at the slightest disagreement, strategy is merely commonplace. Ultimately, it is not I who am naive and pure, but this world itself. When the monsters in the game can concoct a lie over a decade. We, as players, must evolve to be more clever and cunning. I have always believed this, and it is one of the reasons I lingered in the dark forest for 8 years, apprehensive of the complexities of this world. As it turns out, my fears were unfounded. This world is not nearly as intricate as I had imagined. Even the lowest difficulty in adventure games pales in comparison. Simple and uncomplicated, magic here is devoid of excessive restrictions. This is the magical world I inhabit, and I revel in it. Thank you, mighty fairy adventurer. The dark wanderers have emerged. I must hasten to the half-elven camp to notify them. The evil in this place is yours to vanquish. Grant them rest, said the great sage Cain. Wait. Don't rush off. Take me with you. Zzz, the portal vanished. What a heartless old fool, I thought, as he opened a portal before I could utter another word, leaving me to handle the evil creatures alone. Is this a jest or a cruel trick? I am not a volunteer wandering about, idly saving the world without recompense. Speaking of which, the golden-bellied brute left behind a hammer. Where has my hammer gone? Could that scoundrel have taken it? Perhaps he truly did pilfer it, which explains his hasty departure through the portal. That was my favorite tactic, and now it has been turned against me. May I never encounter that despicable old fool again. Ugh, a zombie groaned. Crack. Crack, a skeleton rattled. Losing a hammer worth thousands, I can only scavenge a few coins from these lesser creatures. Surely, dispatching 100 or so zombies and skeletons will yield at least a dozen coins. I refuse to believe the residents of Gandalka town are all destitute. Is that the wailing of a feral cat in heat? Who would have thought that in a place where humanity has perished? Wild cats still roam. I must quickly find a place to escape. I cannot afford to linger here and make a scene. It would be sheer folly. Enough already, cursed wild cat. If you continue, you'll attract the demons. That is not a wild cat's cry, but rather the wailing of a newborn, a ghostly creature birthed by a heavily pregnant woman. What should I do? Kill it or abandon it to fend for itself? There is no time to ponder. The winged demons draw near. In the year 30240 of the star calendar, the city of Imprint, the free trade market. Nestled in the Eastern District, the free trade market is the most prosperous locale in the city of Imprint, a favored place for many beings. Some linger here, never purchasing anything, merely to savor the vibrant atmosphere. Indeed, the bustle of the free trade market often overwhelms first-time visitors. Rudimentary stalls. "Please, spare us," pleaded a squirrel. "Spare us," echoed a raccoon. "Silence. Keep it up, and I'll lock you in a cage," threatened the white-bearded wizard. "What price for the squirrel?" inquired a paladin. "Not for sale individually. 50 gems for the lot," replied the white-bearded wizard. "Too expensive." The paladin shook his head and departed. What a clueless and rigid warrior. 50 gems. "I would even buy the sickly creature locked alone in that small cage," remarked the gray-robed sorcerer. The white-bearded wizard hesitated, reluctantly accepting the gems, then handed the small creature tethered by a rope to the sorcerer. After muttering a few words to the cage, he produced both the cage and a key. "Not bad, quite a lovely humanoid fairy," the gray-robed sorcerer remarked, shaking the cage. Chapter 26. The Siege. "No, you bastard. My heart bleeds and weeps at this moment." For the infant's instinct to feed is overwhelmingly powerful. Without instruction, the child finds the correct source. Those damned winged demons, why do they not leave? Have they not grown weary from circling above for so long? I have been hiding cautiously for nearly an hour, or rather, to be precise. My heart has thumped over 3,000 times. Days feel like years as I endure in the ruins, counting my heartbeats in agonizing torment. Had it not been for the infant's cries, I would not have needed to hide for so long. Thus, I must now endure. Patiently waiting for the winged demons to depart is my only path to freedom. Drip. Drip. Once the infant is full, it urinates. What an exasperating child. This isn't urine, is it? How could I possibly possess such a thing? It is entirely impossible. Moreover, such an occurrence seems far too abnormal. If a mere infant could produce it after a few suckles, then there wouldn't be so many hungry infants relying solely on formula. What am I? A nursing mother with attributes I never selected. Could it be an added attribute from this crossing? This jest is rather far-fetched. Allow me to draw a circle and maintain some quietude. Half-elven camp, Oak Tavern. That is the entirety of the matter. Can we keep it here for a few days? I inquired. No. We cannot keep such a living corpse here, retorted Telia. How can these half-elves, who appear almost human but with notably slender physiques, be so devoid of compassion? They claim to be the result of divine beings combining the advantages of elves and humans. Yet they are nothing more than cold, unfeeling machines of slaughter. Upon realizing the situation, I truly should not have brought the infant back with me. It would have sufficed to abandon it in some secluded spot. Wail. Wail, it cries incessantly. Oh, how you weep! If only I could discard you. But alas, I cannot. This little creature is indeed a source of great distress. It seems I must bear the burden alone. Such a diminutive undead being. If Telia were to neglect it, entrusting it to Anna and her sister would hardly be safe. Her sister might manage, being unafraid of a mere undead, but Anna would not fare as well. Should she be bitten and succumb to the vampiric urge? It could lead to dire consequences, perhaps even death. The undead are peculiar entities, akin to vampires in some respects. The distinction lies in the fact that vampires consume blood for sustenance, drawing power from it, whereas the undead are driven by a primal thirst, requiring blood to quell their violent instincts. It is said that vampires can transform ordinary humans into their kin through their own blood. But whether the undead possess such capabilities remains uncertain. I have yet to witness an individual transformed into an undead by a mere bite. However, I have encountered many who became zombies after succumbing to the toxic bite of a traditional zombie. To be honest, my understanding of these undead beings is rather limited. I remain perplexed as to their true nature. What a foolish fairy, so eager to be a devoted wife. Take your precious son and hasten to your tasks. The Countess has established the First Night Order and is beginning to cleanse the frozen plateau. Your actions must be swifter, Telia chides. In just a few days, A knight order has formed, indeed? The Countess seems poised for great endeavors. Such a formidable task cannot rest solely upon my shoulders. It is imperative that adventurers of all ranks within the camp share in this honor. Indeed. Noble half-elf, your words are as enchanting as pearls, and your kindness is as gentle as the breeze, I reply. Foolish fairy, you chatter too much. Quickly, go and fulfill your mission. Do not linger here as a hindrance. Remember to maintain your image while outside. Let not your domesticity become a reason for others to scorn you, and above all, avoid any indulgence. Telia insists, her tone stern and demeanor grave, a clear reprimand of the highest order. My domesticity and the absence of a father for my dear son weigh heavily upon me. What a predicament this is. I did not choose this path willingly. Who has the time to play the role of a caretaker? I only brought this unfortunate undead infant out of pity. Once it matures a bit, I shall entrust it to Anna and her companions or perhaps to the convent. Surely they would accept a child, as they are among the most akin to the church. They must assist orphanages. Otherwise, how would there be so many sister knights? It appears I had overlooked the fact that the blind convent lacks knights. Perhaps it truly is an ordinary institution devoid of noble privileges. Which I find hard to believe. It seems I ought to explore the depths of the blind convent when time allows. I must not be so easily manipulated by a handful of gold. Completing tasks for coin is merely a temporary necessity. It must never become my primary pursuit. Yes, esteemed half-elf, I respond. In the rocky wilderness, at the hands of Eni Foth, I continue. Is it possible for me to leave this in your capable hands? Revered sage? I inquire. Oh, powerful fairy adventurer, I understand the difficulties you face. You cannot abandon this small creature due to inconvenience. I cannot assume the responsibility for such a fragile life, Eni Foth replies. Rejected once more, I ponder whether it is truly so challenging to find a suitable caretaker for this undead infant. My journey was intended to secure the Countess's favor and achieve victory in battle. This endeavor is already arduous enough, and now I am burdened with an additional mascot. Should I wash my hands of this and remain home to raise a child instead? No, that would be absurd. Raising a child at home is hardly preferable. The pressure in my chest is overwhelming, all due to this wretched infant. Ever since it first tasted sweetness, it wails incessantly if denied. It is imperative that it is fed to quell its cries. At times, I fear I may indeed become a devoted wife tasked with nurturing an infant. I hope this premonition remains unfulfilled. How terrifying! Such duties should not fall to me. Even Telia would likely perform better. Esteemed sage, I appreciate your support, I acknowledge. Go forth. This toxic flower vine shall guide you to the Countess and her knight order. Eni Foth instructs, clearly wishing to see me off. Farewell, revered sage, I bid him. Having searched in vain for someone to take over my responsibilities, I feel utterly exhausted. Very well, if I must carry this burden alone, so be it. Is it not said that brothers fight side by side, and that sons accompany their fathers into battle? Perhaps, once I raise this infant, we may fight side by side against our foes, though that notion feels like a distant dream. Nonetheless, it serves as a comforting thought, at least providing a semblance of positive energy. In the year 30240 of the stellar calendar, in the astral realm, the Crystal Palace. Once known as the Aquarian Palace, it was renamed by the contemporary goddess after the fall of the previous age's Father of Wisdom. It is said that this change was made in honor of the Father of Wisdom, who transformed into crystal, yet the true reason remains a mystery. The expansive crystal vessel hovers in the astral realm, embodying the essence of the Crystal Palace. Among the many palaces of the astral deities, the Crystal Palace is certainly not the most extraordinary. Oh, Master of Fate, do even you face the day of decline? A silver-haired woman gazes into the void of the astral realm. Is it that time again? As the deities grow old and fate eludes them, the ancient masters of time, who exist in the rifts of time, awaken from their slumber, heralding a reset of the world. Has the world truly reset over 30,000 times? If so, what purpose do the deities serve? Father of Wisdom, my mentor, where have you gone? The Goddess of Wisdom. Chapter 27. The Kinkran Brothers. The Frozen Plateau. Long ago, I heard tales of this place, known as the coldest region near the half-elf camp. Aside from the occasional forest snow beast, little else stirs in the icy expanse. The biting cold renders this highland unsuitable for cultivating any grains or vegetables, and its barren soil fails to support even the hardiest of frost-resistant flora. In summary, it is a frigid wasteland, strewn with prickly grasses, where even the hardy field mice shy away from settling. For these reasons, the frozen plateau has become a renowned burial ground. Many choose to inter their deceased loved ones here, undeterred by the long journey required. Over time, this desolate expanse has accumulated a wealth of intact corpses, giving rise to a community of grave robbers. Some pilfer gold from the bodies, while others steal the corpses themselves. The reasons for such theft vary. Some claim they are consumed, while others suggest they are prepared for steaming. However, based on my culinary experience, the bodies preserved in such a place should be meticulously salted after draining their moisture, yielding the best results when fried. It seems some possess even more peculiar taste than I, such as the countess who seeks to obliterate the half-elf camp. The well-preserved corpses of the frozen plateau have become the countess's finest source of soldiers. As I survey the expansive wasteland, I am struck by the multitude of freshly dug graves, reminiscent of a rampant plundering by grave robbers. Whether countess or grave robber, these wretched, idle beings, who thrive on chaos and malice, have no justification for existence and must be eradicated. They must be destroyed. Ugh, a zombie groans. Ugh, ugh, a horde of zombies responds. What madness is this? Why do such creatures appear here? The countess and the grave robbers are woefully inept. Were they not meant to transform the corpses into knights? Were they not supposed to return the bodies for sustenance? This horde of stragglers. No, there is something amiss with these zombies. The stench of decay is faint. Their movements are not stiff, and most alarming of all, they are all exhaling. Whatever masquerade is at play here, this blatant inconsistency is utterly unprofessional. In this frigid weather, one would expect some observational acumen. To possess such little intellect and still attempt to frighten me is truly disheartening. Hey, you foolish, ignorant creatures, get lost at once. I have no time for your games, I command. Ugh, ugh, the young zombie responds. Very well, if communication fails, I shall not hold back. Extreme frost storm. I invoke. The icy breath transforms into a blizzard, and immediately the zombies become agitated, trembling uncontrollably, their teeth chattering. Those foolish enough to wear inadequate clothing collapse to the ground, having underestimated my power. Have you grasped the extent of my might? If you do not depart swiftly, I shall use your heads as playthings, I threaten. Communication remains futile. These creatures, neither zombies nor anything else, merely exhale without uttering a word, yet they persist in closing the distance between us. Are they lining up to meet their doom? I am not a benevolent soul. Those who block my path shall perish, I declare. Puff, puff, blood spills forth. Thud, thud, heads roll to the ground. With swift precision, I reap them, blood splattering everywhere, severing their heads with ease. A bunch of fools, I scoff. The Taimah Highlands, the monastery. The frozen plateau's unique terrain features black soil that does not freeze. Standing here, one can distinctly feel the absence of the bone-chilling cold and the relentless winds. This area once hosted many settlers, as evidenced by the remnants of surrounding buildings. Moreover, the Blind Convent's monastery is situated here. Indeed, I have arrived at the monastery. The vast courtyard walls seamlessly blend with the architectural grandeur of the ancient castle, embodying the unique style of the Blind Sisters Monastery. Upon gazing at the monastery, I feel as though I am leafing through a thick tome of history. The marks of blades and chisels on the walls, the scorched flames upon the grand entrance, all these traces imbue the structure with an undeniable sense of historical gravitas and ancient simplicity. It evokes a similar feeling to when I first encountered the Sisters' modest monastery at the half-elf encampment, albeit with the distinction that this edifice is monumental while that one was quaint and delicate. Nevertheless, the overall impression it leaves upon me is equally profound. Steeped in history, is it here that the Blind Sisters exhausted all the church's resources? Surely, the paladins must have met their demise in this very place. What is the Countess leading her knights to do here? Could it be to unearth the remains of those paladins? Such a notion is rather intriguing. Transforming the paladins' corpses into dark knights would not only mock justice but significantly augment their power. It appears that the Countess is not merely a mindless minion of destruction. Given this, I shall explore the monastery further. The iron door creaked open with a squeak, and a fireball whooshed in. What an unexpected greeting to welcome a fireball at the entrance. Fire style, I exclaimed. Puff. The fiery trap shattered. This rigid mechanism was not particularly formidable. It sufficed against ordinary folk or inexperienced adventurers. However, as an experienced adventurer, I found such fire traps beneath my notice. To be frank, I possess 100 methods to evade harm. Yet, I opted for the simplest and most direct approach, a swift displacement followed by a hammer swing. There is nothing that cannot be resolved with a swift displacement and a hammer swing. If that fails, then it warrants reflection on whether I have made a foolish miscalculation regarding the disparity in strength between myself and my adversaries. Such a circumstance clearly signifies insufficient intellect. Retreating early is a wise means of self-preservation. Whoosh, arrows whizzed past. More traps, including the foolishly toxic flower vines. Couldn't they have chosen a path devoid of mechanisms? Dispelling the fireball was a trivial matter, but evading or blocking the arrows proved far less enjoyable. Fortunately, this grand hall was not entirely barren. The decorative walls and damaged statues offered ample cover. Beneath the walls, I evaded the arrows, yet fatigue and drowsiness overwhelmed me. It had been over 2 days since I had properly rested, and my progress in this perilous venture met considerable resistance. Even with an unyielding heart, fatigue inevitably took its toll, compelling me to temporarily set aside combat and indulge in a brief respite. I needed to devise a more comprehensive plan and arm myself accordingly. Year 30240, Sanctuary, atop the snowy mountains. The Barbarian Tribe. True to legend, the homeland of the barbarians lies atop the snowy peaks. Known as Hagaloros, it is said that their ancestors are the third offspring born from the union of angels and demons. Endowed with unparalleled strength and courage, as well as a physique akin to that of a giant. Since the first generation of barbarians settled in the Hagaloros mountain range, they have thrived and multiplied across the ages. Seemingly oblivious to their ancestors' illustrious battles against evil and the great mission they bear. Respected Lord Ariard, here is the information you requested, a barbarian announced. Replied Ariard. In the midst of blissful days, I welcomed the birth of my 7th child with elf eyes. He is remarkably special, possessing the innate ability to communicate with dark forces. Elf eyes displayed profound excitement and trepidation. However, I remained oblivious to the fact that events had already spiraled beyond my control. Elf eyes departed on a sunlit morning, and I realized that, perhaps, our union was destined to wither, akin to a flower fated to fade. Fated to wither, is it? Ariard mused, closing his journal, Chapter 28. Vanquishing the Blood Wyrm Monastery. Outer Corridor. After ample rest and sustenance, my spirits were rejuvenated. Even as arrows rained down like a tempest, my resolve to press onward remained unshaken. With a sturdy wooden door in tow, I found that carrying a shield was not as unacceptable as I had once thought. Though it still conflicted with my principles, practicality triumphed. Moreover, having a storage box meant that carrying multiple weapons and equipment was no longer an inconvenience. The door strategy proved effective, and I finally traversed the perilous trap-laden areas. A feat not easily accomplished. Clatter, clatter. What was that? An abyssal Wyrm? Clatter, clatter. A horde of abyssal Wyrms charged forth. Damned creatures, lurking around corners for a sneak attack. One could never lower their guard. Whoosh, the door flew open. Puff. Puff, the abyssal Wyrms tumbled down. It was far easier than navigating the traps. These fearsome-looking beasts were surprisingly timid. Especially when one took the lead to flee, the rest followed suit without my needing to intervene. Only a few spiny rodents, resilient as they are, remained stubbornly attacking. These spiny rodents, surviving by gnawing on roots and carrion in this blood-soaked wasteland, exhibited remarkable aggression. Their reproductive capabilities are formidable, and they lack any significant natural enemies to curb their existence. Save for adventurers. Whoosh, whoosh, the spines flew. These accursed pests are indeed troublesome. The continuous assault of their spines far exceeds that of ordinary archers, and the spiny rodents adeptly block and conserve their projectiles. Their primary means of attack involves launching spines like arrows, a straightforward yet effective tactic. The spines are laced with mild toxins, inducing excruciating pain and weakness. while the corrosion of the wound can lead to death with a single hit for many an adventurer. Overall, the spiny rodents epitomize the despicable, cunning, and treacherous dark creatures of this realm. Their only weaknesses are light and fire, particularly the blinding brilliance that can incapacitate them. "Light's a lure," I declared. A brilliant white light emanated from my eyes. And indeed, the vile, spiny rodents could not endure it, retreating into the depths of darkness with frantic squeaks. Alas, the allure of light cannot be sustained for long. Otherwise, I would have swept through unimpeded. Such is the beauty of intention contrasted with the harshness of reality. Having dispelled the spiny rodents, I was soon faced with a colossal beast. The combat devolved into a relentless cycle. I had mentally prepared myself for the arduous journey. Yet the relentless onslaught was disheartening. There was no respite for water, not even a moment to catch my breath. It reminded me of the arena instances in games, where a lone player faces an endless tide of monsters. Wave after wave, each stronger than the last. Until the player's game concludes, statistics are tallied. How many monsters slain, how many waves survived, and rewards allocated based on performance. I find myself in a similar predicament. Engaged in a monotonous, perilous arena task alone. The reward is a predetermined sum of 1,800 gold coins. By the gods, once this task is concluded, I shall indulge in a well-deserved rest. Even as a battle enthusiast, I cannot withstand such prolonged, intense combat. While I relish the thrill and novelty of fighting, the perpetual onslaught is overwhelming. Roar, the colossal beast bellowed. With short legs and a sluggish gait, a diminutive head and a lack of intelligence. This is the visage of the colossal beast. Its dark brown body, upon closer inspection, resembles a mound of moving brush. Its head nestled within its chest, its long, muscular arms could reach down to its toes while standing. This is the very monster adventurers dread encountering. Without strength, failing to flee spells certain doom, I recall my first encounter with a colossal beast in the zombie cave, where even the mightiest, well-trained adventuring parties skirted around it. However, no matter how formidable a beast may be, it remains merely a beast. Under the might of magic, its resistance is negligible. To speak plainly, magic is far more powerful than I had ever envisioned prior to my arrival in this world. It is nothing like the incessant exchanges of blows between mages and warriors within games, nor is there any notion of health bars that render damage inconsequential. Here, a warrior devoid of special powers is but an ordinary person. Encountering a mage offers little chance for retaliation. Particularly against one like me, I am a mage proficient in melee combat, complemented by a fire-style displacement technique. Even when faced with archers who may counter magic, I remain undaunted. All I require is a competent shield. With that, archers become inconsequential. Puff, the beast lunged. Evading the beast's claw, I swiftly tripped it, not only grounding the colossal creature but also slicing its tendon with my razor-sharp scythe. Through repeated encounters, I discovered that this method of combating the colossal beast is the most efficient and straightforward. Provided one possesses combat experience and timing, the success rate of incapacitating the colossal beast exceeds 80%. Even if I fail, I can still break its little legs, and if that displeases me, I will raise my hammer and scythe to rain down blows. 3 Colossal beasts are hardly a challenge. In but a few breaths, they shall all feel my wrath. With my swift strikes, the colossal beasts still bellow in protest. Roar. Puff. Puff, blood splattered. Let them not emerge to terrify the unwary. Just 3 of them presume to act with impunity. They seem to forget that the wilderness is not their domain in this world. I am not merely an adventurer. I am a tactical powerhouse, a formidable elven adventurer. Monsters and demons alike should tremble before me. Seeking to intimidate the adventurers, I must inform you that you have chosen the wrong target. I have never been one to be easily bullied. The thrill of vanquishing 3 formidable beasts is truly exhilarating. Their exquisite pelts shall serve as fine material for a tent, and the quality of their meat is quite acceptable. I shall marinate it simply for now. Upon my return, I will prepare a hearty stew for Anna and the others, a nourishing feast to aid in their growth. Thus, it is wise to refrain from provoking adventurers. As an evil creature, it is far more fitting to prey upon ordinary folk. Why engage in a fierce battle against adventurers when one could merely act as cannon fodder with considerably less effort? in the year 30240 of the star calendar. In the sanctuary of Tristram, a prosperous hub of economic and cultural activity, there once thrived a civilization of great renown. However, it has decayed, with the aging king becoming increasingly paranoid and erratic. Nobles and commoners alike live in a state of constant fear. Eventually, this place attracted 5 adventurers from across the continent who unveiled the king's true identity as a demon risen from the depths of hell. After a brutal battle, the adventurers emerged victorious, and the mightiest among them was hailed as the new king. From that day forth, true evil began to reveal itself. In the Research Institute of Magical Tales, Kane pondered, his countenance heavy with sorrow. The most powerful warrior, he mused. The malevolent soul of the demon had possessed this once noble champion, Anduin. How long will you continue to deceive us, brave and just Anduin? A chilling howl echoed through the air. Has the beast that devours children returned? Kane gazed out the window. A shadow flitted by. It was Anduin, with his sharp beak and jagged fangs. This is the only course of action left, Anduin. You must not allow the light of victory to blind your vision. The demon's soul is not something humanity can withstand. Look at what you have become. Chapter 29. The Cultivation of the Monastery. An underground prison, dim and damp, reminiscent of a decaying rat's nest. After a fierce battle, I found myself in this ancient dungeon, which, from a historical perspective, predates the monastery itself. It is built with remarkable ingenuity, perfectly dividing the monastery into 2 distinct sections: the outer courtyard and the surrounding corridor. Ahead lies the heart of the monastery, the grand cathedral. I have encountered monasteries of this style, yet none are as intricate as this one, which even includes a prison. Could it be that the blind sisters of the church once enjoyed the support of a great kingdom? The prison appears substantial enough that even a smaller kingdom could confine its criminals here without fear of overcrowding. Zombies have largely become extinct in this place, though the occasional skeleton makes an appearance. Albeit not in large numbers, merely solitary figures, feeble and easily dispatched. They wield weapons fashioned from bone and often appear unarmed, shuffling along like pitiful, fleshless zombies. As I pass by, they clack their toothless jaws together, producing a sound that is more eerie than dangerous. However, after spending considerable time in this world, such minor frights are hardly noteworthy. They can be easily dealt with. A mere swing of my hammer scythe suffices. Thud. A skeleton crumbles. Clink. Coins scatter. The 30-second skeletal foe, blind to danger, surprisingly dropped gold coins. I cannot fathom where a bare skeleton might have concealed such treasure, as I have yet to see a purse or money pouch. Indeed, I have amassed quite a fortune while clearing out monsters. With the 8 gold coins I now possess, I have accumulated more wealth than an ordinary person might earn in a year. This world is so impoverished and destitute, plagued by demons that wreak havoc upon the land. Most commoners struggle to survive, while only nobles, merchants, and adventurers enjoy the luxury of daily sustenance and comfort. Most distressingly, the ordinary folk have grown accustomed to this harsh existence. Although life is difficult, it is at least survivable. Lacking the skills to become adventurers or the resources to be merchants, they remain distanced from nobility. For commoners, the most straightforward path to rise above their station is to become adventurers, though the risk of death looms large. Each year, countless young dreamers join the ranks of adventurers, some emerging from the crucible of life and death with honed combat skills, while others perish. Both outcomes are relatively fortunate. The most despairing fate is to survive without mastering any combat prowess. I consider myself quite fortunate. I have survived the trials of life and death and have mastered 4 spells, as well as developed a powerful right arm. It is evident that I am no ordinary person. Destiny has set me on the path of an adventurer. Otherwise, my magical abilities and strength would be wasted. Ahead, I hear voices. Could they be adventurers gathered around a campfire? I'm utterly exhausted. A woman's voice exclaims, familiar yet elusive. This truly is a splendid place for adventuring. Lord Telia is remarkably generous, offering a bounty of 18,000 gold coins for the capture of the Countess and the extermination of her Dark Knight Order. Once we complete this job, we will be quite wealthy, boasted a coarse male voice. Have you heard about the newly emerged fairy adventurer? They say she is formidable, having single-handedly defeated a flaming corpse, chimed a youthful male voice. Is it true? Is she the one with the serpent tail and wielding a disproportionately large halberd? The woman gasped in surprise. Indeed, that's her. You're aware of her? The young man responded. We encountered her in the zombie cave, the woman added. It was in that very cave that I, with my fiery red hair, the warrior of the Gagu mercenary corps named Windsor, had crossed paths with them. Wasn't she supposed to have returned to the desert city with her team? Where had the others from the Gagu mercenary corps vanished to? This warrior radiated vitality, drawing attention no matter where she went. Regardless of others' opinions, my gaze followed her every movement. I hear she has come to the frozen highlands to capture the Countess. I am eager to see if she truly possesses the beauty the rumors suggest, the young man mused. Little Maid is also thinking about women now. How impressive. It seems we are all aging, remarked the coarse man. That's not the case. I'm merely curious how a being with a human body and a serpent tail could be considered beautiful. Shouldn't it be terrifying and horrific instead? I wish to expose this falsehood and reveal the truth to everyone, the young man asserted. Truly, she is beautiful, interjected the Minotaur warrior. What? Really beautiful? The young man echoed. Bewildered, wasn't he just claiming to unveil the truth? These gluttonous fools, spreading rumors about others, are truly insufferable. Whether or not I am beautiful is of no consequence. Even if I were not, what would it matter? I long to thrash this boy, clearly still in his teens, 100 times over. Is it really acceptable for someone so young to exhibit such professionalism? Hey, have you two had your fill of staring? I interjected. Drip? Drop, they drooled. Drip, drip, drop, their drool continued. Seriously, are you two going to gouge out your eyes? I exclaimed. Slurp, they replied, oblivious. What a pair of shameless, lecherous fools, with a perfectly suitable beauty seated beside them. They fail to exhibit such enthusiasm for her. The moment I arrive, they act as though they have never seen a woman before. Would they be so infatuated if they knew my mother? Or the uncle next door? Is your obsession with me apparent to everyone? I quipped. I was beside myself with excitement. I simply could not hold back my remarks. How lofty, the Minotaur exclaimed. How imposing, the young man added. Sweet and fragrant, the Minotaur continued. Soft and fair, the young man chimed in. Enough with the milk drinking. I retorted. In the year 30240 of the star calendar, in the sanctuary of the Fortress of Demons, the Bastion of Despair stands as a bulwark against hell, established by the valiant liberator, Anglia. No one knows Anglia's true identity. All that is known is that he is a valiant archer. It is said that Anglia's arrows can strike down any high-ranking demon that dares to soar before him. Wielding a bow fashioned from condensed starlight in the inner hall of the Institute of Magical Tales. The gates of hell have swung open upon the desolate plains. This lifeless expanse has become a gathering point for demons, who surge forth from the abyss. Most high-ranking demons march northward, while the lesser demons swarm southward. Regardless of the outcome, I am certain that this peace will be forever lost. Elphys, what could be the reason? Is it that the chaotic nature of demons is inescapable? Why have you summoned them? This is a world we have crafted with our own hands. Do you not feel even a twinge of sorrow as you witness our people perish? Honorable Lord Ariath, here is the information you requested, a robed sorcerer announced. Very well, Ariath replied. Setting aside his notes. Are the demons preparing for another assault? This time, it is I, the righteous angel Ariath, who shall shatter your ambitions, you dark angel Ariath. Chapter 30. Akira. So, this ragtag band of adventurers has hastily assembled to topple the Countess? I inquired. Indeed. Beautiful fairy maiden, that is precisely the case, the young man replied. Strictly speaking, this young man has a name, Abies. The similarity to the name of the Grim Reaper caught my attention, prompting me to observe him a moment longer. Unfortunately, the youth seems to have misunderstood my intent, or perhaps he is simply overly emotional. I spent the subsequent campfire conversations under the bashful gaze of the inexperienced young man. I must admit that there is a certain thrill in being watched. A sensation akin to a heat simmering within me, yearning for release. I recognize the peril in such thoughts, yet the novelty of the experience is irresistible. Previously, I was the one indulging in the act of voyeurism. In extending this empathy, I believe some people also derive pleasure from being observed. Indeed, at times, the decayed and sordid aspects of existence, which ought to remain imprisoned in the shadows, provoke a most exhilarating response. There are even those who, unaware of their own temptations, find themselves ensnared in such pursuits. Have I crossed into forbidden territory? I suspect so. Your notions are rather naive, even with all 16 of you. It seems you are merely delivering provisions to the Countess, I remarked. Ah, fair maiden of enchantment, we are a remarkably formidable team, boasting 6 light mages among us. Do not underestimate us. The Countess's dark nights would surely steer clear of our path. The inexperienced young man interjected. Indeed. Indeed. We are a well-trained band of adventurers, the Minotaur warrior chimed in. With such a crew, you dare to claim expertise? Perhaps you ought to spend 3 months honing your skills at the training grounds before venturing out again. What a jest! With the likes of the inexperienced young man in your midst, it is hardly a professional ensemble. They seem entirely oblivious to the essence of combat, resembling nothing more than a ragtag group. I have little desire to elaborate further. To me, these so-called seasoned adventurers are merely low-capacity individuals who would struggle to pass even 3 months of military training. I find myself reminiscing fondly of the rigorous physical conditioning I once endured. After 3 months of training, I could ascend 30 flights of stairs without so much as a flushed face or breathlessness, and my body no longer felt stiff as if rusted. This experience deepened my understanding of human potential. Without those trials, I would not be the person I am today. I owe a debt of gratitude to the nation for providing me with the means to establish myself, including the free education I received. It is truly formidable. With this knowledge, I could concoct gunpowder. Once production is ramped up, my current efforts will have been worthwhile. Esteemed Miss Windsor, are you the captain of this team? I inquired. I am not. The captain is a powerful druid named Haruka, Windsor replied. I fear this place is far too perilous for you. Fierce battles are not child's play akin to fencing, I assured her. Fear not. Abyss is our bard, a fine young lad. He possesses a wealth of poetry at such a tender age. In the heat of battle, he can bestow upon us numerous advantageous effects, Windsor remarked. Ah, I was not referring to that young lad. I was speaking of you. Wielding such a delicate rapier here is hardly appropriate. Might you consider employing a more suitable weapon? Even a dagger would serve better, she suggested. Indeed, do not underestimate my contributions, the inexperienced young man protested. A talking mascot. Duly noted, I replied. Communication is ineffective. I lack the energy to engage with this group any longer. Let us hasten our meal and rest. Maintaining abundant energy at all times is the true secret to victory, even when confronted with formidable foes. Ample energy ensures a better chance of escape. Prison, lower levels. Wait for me, fair maiden of enchantment. I have yet to decipher the inscriptions and patterns etched into the walls, the inexperienced young man called out. What a bunch of stubborn children. Clinging on like a persistent stain, I thought. Hurry up, the toxic flowering vines have already pointed us in the right direction, I urged. Ha! Look what I, have discovered. A vial of healing potion hidden in the dark corner, the Minotaur warrior exclaimed. Could you not muster a hint of professionalism? Your sluggishness resembles that of a scavenger collecting refuse. Most potions found in the wild are likely expired. Such items are hardly useful. Is it truly worth such elation? I cannot comprehend or condone this behavior. These adventurers have become indistinguishable from destitute scavengers. Guided by such lowly aspirations, they are bound to fail, lacking even basic storage equipment. Ah, yet another broken helmet. It is truly a challenge to part with, the Minotaur warrior lamented. Would you like me to carry your dagger for you? Windsor offered. No, he replied. Such distrust. Fear not, this time I shall not mishandle your belongings, Windsor assured him. Very well, he conceded. With such intellect, I find myself at a loss. How could one trust a woman's words? Yet, in matters such as these, it is a mutual agreement. It seems the Minotaur warrior is prepared to be taken advantage of by Windsor for a second time. If not for his lack of wit, one might think he is employing a cunning strategy. Perhaps hoping to charm Windsor, I find such tactics amusing. Windsor's innocence, indeed. In idle moments, indulging in youthful delights should prove quite refreshing, provided one maintains a balanced diet of both indulgence and restraint. Upon reflection, it appears I have not savored such delights in decades. I doubt I could adequately describe their flavor now. Nonetheless, it is fortuitous. I have forged a powerful right hand and become a formidable sorcerer. All such sacrifices are worth it. I am resolute in my ambition to be an adventurer of noble status. Without youthful pleasures, how can one claim lordship? A grand garden is requisite for any lord. A flourishing garden of flowers and greenery epitomizes the essence of lordship. To realize this ideal, I must persevere. When can your adventuring team catch up? I inquired. It should be soon. I left an urgent summons. As long as one team sees it, everyone will leave a message. I estimate that by tomorrow morning, the teams should be gathered, the inexperienced young man replied. The timeline should extend to tomorrow evening, given the sluggishness of this team. Year 30240 in the star calendar. Sanctuary, Spider Forest, the Church of Huidik. The headquarters of the Church of Huidik, nestled in the Spider Forest, is known to be the oldest church in existence. It was established long before humanity had any nations or large organizations. Throughout countless years of turmoil, the Church of Huidik has endured numerous schisms. One faction is a purely female organization known as the Blind Eye. Their whereabouts remain unknown, purportedly guided by divine inspiration. Another faction is the widely recognized Minic Church, the church with the most paladins. They established a unique identity as they descended along the coastline of the Endless Sea, founding a nation amid the distant sands of the desert. In the church's assembly hall, esteemed Lord Ariard, here is the information you requested. A young monk clad in black robes presented. Ariard responded. Anglia, how many years have you lingered here, battling demons alone? What manner of beings are these warriors you lead? Steadfast in their eternal struggle against the demons, they can embody greater malevolence than the demons themselves, yet possess courage surpassing that of angels. In them, I perceive chaos and order, wickedness and virtue. Their souls are intricately woven. The essence of light may elevate them to the heavens, while the darkness may drag them into the depths of hell. Regardless, your efforts have not been in vain. As you desired, they have not wholly succumbed to the abyss. The Radiant Angel, Ariard. Chapter 31. What is leveling up? Prison, lower levels. Through my continuous explorations and adventures, I have gradually come to understand the history of this place, particularly the fact that the lowest level of this prison was once a military camp. Indeed, it served as the precursor to a half-elf encampment. Contrary to my expectations, the Blind Eye Church does not possess any so-called paladins. They are a purely female order of nuns, while the guardians of the church are half-elves. It is said that these half-elves, a blend of Amazons and elves, followed the nuns from the distant land of Kurast to this very spot. They settled here and, over the course of time, established the Church of the Blind Eye. They forged strong cooperative relationships with the surrounding duchies, laying a firm foundation for peaceful development and attracting many commoners from neighboring nations to become their followers. At the height of the church's prosperity, royal coronations across various nations sought the support of the church's bishops. What a magnificent and historically significant place. I commend you, akin to an eagle on the brink of death, the inexperienced young man exclaimed. The bardic profession is truly one that invites a desire to kick it aside. Must we indulge in such poetic musings when I, the Lord, am juggling a child in one arm while battling monsters with the other? Where are the promised enhancement spells? The zombies groaned. Crack, crack, the skeletons echoed. Be cautious over there. The three figures around the corner are skeletal mages, Windsor warned. Pfft, the zombies collapsed. Hey, find a place to hide quickly. I am about to unleash a massacre. I declared that I truly struggle to adapt to fighting alongside others. Observing their synchronized combat is like watching a seamless dance. Yet, when it is my turn, I find myself hampered and unable to unleash my full potential. It seems I am better suited for solitary endeavors. My long-handled weapon swings without regard, ensuring I do not harm myself. While my nearby allies must fend for themselves, I excel in the art of destruction, direct and unyielding, with no need for burial pits or shovels. Ah, that beautiful shade of crimson, akin to a fallen silk scarf and a delicate glove, the inexperienced young man mused. Frigid ice storm, I invoked. As the icy winds swept through, the world fell into a hushed tranquility. The remaining scattered skeletons swiftly shattered under my hammer's assault. Indeed, these creatures are as persistent as stubborn gum, sticking to wherever they wander. I have lost count of how many skeletons and zombies I have slain on this journey, with my gold earnings rising from 8 to 12. Even the skeleton archer, who has silently trailed behind to deliver finishing blows, has grown significantly in battle, as evidenced by the string of skulls hanging from its waist. One wonders what this fellow intends to do with the collected skulls, but its eagerness to pick them up after each skirmish suggests a rather peculiar hobby or obsession that I cannot quite comprehend. "Wow, that's incredible," remarked the youthful warrior. "Truly, it is impressive," added the Minotaur warrior. "Are you also a spellblade? Your martial and magical prowess surpasses my own." "Windsor," I replied. "What on earth is a spellblade?" "A swordsman who employs magic." "Perhaps I am not one. But you clearly are. Mastering both martial arts and magic qualifies you as a spellblade," Windsor insisted. "Such a peculiar notion. This characterization seems exceedingly simplistic. Be why this reasoning, there would be very few wizards left in the world, as numerous mages possess some martial skills, and high-level wizards are hardly fools. Learning a few martial techniques is not an issue. In critical moments, they can serve as excellent self-defense. Moreover, a wizard who wields martial skills is far more formidable than a warrior. Given that here, without extraordinary abilities, warriors are merely ordinary folk. Is that so? But I do not wield a sword," I replied. "Do not get bogged down in semantics. While we spellblades may not master profound magic, the combination of low-level spells and martial techniques is indeed lethal, allowing for greater agility and adaptability in combat. When necessary, we can even charge alongside warriors. The only lamentable aspect is that we cannot acquire any useful weapon techniques from them," Windsor explained. "What on earth are weapon techniques?" I inquired. "You've never encountered them? It is said that only warriors who have honed their martial skills through relentless training can master weapon techniques. A common example is the paladin's holy strike and shield bash. It is said that a powerful paladin wielding a flail can unleash holy strike, delivering a devastating blow to up to 5 enemies in an instant. Shield bash, on the other hand, requires the warrior to wield a shield in their left hand. A paladin executing a shield bash can repel any foe directly in front of them with their shield in a heartbeat. Not even a wall can halt a paladin's advance, and mighty beasts will tumble and roll under the force of a shield bash," recounted the Minotaur warrior. "Such formidable weapon techniques. This sounds akin to martial arts techniques. Could it be that a warrior, through rigorous physical training, develops fighting spirit, enabling them to execute such weapon techniques? Perhaps I should revisit the breathing techniques I learned during military training. After all, it is said that life is sustained by breath. Thus, practicing those techniques could enhance my lung capacity, allowing me to maintain a kiss long enough to make a girl faint, provided she is a normal girl and not an undead like Sister Anna. The last time I kissed someone, I nearly suffocated myself. Lack of experience can be deadly. I've resolved to pick up those breathing techniques if mastered. I too can become a skilled individual who can engage in battle after battle without losing my composure, making sure that the girls I pursue recognize my prowess. Such weapon techniques are beyond our reach as spellblades. We can only practice like ordinary warriors," Windsor stated. "It appears Windsor has a fascination with weapon techniques. Could it be that these techniques are indeed powerful enough to rival advanced magic? Regardless, I remain unconvinced. How could there be anything more potent than magic in this world? Such notions must surely stem from the fanciful imaginings of unseasoned warriors. After all, warriors are inherently meant to be fodder. How can they dare to fantasize about standing on equal footing with mages? Such beliefs are utterly unfounded and must be dismissed as mere rumors. One day, I shall dismantle the fallacy that warriors can be as formidable as wizards. Rumors should end with the wise eye. In the year 30240 of the star calendar, the sanctuary of Rugen exists as a dazzling gem amidst the desert. On one side lies the boundless sea, while the other is met by a distant expanse of sand. Thus, the people of Rugen often take pride in their land, which not only yields desert specialties but also marine treasures. Due to its geographical conditions, the region lacks the biting cold of winter, basking instead in a perpetual tropical climate. The warmth and sunlight dictate that the attire of Rugen's inhabitants is loose-fitting. The women, in particular, are enshrouded in flowing white garments that conceal their faces. The Tavern of Magi, an adventurer lamented, "How pitiful! Indeed, poor Aunt Magi was well just yesterday." Another adventurer chimed in, "Who would have thought that even in such a supposedly safe town, Monsters could appear. It was all so sudden that even the city guards were caught off guard, the first adventurer added. Rumor has it the city guards suffered considerable losses and are now busy recruiting adventurers. Ha! Finally, Carl, will have my moment to shine, declared a young adventurer. Hey, we should hurry back to school. If the instructor finds out, we will surely face dire consequences. Did you hear that? Karna urged. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I want to join the city guard, proclaimed the young adventurer. Oh my, how could my brother Carl be so stubborn and foolish? Karna thought. Chapter 32. The Young Lady Windsor. I finally found you. You've made it this far. Indeed. We have discovered clues about the Countess. She is just ahead, Windsor replied. Is that so? We encountered the Countess's Dark Knight on our way, and our captain has gone to engage him, so we came to see how you fared, said the young mage. Ah, I see. It seems these adventurers may have fallen into a trap. It is certain that the Countess is here, and not the Dark Knight they are pursuing. The path guided by the venomous flower vines is infallible, affirming the accuracy of my judgment. If that is the case, it could be perilous for us to remain here. If the Countess is using the Dark Knight to lure the adventurers away, we may soon face a second wave of attacks, picking us off one by one. Although my assumption may not be entirely accurate and could merely be a coincidence, it is prudent to exercise caution. In a forest shrouded in mist, even seasoned hunters will listen intently. We should retreat for now and observe the situation, I suggested. No, we must press on. We accepted a commission from the barbarian blacksmith Chasai to search for Heridim, insisted the young mage. Heridim? I queried. Heridim is the enchanted hammer that Chasai has been using. He left it behind while retreating with us. Thus, our task is to locate Heridim. We cannot return empty-handed after coming this far, the young mage insisted. Then let us hasten, I replied, feeling a sense of impending trouble. It would be wise to have the skeleton archer escort the infant away first, the military camp. I suddenly realized that the two individuals at the back of our group were missing. Ah, came a scream. What on earth happened to those two? What kind of creature could have stealthily abducted them? Is there some powerful, unknown monster lurking in this camp? No, if it were truly formidable, it wouldn't resort to such ambush tactics. It must be something not particularly strong, yet capable of employing stealth to eliminate adventurers. I must remain calm and piece together the events leading to this moment. Yes, it was that dark corner I noticed earlier. I heard faint struggles but dismissed them. Not realizing this would lead to the despairing fate of those two adventurers. Everything transpired so swiftly, the monster moved as if it were a specter. Everyone, be mindful of what's above. The creature may be leaping down to snatch us. I warned. How could it be above? The young mage questioned. Ah, came another scream. Before the young mage could finish their thought, they were attacked by a creature resembling a shadowy mist. In this underground military camp, where even magical torches barely illuminate the surroundings, such a black mist is the perfect guise. No wonder the two adventurers at the back of the group met such an untimely end. This creature was adept at disguising itself and deceiving the senses. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have imagined such a creature existed. It seems tailor-made for dark ambushes. As long as its presence goes unnoticed, assassination is almost guaranteed. Just look at those two unfortunate souls. They barely had time to scream before they met their demise. Save me, cried the young mage. The shadowy creature grasped the mage, preparing to ascend. Fireball, Windsor shouted. Ah, the creature howled in agony. Excellent. Windsor's fireball struck true against the shadowy creature. Clearly, its magical resistance was low, for it released the young mage upon being hit by the fireball. It seems the shadowy creature intends to flee. You think you can kill and escape? Not on my watch. Thunderbolt. I declared that I relish dealing with creatures that possess low magical resistance. There's no need to use even the most powerful ice storms. A simple thunderbolt should suffice. Zap. As anticipated, the shadowy creature could not withstand the magical assault, and the thunderbolt effectively dispersed it into nothingness. Ah! The young mage exclaimed as they fell. What a fortunate fellow! Despite the onslaught from the shadowy creature, he survived. Choba, are you all right? Windsor asked. I'm fine. That was far too dangerous. We should retreat. The young mage, previously so desperate in search of an enchanted hammer, now falters at the mere sight of the shadowy creatures. I can only lament the pitiable resolve of this young sorcerer, retreating before even a drop of blood is shed. Such behavior is undoubtedly the hallmark of a coward on the battlefield. I hold in utmost disdain those who boast grandly before action, only to shrink back at the first hint of adversity. Regrettably, the performance of the young mage aligns perfectly with my disdainful expectations, an archetype of bluster with no substance. No? Let us press onward, I assert. Having journeyed this far, we stand before the blacksmith's forge once belonging to the barbarian Chasai during his time in the military camp. If a hammer is to be found, it ought to be within that abode, which appears devoid of demons and monsters, or so it seems. Yet, upon listening intently, I discern the presence of several creatures lurking within that very structure, their movements suggesting a thrum of malevolence. It seems we can make a bold entrance. Perhaps we should withdraw and wait for the other adventurers to gather before proceeding, the young mage suggests. They are indeed within that building, I reply. Let us investigate. No? I shall go alone. You will remain here to provide support, she insists. That is unacceptable. I must accompany you, I counter. Her steadfastness brooks no argument, so I relent and prepare. Be cautious, should combat ensue. I shall not be responsible for your safety, I warn. Understood, she replies. Outside the door, I inquire, are you ready? Ready, she affirms. With a resounding crash, the wooden door shatters. What a vast blacksmith's forge it is, merely a threshold away from the military camp. We have entered an entirely different realm. The expansive hall stretches, perhaps over 100 meters in diameter, illuminated by the flickering flames of bonfires and magical torches, casting an eerie glow. Swarms of wretched demons and zombies drift about, congregating, feasting on flesh as if this were their encampment. Dominating the center is a colossal blacksmith's furnace, the intense heat radiating from it palpable even from a distance. The undead creatures and demons maintain their distance, wary of the searing flames. The clear sound of metal striking metal rings out. A diminutive giant swings his hammer, proclaiming, in the year 30240 of the star calendar, in the oasis of refuge, the only respite for travelers amidst the vast desert. The oases here are not fixed. Their appearances and disappearances lack any predictable pattern, yet a few remain steadfast in certain locales. It is no surprise that these places evolve into habitats for desert tribes, such as the catfolk and the serpent folk. The catfolk, a nomadic tribe, consists solely of females. Their offspring, born of human and catfolk unions, are innate warriors of the desert, roaming the sands in search of ancient relics hidden beneath the dunes. The scent of blood and decay hangs heavily in the air, as flies and crows flit about. The water sources have turned foul and murky, the trees withering in the wind. The flames that devoured the homes continue to smolder, their embers far from extinguished. This is dire news, elder sister. The village, everyone within has perished, a frantic catfolk exclaims. This marks the third village we have encountered in such a state. What calamity has befallen the desert? The expression on the catfolk's face is grave. Chapter 33. Rograkanish. The wretched demons scream in fury. Are you afraid? Scream in terror, you infernal imps. The world of man is no place for you. Absolute zero frost storm, I declare. Charging into the fray, wielding my weapon against the panicked demons, with a single strike, a head rolls away. Your gnome-like forms ought to rot in the fetid muck of the sewers, and your decaying souls, reeking of hellfire, should be torn asunder by the winds. Amidst the tumultuous cries within, I slay the demons, their blood splattering and lifeless bodies strewn about. Nothing can impede my advance. Their futile blades are as ineffective against me as a child's plaything. It is astonishing that such infernal fiends can roam the wilds, wreaking havoc. Humanity's power is truly feeble. Inna Wondertelia often laments that the ceaseless war against demons has dwindled mankind's strength, making the nurturing of heroic adventurers a daunting task. Unlike ordinary adventurers, heroic adventurers inherit a legacy of valor. At long last, I have found you, accursed fairy. I, the demon blacksmith Gonda, shall capture you today and present you to the greatest queen, that you may repent in agony and torment. The diminutive giant, Gonda, seems to have found a new vessel with alarming speed. He is indeed a relentless spirit. Blather on all you will. Today? Without your hammer of iron and gold, I fear you not, I retort. Yet, I must remain wary of the enchanted hammer he wields, a minor artifact capable of bestowing enchantments upon mundane weaponry. Its potential for devastation is not to be underestimated. A careless blow could spell tragedy. Take heed of the hammer in his grasp. It is an artifact left behind by the Nephilim. The Haradrim did not merely use it for enchanting equipment or weaponry. It is also a formidable weapon capable of summoning flames of inferno, the young mage cautions. When did you enter? No matter. It's fortuitous, as I can dispatch a few lesser foes along the way. I, the mighty fairy mage, shall handle the upcoming battle. Leave it to me, Gavada. We Minotaurs are not the type to linger behind. Cleaning up the battlefield, we charge to the front lines, making our prowess known to all. The Minotaur warrior, ever the scavenger, seems to have gone unnoticed by me until now. What does he intend to do at this moment? Ha ha ha. The scavenging Minotaur dares to challenge the great and revered demon blacksmith Ganda. Let the flames of the inferno descend upon you. The little giant proclaims, and flames erupt from the ground, roaring upwards with ferocity. Such an assault could easily obliterate 100 wretched demons. Annihilating a small village would be a trivial task indeed. In the hands of a malevolent blacksmith, such a weapon is a fearsome boon. I wonder what emboldens the Minotaur warrior to contest the authority of the demon blacksmith, or if it is merely a reckless impulse. This is not the time for reckless gambles. Who knows what schemes the Countess, hidden away in her subterranean prison, is concocting? With one plot after another, she has led the adventurers in circles. Should we find ourselves battered and bloodied in our struggle against the demon blacksmith, only to be ambushed by her, it would be an unanticipated calamity. We must remain vigilant. You dare mock us, Minotaur warrior? Let this filthy demon learn of our racial talents. Racial talent? Is scavenging rubbish not one of them? Warriors tread. With a thunderous roar. The earth trembles, such is the might of this racial talent, toppling those demons still struggling to fight back. The zombies and skeletons falter, many collapsing outright. The area of effect is somewhat indiscriminate, a broad attack that strikes friend and foe alike. Curse it! The tremors nearly send me sprawling. I barely catch my breath, teetering on the brink of collapse. Teaming with a mage is perilous enough. One never knows when they might inadvertently suffer from a wayward spell. Now, with a warrior, the risk remains. The indiscriminate nature of their attacks is equally treacherous. Roar. The Minotaur warrior charges forth. How dare you, vile Minotaur? Your ambush has provoked my wrath, demon blacksmith. Prepare to meet your demise. I shall sprinkle your flesh with salt and roast you slowly over the flames. The little giant bellows. Axe strikes land upon his brow. Yet the demon blacksmith remains unfazed, treating the Minotaur warrior's assault with contempt. If he so desires to court death, I shall oblige him. My previous strike failed to inflict any harm, so this time, I shall target a different area. An attack upon the most vulnerable spot should suffice. Fire escape. I unleash a flash of icy brilliance. My scythe slicing through the air, blood sprays forth. Ah! Cries the little giant. Ha! You vile demon blacksmith, do you now comprehend the might of Savada? Indeed, it is formidable. With a single blow, the demon blacksmith drops his hammer. Clutching his rear in agony, howling in protest, curse you, despicable, utterly shameless, more treacherous than the devil himself. I shall capture you and present you to the greatest queen, that your soul may endure a century of torment in the infernal furnace. The little giant wails. Even in his torment, he finds the energy to hurl insults. This demon blacksmith is truly loquacious. However, it presents a novel opportunity. The demon's understanding of humanity must be profound and intricate. Conversely, humanity's comprehension of demons is far more limited. Perhaps I should capture this demon blacksmith, extracting every morsel of information regarding the infernal realms. Given his audacious demeanor, his standing in hell must be significant. The lesser minions, such as the wretched demons, are irrelevant. Few can articulate human speech, making inquiries futile. This blacksmith, however, is different. He undoubtedly possesses knowledge of great value. Since that is the case, I must prepare once more. Gleaning intelligence from the enemy is no simple task. A full array of coercion. Enticement, and torture is essential. Embrace your fate, you wretched brute, said the bull-headed warrior. Wait, what do you want, you despicable creature? Replied the young giant. Fear not, for this time I have no intention of violating your dignity. You need not guard yourself so closely. I have heard that higher demons are immortal. I am curious whether they have experienced every form of suffering in this world over countless ages. You, vile creature, I, the great demon blacksmith Ganda, have never shied away from torment. Ah, a fellow of considerable fortitude, how commendable! Let us see whether your defiance holds or if my strength prevails. In the year 30240 of the stellar calendar, in the sanctuary of Huidik, even the oldest, most steadfast ascetics, whose faith is as unyielding as the bedrock, cannot maintain their beliefs unchanged in the face of the demonic influence that has seeped into human consciousness for millennia. Indeed, a millennium ago, the Lord of Hatred, Mephisto, was vanquished in battle against human heroes. Consequently, Mephisto was imprisoned by these heroes in the subterranean palace of Huidik. However, the essence of demons cannot be entirely eradicated or banished. As long as there exists even a trace of hatred in the world, the Lord of Hatred, Mephisto, can draw upon that to regain strength. Over the course of millennia, Mephisto ultimately tainted the guardians of the underground palace with his malevolent essence. In a wondrous tale, the elder spoke, Grim, your obstinacy has shamed even the spiders of the forest. You need not speak. I shall not entrust the final century of our watch to another, declared the young monk. Oh, the most brilliant of holy monks, you cannot do this. The guardianship of the underground palace has always been a shared duty, countered another monk. I insist on guarding it for the last 100 years. None shall approach the underground palace after me, the young monk asserted. We oppose this, the assembly of monks replied. What manner of task have you assigned me? Quagang? Lamented the young monk. Chapter 34. My ascendancy. Ah, I curse you, vile creature. To curse me only serves to impose upon me a more insidious, intangible threat. The searing iron has left its mark well, branding the demon blacksmith with 2 rows of words, the world's greatest fool on the left, and shameless glutton on the right. It is not as horrific as I had expected, yet still disheartening. Considering the myriad atrocities these demons have inflicted upon humanity over centuries, I deem this punishment to be little more than a trifling inconvenience for them. After all, demons possess remarkable regenerative capabilities. Such marks may very well vanish by dawn. This formidable recovery ability seemingly emboldens the demon blacksmith, rendering even the most brutal of human tortures mere trifles in comparison. It is rumored that some higher demons boast vitality so potent that they can survive even the loss of their heads, truly astonishing. Given this situation, I dare not risk slaying the demon blacksmith outright to ascertain if he could endure without a head. Your resolve is commendable. Now tell me, what must I do to earn your cooperation? I inquired. My attempts at whipping, interrogation, and various forms of torment had all failed miserably. I was utterly exhausted, while the demon blacksmith reveled in the chaos, unyielding and ceaselessly hurling insults. By the gods, I never anticipated that these demons would possess such high spirits. They are utterly unyielding, hardened against persuasion, and my arsenal of tactics seems to have reached its limit. It appears that extracting information from a demon is an exercise in futility. How disheartening! Ha! Despair, vile creature! Surrender your body to me, the great demon blacksmith, and I shall forgive your insolence, the young giant proclaimed. Splatter! Blood sprayed forth. Thud! 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 Went the head as it fell. What an abominable and revolting experience, to be visually insulted by such a loathsome demon. I realize I am ill-suited for the delicate art of interrogation. The demon blacksmith's heart remains as steadfast as ever. While I am left weary and infuriated, I feel as though I might explode with pent-up rage. I shall never again engage in such foolishness. It was indeed naive of me to think I could extract information from a demon. If demons were so easily subdued, humanity would have long regained lost territories and effortlessly invaded the infernal realms. Creak, creak. The door creaked ominously. Alas, what a failure! I no longer have the desire to face anyone. Had I known it would come to this, I would not have secluded myself in this little room, making it seem as if I were undertaking some monumental task. I feel utterly embarrassed. The most pressing matter is that I failed to extract any useful intelligence, and my hard-won reputation among my companions now lies in tatters. Belie the gods. I truly admire those who can lead bands of dozens or even hundreds of adventurers. I find it burdensome enough to lead just a few. How could I manage the weight of commanding so many? This is the crux of the issue. It seems I have a long road ahead if I wish to become a fairy lord overseeing a realm. There is still much I must learn. Out you come. Out you come, called the young mage. What news? Inquired Windsor. Ha ha ha. The mighty adventurers have finally swayed the demon with love and a sense of justice, compelling it to reveal its insidious plot that has festered for millennia. Henceforth, the adventurers have gained the upper hand, driving the demons back to hell and sealing the gates of the netherworld. Humanity has achieved a magnificent victory in this millennia-long conflict, proclaimed the youthful fellow. Such childish prattle. Have you been overly indulged in tales of adventure? I retorted. That is precisely how it transpired, I insisted. No matter. We have fought against demons for so long and have fared well, and besides, interrogating demons is rarely fruitful. After all, demons are inherently chaotic and evil. Their words may not even be believed by themselves. You should count yourself fortunate to have not pried any information from them. Had that rogue concocted a web of deceit? It would have been disastrous, the youthful fellow concluded. You make a compelling argument. I find myself at a loss for words. It seems that composing poetry can indeed elevate one's intellect, and I did not expect such wisdom from a young bard. Truly a promising talent, I mused. There is no longer any reason to linger here. Let us return to the half-elf encampment, I suggested. Indeed, let us first return the hammer, replied the young mage. At the entrance of the monastery in the Tamig Highlands, the sounds of battle echoed from outside, the fierce clash of combat unmistakable. Quickly, retreat within, urged the rugged man. It was Gugugug, a member of the Gugug mercenary corps. Had he too joined this grand expedition alongside Windsor? What calamity had befallen them, that they appeared so battered and disheveled? Gugug, called Windsor. Windsor, thank the heavens you have survived. Come quickly to assist us. That accursed band of dark knights, leading their skeletal army, is about to assault this place. We must fortify the gates while I prepare a teleportation scroll to create a portal. We cannot linger here. We must return to the half-elf encampment to prepare for battle, urged the rugged man. Hurry! Hurry! Cried the young mage. A vast horde of monsters loomed in the distance, seemingly covering the landscape, as if the very dead of the cold highlands had risen to join the monstrous army. Leading them were the infamous Dark Knights. Though fewer than 100, each Dark Knight was clad in heavy armor and bore a 3-meter-long lance. While they lacked steeds, their impeccably ordered formation instilled the same pressure as facing a cavalry charge. So, this is the Dark Knight Brigade. Indeed, they are formidable foes. Whoosh whoosh, the arrows whistled like locusts. Quickly, find somewhere to hide, shouted the rugged man. Without hesitation, the group took cover. The monastery's gates had long been battered and, under the relentless rain of arrows, were now utterly destroyed. What could have served as a barricade was rendered useless. Skeletal archers are among the more troublesome of the skeletal creatures. However, their supply of arrows is limited. And if we can endure until they run out, we will have won half the battle. I possess considerable experience in such matters. Clang! Went the last arrow. Is everyone all right? Inquired the rugged man. Phew! A fireball erupted. That was a skeletal mage. How dare it defy the norms of battle? In the year 30240 of the stellar calendar, within the sanctuary of Rugoyne, legends tell that the Rugoyne royal family descends from great heroes, yet such tales have faded into mere nostalgic musings over the ages. Indeed, ancestors may have been heroes, but their descendants are now royals. This has been a universal truth in human society since time immemorial. No one relishes being a ruler only to have their lineage equated to that of a butcher. In truth, some do descend from butchers, and even today, they remain butchers. Never underestimate the invisible and ethereal burdens etched into one's very bones, coursing through their veins. To break free from such a fate requires extraordinary courage and irreplaceable fortune. Does this relate to the Rugoyne royal family? Perhaps it does. I know wondrous tale. Within the palace, the red-robed general proclaimed, Your Majesty, we require more adventurers. Indeed, Your Majesty, chimed the robed mage. This matter can no longer be concealed. The vast network of sewers sprawling beneath the city must be thoroughly cleansed. I am aware of your concerns, but I have more pressing matters for you to address, replied the portly emperor. We stand ready to alleviate your burdens, Your Majesty, the courtiers assured. Just last night, the concubines and maidens of the harem were murdered, the emperor revealed. We shall exert every effort to capture the perpetrator, the courtiers vowed. You may all withdraw. I shall delegate this matter to the general and the mage, the emperor concluded. The emperor's harem, is it not a place shrouded in the mysteries of the Harrison family? What could have transpired to plunge the emperor into such depths of melancholy and trepidation? It is indeed perplexing. The Monk in Robes, Chapter 35. Constructing a shelter. Faced with an adversary so thoroughly prepared, we adventurers find ourselves ensnared like dumplings in a pot. I wonder if the Countess, imprisoned in the underground dungeon, has orchestrated this entire scenario. If that is the case, our attempts to fight our way out are all but doomed. By the way, what on earth is a teleportation portal? My experiences have been rather limited, so please do not toy with me. The teleportation portals of Tristram appear to be anything but simple. It seems that activating such a portal is no trifling matter. A rugged man named Gagu has been clutching a magical scroll for dozens of breaths, his face reddening with effort, yet no sign of progress has emerged. Could it be that he is merely toying with us? The notion that a portal can be activated at will has shattered my understanding of the magical world. It is little wonder that carriages are no longer in vogue when teleportation offers such convenience. Puff! The fireball dissipated. How much longer until the portal is activated? The situation is truly dire. Is it not? We have just survived a barrage of arrows, and now a horde of menacing skeletal mages descends upon us, relentlessly bombarding us with an unending assault of fireballs and ice shards. Though these spells may be low in rank, their sheer volume can be overwhelming. If we continue to endure this passive onslaught, we may very well perish here. If we can just hold on a little longer, the portal will be ready. Gagu. Hurry, Gagu. We can barely withstand any more. The young mage. Damn it, you seem the most comfortable among us. I am the one bearing the door panel without complaint. Next time, I must fashion a shield. Otherwise, facing such attacks is far too passive. It is not feasible to always bear the door, and there will inevitably be moments when I cannot find it. In truth, I have pondered such scenarios in my idle moments. How to fight when surrounded by a cadre of knights. If it comes to risking my life, I am confident I could carve a path through the dark nights. Superficially, 100 or so dark knights appear formidable. They have arranged themselves in a rather rudimentary formation, likely one they have devised themselves. Such a formation may intimidate ordinary adventurers, creating an illusion of strength and professionalism. In reality, their effectiveness hinges upon the coordination and individual prowess of the Dark Knights, and it is this aspect that remains unclear to me, preventing any rash actions. Crack, crack, the skeletal archers. Wail, wail, the infant. Initially, I intended for the skeletal archers to escort the infant away, but I overestimated their intelligence. After several hours of wandering, this creature has returned to my side. I cannot ascertain whether it has remained close to me all along. Regardless, its ability to locate me appears effortless, which I find perplexing. Despite my ignorance of the skeletal archer's movements, unlike the necromancers who can see through the eyes of their skeletons, I lack such capabilities. Furthermore, I cannot command the skeletal archer with mere thought as necromancers do. I have experimented with this enigmatic form of mental communication numerous times, and the conclusion is that the light's temptation does not summon skeletons. I can only issue commands through spoken words or gestures. In essence, my communication with the skeletal archer resembles that between two individuals. The only aspect I do not comprehend is why the skeletal archer consistently presents me with a string of skulls while kneeling, hands outstretched. It is nothing short of embarrassing, leaving me utterly baffled as to the intent behind such actions. The Azure Portal. The portal is open. Everyone hurry. Puff, the young mage. Ah, Windsor exclaimed. Damn it, when did a horde of zombies and skeletons arrive behind us, and what of that fiery red skeleton wielding two tridents? Its massive bones are akin to those of a bull, and its movements stir the air into a tempest. It swiftly impaled the young mage, and as I turned, I witnessed this creature tossing the young mage's body aside. Puff! Skull shattered, blood splattered. What a gruesome and violent skeleton! Not content with simply stabbing the young mage, it proceeded to crush his skull beneath its heel, truly an affront. Die! I exclaimed. Clang! The sound of metal clashing. The tremendous force of its trident managed to intercept my heavily swung hammer. Exhibiting remarkable agility in mere moments, it closed the distance, thrusting its trident with reckless abandon, as though it intended to carve multiple wounds into my flesh. How naive I am, not a feeble mage lacking strength. Engaging me in close combat could lead to swift repercussions. There is no need for me to endure such attacks, nor do I require any defensive measures. Even dodging can be an offensive maneuver. I am a mage capable of movement, and this is no jest. Fire escape. Faced with such a robust skeletal adversary, my immediate choice is to deliver a hammer blow to the back of its skull. Naturally, this approach is not without its risks, as I cannot guarantee that a single strike will shatter the fiery red skeleton's head. With ordinary skeletons, I am confident that a single blow would suffice, but this one, with bones sturdier than a bull's, presents a formidable challenge. The thickness of its skull appears comparable to that of a demon smith's creation. And thus the safest course of action is the second option. Swish. The blade sliced through. Crack. The skull shattered. Clang, clang. The head rolled to the ground. In that crucial moment, the sickle attached to my hammer proved reliable. Though it suffered a dent, it ultimately resolved the battle. Yet, I cannot help but feel a sense of loss. Such a fine weapon has been damaged. It has accompanied me through countless battles, a trusty companion over 8 years. However, this outcome was inevitable. As the enemies grow more numerous and powerful, it is remarkable that this weapon, crafted from ordinary materials, has lasted this long, an outcome I cherish, much like this sturdy wooden shaft, which has narrowly escaped breaking on several occasions. The front end, resembling a massive top, is undeniably heavy for a shaft as slender as an egg, and truth be told, this wooden shaft feels a tad unwieldy to me, often leaving me with a sense of sluggishness in battle. Furthermore, the tattered banner, once a vibrant cloth, has become drenched in blood over the course of these battles, losing all semblance of elegance and grandeur. Perhaps it is time to part with this old companion and craft a more suitable weapon when the opportunity arises. Year 30240 of the star calendar, Sanctuary, Rugoyne, the sorcerer's celestial realm. The secrets hidden within the royal garden of Rugoyne extend beyond the quarters of the women. The ancient relics buried beneath the dust of history hold the true, unimaginable secrets. The sorcerer's celestial realm is concealed within the royal garden of Rugoyne, a peculiar imitation of the astral plane, reminiscent of a mage's chamber, yet far more expansive. In summary, this realm consists of a starry sky with several straight rock pathways, one of which leads to the secret laboratory of Harrison. Through the teleportation array within the secret laboratory, one can reach the tomb of Heradric, where the burning king, Baal, is imprisoned. This is the true purpose of Rugoyne's existence. And all of this has become history with the arrival of the Dark Wanderers, the enchanted tale, the secret laboratory. Begone, you dark demon, retreat. Flames engulfed the city, the young sorcerer declared. Whoosh! Flames surged. The flames of a young sorcerer attempting to summon demons. They are akin to a springtime hot spring, remarked the old bald man in the black robe. You vile creature, arise, my demons, the young sorcerer commanded. Roar, roar, the demons responded. No, you are my summoned slaves, are you not? The young sorcerer cried. Slaves are never truly slaves. Here, serve as my guards, young sorcerer, replied the old bald man in the black robe. Chapter 36. Crackle, crackle, the portal shattered. Damn it. How could that fiery red skeleton possibly interfere with the portal? If this is the case, we have lost our final hope of returning to the half-elf encampment. It destined that we confront the Dark Knights today. It seems that battle is unavoidable. Very well, it is time to showcase my true skills. Hey, Dark Knights over there, I wonder if you comprehend human speech. What I wish to convey is that I surrender. Truly, I sincerely surrender. I am willing to offer these timid adventurers to the greatest and most erudite countess. Selling others is preferable to selling oneself. I apologize, dear comrades, but once you have perished, I shall shed a few crocodile tears for you. Surrender, the noble witch declared. The Countess, how could she possibly be here? The venomous flower vines are clearly tracking the underground prison. How could the Countess appear in this place? It defies all logic. I never expected that the Countess I sought so desperately had not separated from the Dark Knights, but had instead concealed herself among their ranks. It seems I was overthinking it. The venomous flower vines were to blame. What could possibly track the Countess's movements? It is nothing more than deception, devoid of any reliable basis. Once this matter has passed, I must inquire with Anaphis. Whether I am being played for a fool or not, one should not be so deceitful, regardless of my limited knowledge. This is a grave intelligence error, a rhythm that could lead to fatal consequences. In any case, I am incensed. I fear not divine adversaries, but rather foolish allies. The battlefield is no place for a noble lady. You ought to return to your husband's embrace and weep, I remarked. You treacherous, duplicitous Dark Knights, charge. The noble witch commanded. I, treacherous? I merely employ strategy. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Such matters go unnoticed here. Who would bother to uphold the interests of a malevolent witch? Moreover, this witch shows no inclination to pursue any accountability, having already rendered her voice hoarse from incessant shouting, now only able to emit a feeble, almost hysterical cryt. Seems she has already tasted the might of my right hand, and should now comprehend the necessity of cooperation. Send them back to the realm of the dead? Or else I, Arato Minhasa, the noble witch. Huff, a thick fog envelopes the scene. Swish, swish, the Dark Knight Brigade fades into the white mist. Excellent, splendid. Is this not cooperation? Was she not vociferous in her insults before? Now she obediently complies. All pleas for reason are naught but illusions. It is always about winning hearts through cunning. Had I foreseen this outcome, I would not have struggled against it. What was the point? Was there any joy in it? Indeed, the more one resists and struggles, the more intriguing it becomes. For it is such women who possess authenticity. I have no fondness for those who, despite coercion, do not resist. Though I am aware this theory lacks a solid foundation. My preferences remain unchanged. For instance, I relish in the act of coercing a beautiful noble witch. This is what I enjoy most. Conversely, I find little motivation to compel those women who willingly approach me, such as my already conquered sister Anna. This behavior, one could argue, borders on extreme infidelity and irresponsibility. By the gods, I must choose my companions more wisely in the future, preferably those with a touch of foolishness. However, I doubt Sister Anna would dare betray me for another man. After all, she is but a living corpse. Yet, the little nun, Telia, and the head nun might be a different story. By the gods. This is all so chaotic and unpredictable. I truly overthink things. Alas, the human heart is a treacherous thing. No wonder my journey here has been unarmed. If I had carried weaponry, at this pace, I might very well become a lord of some species. The likelihood seems quite high. But for now, these thoughts can only serve as a bittersweet tale. The zombies. Crack, crack, the skeletons. With the formidable Dark Knight Brigade dispersed, these lowly minions still linger. The skeletal remains scattered across the land appear quite terrifying, yet they are utterly useless. As a seasoned heavy-armored warrior, I can still glide forth, even while cradling a noble witch and wielding a heavy weapon. This does not impede my gliding prowess in the slightest. My strength is aided by the pair of fin-like, sturdy wings adorning my back, indeed, the kind that can prick one's hand. These wings do not grant me the ability to soar through the sky, even with all my might. They allow only a brief moment of levitation. In truth, I seldom utilize them, as I am still acclimating to the psychological and physiological changes brought on by my transformation from 2 legs to a tail. To further adapt to a pair of fin-like wings would likely render me incapable of even standing. To be honest, this is no jest. It took me a year to barely master standing with a tail. I must admit, this body has made me acutely aware of an awkward yet painfully real issue. When moving, one must twist their waist. I discovered this issue when I first learned to walk with a tail. Yes, it is quite ostentatious, I know, but I lack the ability to change it. In the year 30240 of the star calendar, at the sanctuary, the graveyard of the Harrison family, Braddock. Nearly a millennium of sediment has imbued this place with a profound sense of historical gravitas. It is the resting place of the great mage, Hradok. Enormous cliffs encircle this area, resembling a small basin. Each cliff has its own grave entrance, and each entrance is adorned with a mysterious alchemical rune. Whether triangular or circular, one entrance leads to the true tomb of Hradok, while the others are perilous labyrinths of graves. It is said that this graveyard was designed by Hradok himself, constructed by the Minute Kingdom a millennium ago. Due to the immense scale of the project, the Minute Kingdom dedicated an entire generation to its preliminary completion. This severely impacted the Minute Kingdom's dominion over surrounding territories and is regarded as the cause of its decline. The self-important alchemical mage. Your grand design is nothing remarkable. The old, bald man in the black robe. Indeed, the downfall of the Minute Kingdom has sealed everything. Darkness has finally gained the upper hand. The young sorcerer. No, you are mistaken. We shall bring freshness and vitality to this world, gaze upon the present and reflect upon the past. Every advancement of humanity is intertwined with primordial darkness. Thus, we shall ultimately rule the world. The old man in the black robe. It is a triangle. The young sorcerer closes his grimoire. It is time to liberate you. Ball, trapped within the soul stone. Emerge and bring destruction, fulfilling the plan we have prepared for a millennium. Let those angels still swirling around the crystal archways meet their complete demise. Ha ha ha. The Dark Wanderer. Chapter 38. The Feathered Serpent. Half-Elf Encampment. Oak Tavern. At last. I have returned. The brief adventure of a few days felt like an interminable and arduous epoch. Yes, an epoch. Regarding the noble witch, who self-proclaims as a countess, her lack of cooperation was exceedingly frustrating. She even fled midway, forcing me to squander a day in pursuit. I ultimately found her within the dark castle of the countess. However, I was met with the countess and her dark knights, who were resolute in their vigilance, leaving me no opportunity to seize her. The countess had even retreated to the back of the crowd, making it impossible for me to capture her. Thus, I relinquished the idea of apprehending the countess. Yet we struck a pact. Her dark knights shall no longer engage in misdeeds outside, and I, in turn, shall refrain from troubling her. Although it is merely a verbal agreement, I am confident that the countess will adhere to it. To be honest, I would prefer if she were to break this promise, providing me with ample reason to seek her out. In truth, I rather enjoy discussing troublesome matters with her, as it brings me joy. Esteemed fairy lord, would you like a loaf of black bread for a gold coin? The half-elf maid inquires. Yes, bring me a loaf of black bread for a gold coin, and a barrel of malt beer. And if there are any meats available, do not hesitate to serve them. I wish to fill 2 tables with food, enough to satiate my hunger to 8/10 full. To be frank, I have noticed a significant increase in my appetite during this time, nearly doubling. Yet, hunger cannot be ignored. Especially after intense battles, I often feel an emptiness in my stomach, rendering my right hand ineffective. In reality, this is not a fleeting sensation. I have discovered that the strength of my right hand is directly correlated with the state of my stomach. When my belly is full, I can wield a heavy hammer scythe with ease. When hungry, it feels exceedingly burdensome. Moreover, my right hand's strength has been on the rise. I am uncertain whether it is due to increased food intake or if my hand's growing strength compels me to eat more. Regardless, I shall eat whatever is available, prioritizing filling my belly before attending to other matters. Esteemed fairy lord, your food has arrived. The half-elf maid announces. It is still that familiar flavor. Excellent. The black bread at the Oak Tavern is indeed top-notch. When eaten warm, it is soft and sweet, perfectly suited for someone like me, who has a less than perfect set of teeth. Speaking of which, my teeth differ from those of humans, while theirs are typically composed of bone. Mine are a platinum-like metal, sharp and resilient, allowing me to easily chew through copper and bite iron. Furthermore, the scales on my tail are not ordinary calcium-based minerals, but rather an unfamiliar metal adorned with delicate patterns. Otherwise, how could I assert that my tail is not something an ordinary little demon could provoke? With a flick of my tail, it can rival the ferocity of a steel whip. The only unfortunate aspect is that I am still not sufficiently skilled in managing it. Lastly, there are my seldom used wings, which resemble my tail, characterized by a fiery red hue with black patterns embellishing them. Tough yet lightweight, they too appear to be made of some metal, though I remain ignorant of their exact composition. Given the abundance of metal present throughout my body, I suspect that the very framework of my physique may consist entirely of metal. Yet, it is certainly not ordinary steel. It must be an alloy infused with rare metallic elements, for otherwise it would be impossible for my bodily functions to remain so optimal. Most crucially, this body is remarkably light, weighing only a fraction compared to an average human female, perhaps a little over 1/3 of her weight. It seems that I have been spared a skeletal frame and 2 lengthy legs, and my internal organs have been streamlined. Thus, my tail does not possess much flesh. In reality, this seemingly unassuming body, devoid of a gaunt appearance, holds little actual flesh. "You certainly have quite the appetite," remarks a goblin merchant. "Indeed," replies a passerby, "By the gods, not this goblin again. It seems I was mocked by this same goblin during my first visit to the Oak Tavern." One instance of ridicule was not enough. He seeks to continue his mockery. "Once I am satiated, I will ensure this goblin merchant understands why flowers bloom so vibrantly. Ah, these daily trivial dealings are so tiresome." "Have you heard about the fool collecting shrub fruits?" the goblin merchant inquires. "Collecting shrub fruits? That seems to be happening over in the slums. It has attracted quite a number of people. Many have ventured into the wild to gather shrub fruits for sale. The buying price is reportedly quite high, comparable to that of wheat in circulation. The gatherers are 2 sisters who appeared from nowhere, and the younger one is just a child," responds the passerby. "How dare they call me a fool? I shall ignore him until I finish my meal and then deal with him." "There is indeed a large cart of shrub fruits prepared here," the goblin merchant boasts. "They do not want fresh ones, only those that have been washed and dried. Whether sun-dried or roasted, the drier, the better." The passerby adds, "When one speaks of striving to do better, it seems utterly bewildering. The rumors that circulate are indeed preposterous." "What I possess is merely dried," remarks the goblin merchant. "You truly excel in commerce. Having prepared such a plethora of bramble fruits, these fruits, upon sight, I find too tedious to even gather, for they are inedible and, moreover, highly toxic. I cannot fathom why they persist in toiling over bramble fruits. Are they attempting to concoct a poison? Yet, the toxicity of bramble fruits merely induces a sour, debilitating sensation, hardly lethal." A bystander muses, "What a remarkable notion, collecting bramble fruits to create a potion that renders one incapacitated. Indeed, an intriguing idea. If I were to extract the sour essence from the bramble fruit wine, I could create a profoundly acidic bramble fruit vinegar, which would be a serendipitous outcome. By pursuing this, I could simultaneously produce wine and vinegar, leading to leisurely days spent counting gold coins. Let all notions of adventure and quests fade away. Mastering essential business techniques to amass wealth, I could indulge in whatever my heart desires, a far superior alternative to the aimless life of an adventurer. Furthermore, this approach is swifter than scavenging for resources through perilous ventures. Most importantly, these endeavors would not hinder my pursuit of thrill and adventure. With proper planning, I could become a contented merchant of mischief. How delightful it would be to see that goblin merchant, who has wronged me, merely pacing in circles, utterly impotent against my resolve." In the year 30240 of the star calendar, at the burial site of Heretic, the most formidable mage, Heretic, led the order of the Sage Si against the infernal demons a millennium ago. Their footsteps traversed nearly every corner of the sanctuary continent, ultimately uncovering the demonic presence in the desolate sands. Wherever the demon tread, everything ignited, and the very earth withered and cracked. The terrifying demon, King of Flames Baal, was a most vicious humanoid red dragon. Baal's stature was immense. Fortunately, he lacked wings, which meant he could not soar freely like some winged fiends, undoubtedly easing the burden on the mage's order in confronting Baal. In a secluded chamber, the clash of metal resonates. "Cursed demon, I never anticipated you would venture here. Perish," proclaims Arier. "Justice incarnate, your blade remains as sharp as ever. However, your form is still that of a mortal. Is it not? How amusing that even a paragon of virtue, a seraph of justice, would resort to such base tactics as borrowing another's body," retorts the old dark-robed mage. "Mephisto, save your hatred for the depths of the burning hell," Arier counters. The soul stone trembles under the tumult of battle. Damn it, has the aftermath of the conflict affected the soul stone? Has the King of Flames finally broken free? Arier reflects. Chapter 39. Luna, Level 2. North Camp.as intended. The construction of the three-story building is progressing rapidly. I must commend the architectural masters here for their remarkable skill in utilizing bricks and lime, innovative materials for construction. Moreover, their imagination and design is commendable. Though the foundation has been laid and the first floor is rising, the workers' planning is evidently commendable. I shall refrain from interference and allow them to proceed at their own pace. The temporary tents nearby are quite captivating. The Anna sisters are tirelessly attending to the common folk selling bramble fruits. Such bustling activity brings me satisfaction, despite the rapid expenditure of gold coins. Thankfully, I thwarted the machinations of the Countess and secured 1,800 gold coins from Telia. Coupled with what I gathered from slaying monsters, it is no wonder that I would currently be devoid of funds without these gains. Although my payments to the impoverished are relatively modest, I bear the burden of their daily sustenance, leading to significant gold expenditure. Yet, it is a necessary obligation. After all, I cannot deny wages to the laborers. Lest no one be willing to work for me, including those hedgehogs I lured here under false pretenses, I ensure they are compensated well, far better than those lords who mercilessly slay their slaves. My lord, Anna addresses me. Esteemed lord, the hedgehogs chime in. Excellent. Do not let that goblin merchant escape. I have had my eye on you since dawn, I declare, directing my attention to the green-faced goblin merchant, who hastily responds, Esteemed lord, I beg your forgiveness for my impudence. I truly did not realize you were the lord of this place. Alas, I have a 3-year-old child at home. I implore you, do not sever my hands, I need them to feed my family. The goblin merchant's plight appears quite tragic, however. I am not a benevolent soul, asa lord. I must retain some semblance of mercy for the sake of appearances. I cannot be as brutal as the other lords. Therefore I have resolved to confiscate all the goblin merchant's bramble fruits. Such conduct is unacceptable. He is blatantly hoarding goods and disrupting the labor payment system I have painstakingly established. This detrimental practice and its ensuing ill effects must be met with the most stringent reprimands. It serves as a cautionary tale for others, ensuring they understand that my regulations are to be upheld rigorously, akin to those of the half-elf camp. Very well, I may be overthinking this. Without soldiers, resources, or territory, I am merely a figurehead lord. I can only ponder these thoughts in silence. Goblin merchant, do you realize the error of your ways? I inquire. Ah, esteemed lord, I am fully aware, the goblin responds. Then, are you cognizant of the consequences of such actions? I press. Ah, esteemed lord, I beseech you for mercy. I shall never transgress again, the goblin pleads. Very well, leave the bramble fruits behind. You may depart, I decree. Ah, merciful lord, thank you for your generosity, the goblin merchant exclaims gratefully. Indeed, I am quite generous. I have always believed that for a powerful lord, ordinary folk are exceedingly weak. There is no need for deliberate targeting. After all, my title of lord is merely a term that has circulated among the common people. I have only referred to myself as lord in a few crowded places, yet it has taken root in the community. Fortunately, the management system in the half-elf camp is lacking. Otherwise, self-proclaiming as lord could lead to dire consequences. However, I should not dwell on this. The title of lord is simply that, a title. Anyone may assume it, provided they gain the people's recognition. A lord without acknowledgement is utterly ineffectual. I believe my status as lord has been acknowledged by many ordinary individuals in the half-elf camp. I am grateful for this era of turmoil, where the populace lacks a sense of national belonging. If managed wisely, my identity as lord could become firmly established. The thought brings a thrill of excitement. Perhaps one day, my self-proclaimed title as lord could transform into reality. Who knows, if I were to declare myself emperor, perhaps that too could manifest in time. Begone, I command. Thank you, my lord. The goblin merchant scurries away. Excellent. I sense my authority as lord has significantly risen, evident in the fearful gazes of the common folk around me. Should I truly wish to solidify my status as lord, the attitude of the half-elves is of paramount importance. After all, the foremost armed organization here is the half-elves, who protect the common people. Though their intentions regarding governance remain unclear, the inhabitants have implicitly accepted their rule. One only needs to observe how strictly the populace adheres to the rules set by the half-elves to realize this. Ultimately, my position as Lord hinges on the perceptions of the half-elves. However, I must question whether I truly need to govern this place as its lord. The answer might be a resounding no. The residents here are predominantly impoverished. If a tyrannical lord were to rule, there might be some profit to extract, but for someone like me, who cannot engage in widespread cruelty, reaping benefits from such destitution is an impossibility. If I happen to perform a few good deeds out of goodwill, I might find myself financially drained, potentially pouring my own gold into the Lord's tower, which is no jest. Engaging in a financial loss is utterly unacceptable. It is a grave matter of principle. Without principles, there are no boundaries, and one loses their moral foundation. Such behavior cannot persist today. Indulging freely tomorrow, demanding resources without compensation would undoubtedly incite chaos. Thus, you ought not to engage in hoarding bramble fruits like that goblin merchant. Today, I shall announce an important regulation concerning your livelihoods, the bramble fruit sales limit. No individual shall sell more than a specified quantity of bramble fruits each day. Anyone found in violation shall face consequences, I declare. Yes. My lord, the crowd responds obediently. They are compliant. I appreciate this. Let us implement this regulation to alleviate the pressure on Anna and her team. Once we expand our operations, we can loosen the restrictions on purchasing. Next, I ought to visit the blacksmith Babata. I am curious about how many clocks he has produced and how well they have sold, as well as what profits they have brought in. The revenue generated is what truly concerns me, for it directly relates to the gleaming gold coins. Gold is the undeniable truth. In the year 30240 of the star calendar, in the astral realm, within the burning hell, the torture caverns. When one mentions the torture caverns, demons in the burning hell instinctively retreat. Here lies the lair of the torture king Duriel, where, in the deepest recesses of the cavern, resides his favored chamber of execution, adorned with nearly every instrument of torment known to mankind. Each device is stained with blood, the dark, crimson hue of the viscous liquid striking terror even into the hearts of the most vicious demons upon a mere glance. The immense, half-worm, half-human torture king Duriel employs these tools to inflict suffering upon any demon bold enough to defy him. During each execution, the harrowing wails of the damned echo from the darkest confines of the dungeon, reverberating far and wide, even reaching the ears of the tormented Queen Anariel within her palace of despair. "Curse you, Duriel!" exclaims the tormented Queen Anariel. "Zzz, the red portal hums." "What?" inquires Anariel. "Did you not expect your master to return?" retorts the cloaked elder. "Mephisto, you have escaped," cries Anariel. "Indeed, it mirrors the plans of a millennium past. It is time to unleash war in full force," responds the cloaked elder. "So, it seems we have been mere pawns in a game that has played us all along," reflects the Queen of Despair, Anariel. Chapter 40. The legendary witch countess at the blacksmith's forge. What is the matter? Not a single item sold for such an extended period. Not even a single coin's worth of revenue, I lament. Esteemed lord, I share your plight. Yet, those who come to my forge seek only ironwork. They scarcely glance at these exquisite timepieces, akin to works of art. "I am at a loss," replies Babata. "Indeed, entrusting commerce to a dwarf proves to be a most unreliable venture. I must concede that I overestimated the allure of the grand clock. I had believed such a sophisticated novelty would surely sell well, only to be met with the stark reality that it holds little value in the eyes of many. Alas, the grand clock may languish, but as long as the pocket watches are crafted successfully, I shall maintain my confidence in reaping a greater profit. I refuse to accept that items which once set trends across various eras on Earth could go unnoticed in this realm. It is simply illogical. Very well, I shall take the 3 clocks I previously made and attempt to market them. Perhaps I might even showcase them at the upcoming Moor auction. Certainly worth a try. What? The technical requirements for pocket watches are far too advanced. They cannot be produced here, I state. Esteemed lord, I share your frustration. Yet, I can only forge cumbersome equipment. Creating such delicate and intricate items is beyond my capabilities, Babata laments. Alas, the pocket watch endeavor has also met with failure. I ought not to have relied on a mere blacksmith. What I truly require is an alchemist skilled in the art of refined craftsmanship. Perhaps in the hands of an alchemist, the pocket watch could be created to perfection. In this technologically stagnant place, why must crafting an item be so arduous? I still have glass, ceramics, bricks, tiles, and crafts to fire. At this rate, without a decade of accumulated expertise, I shall achieve naught. I must also check on the progress of the six-barreled machine gun I commissioned. Acquiring this formidable weapon would be far more practical. What use are skeleton mages and skeleton archers when confronted by the might of my six-barreled gun? What? The barrels are consistently subpar. After just one assembly, they become unusable, I exclaim. Esteemed Lord, I share your frustration. I am but an ordinary blacksmith, and crafting these items has already exhausted all my efforts. Yet success remains just out of reach, Babata responds. This is futile, foolish, with an endless array of excuses. I have had enough. I cannot afford to be ensnared in Babata's web. I have heard that the Chasai blacksmith, who has been closed for an extended period, has reopened. I must pay a visit. It is rumored that this barbarian, Chasai, possesses commendable blacksmithing skills and occasionally forges weapons imbued with magical properties. By that merit alone, he surpasses the unreliable dwarf Babata significantly. Perhaps I could have my hammer scythe reforged by Chasai. I shall make do for now and, when I acquire superior materials, commission a more fitting one. Thus, I shall set forth to the Chasai blacksmith. Esteemed Lord, will you still be crafting the four-wheeled carts? Babata inquires. Absolutely not, I reply. What nonsense! With the existence of teleportation circles, I have no need for carts. They can be cast far from my thoughts. I have come to understand that technological innovation cannot be achieved by a single individual in a single forge, laboring tirelessly for months. To incite a revolution in technology, one must amplify these conditions tenfold. 100-fold. Only then might a sweeping wave of innovation arise. For now, I shall set aside these unreliable pursuits. After all, they are matters that require time to mature to perfection. It is akin to brewing berry wine. 3 to 5 months of fermentation is merely the beginning. It takes over a year for it to truly become wine. I have rigorously tested this during my leisure. Unlike other fruits that can ferment into wine in half a month, the process for berry wine is far more protracted. Additionally, once it has matured into wine, further processing is necessary. Otherwise, it would be unpalatable. To be candid, I am unsure if this endeavor is truly worthwhile, or if it will yield profit, as it was a decision made in a moment of impulsive enthusiasm. My intentions were simple, to provide a means of livelihood for the young miners. Regardless of the outcome, having embarked on this venture, I shall persist even at a loss, for this was the first entrepreneurial endeavor I conceived. I cannot carelessly abandon it, especially when so many impoverished souls depend on it for a better life. Even as a capitalist, I firmly believe I am a conscientious, ethical individual with a sense of social responsibility. I must remain steadfast in my conviction that no one shall use criticism to invoke guilt from my conscience. Such matters are tools for my own condemnation of others. I am resolute in standing upon the moral high ground. Indeed, it must be so, as a fairy aspiring to become a lord. Such awareness is imperative. East of the camp, Chasai's blacksmith is in stark contrast to the northern camp, where dilapidated tents abound. The eastern camp is a relatively affluent area. Here, stone houses dominate, appearing much cleaner and more orderly, and the roads are paved with smooth stones. Most notably, the expansive plaza, spanning over 100 meters, is a remarkable sight in such a modestly scaled locale. Chasai's blacksmith stands at the edge of the plaza. The residences of the half-elves can also be found here. Including the nuns' church, essentially, the main structures of the camp are clustered around the plaza. The vast square is not paved with stones as the streets are, but instead it is covered in a soft, wild grass. The half-elves train in this very space, which is said to have originally served as their training ground, gradually evolving into a favored gathering place for the populace. Ding-dong, ding-dong. The sound of hammering resonates. Creak. I enter the premises. It appears far more professional than Babata's forge, particularly with the weapons displayed on the racks. Some even emit a faint magical aura. Among them, the cross-tipped spear exudes the most potent magical essence. Upon my entrance, I can immediately sense its magical presence. It is said that certain mages utilize arcane sight to assess the quality of magical equipment. The finer the equipment, the more radiant its glow under such scrutiny. Moreover, different magical attributes yield distinct colors in the glow. For instance, a weapon imbued with fire elements would shine in hues of flame. I surmise that the cross-tipped spear possesses an icy magical attribute. As the sensation I perceive is one of coldness, this has been a familiar experience with other magical items, suggesting that mages are highly attuned to magical auras. Otherwise, how could they even be considered mages if they cannot detect magical essence? Do you require assistance? A resonant feminine voice inquires. Yes, I reply. In the year 30240 of the star calendar, at the sanctuary of Taima Heights, within the monastery of the Great Cathedral, originally a place for the nuns to offer their prayers, it has now been overtaken by demons. The sacred murals of heaven are defaced with blood, and the fallen demons rejoice here, boiling putrid zombies in large cauldrons. Those struggling in the bubbling, corrupt waters are pinned down with forks, while others wield knives and swords. Stirring the cauldron, carving chunks of rotting flesh from the zombies, the fallen demon sorcerers chant incantations, sprinkling golden powder into the cauldron. The fetid, boiling water no longer emits a foul stench, and the putrid meat reverts to its original state of blood and flesh. The fallen demons cheer even louder, akin to a cacophony of shrill, ghastly spirits. Your Majesty, the dinner you requested, announces a fallen demon sorcerer. Filthy wretches, I demand fresh blood and flesh, retorts an Ariel. Yes, my queen, the fallen sorcerer hastily departs. Cursed be Mephisto, cursed be Duriel, for forcing me into this dilapidated monastery. Those detestable winged angels make my stomach churn. I am the queen of despair, ruler of the burning hells. How can I possibly reside in such cramped quarters? All of this is due to that accursed Duriel, who has hastened to some grand tomb. I have heard that it holds a captive winged angel. How dare he deprive me of the opportunity to flay an angel? Unforgivable, Queen of Despair, and Ariel. Chapter 41. Pursuit. Select what you need. The magical weapons over there cost 100 gold coins each. I have heard you are the finest blacksmith in the entire camp. I would like you to repair my weapon, I state. Certainly. Place it over there, the woman responds. She truly is a diligent worker. Though I have only seen her silhouette, my instincts tell me that this barbarian woman named Chasai is quite a captivating beauty. Unlike other blacksmiths, this woman possesses a remarkably appealing physique. Her height is particularly extraordinary, roughly estimated to be around 2 meters and 40 centimeters, especially accentuated by her long, elegant legs. Gulp. She truly ignites a fiery yearning within me. At last. I am done that I'm so exhausted. Oh, you haven't tea left yet? She inquires. Gulp. It's not that I haven't tea left. It's that I can hardly move my tail. Upon encountering such a stunning beauty, I feel utterly besotted, and merely refraining from hastily closing the door to engage in nefarious deeds demonstrates remarkable self-control. Yet, I find myself genuinely yearning to indulge in mischief with this enchanting mare. As if a little devil within me is fervently shouting to topple her. Such actions are utterly unattainable for me at this moment, given that we are in the half-elf camp, not in some desolate wilderness. Were it the latter, I would gladly seize the opportunity, for there would be no one to trouble me. After all, why not seize the chance? So large, I remark. You lecherous imp. I would dare to consume even the tofu of Chashi, she retorts. Don't hit me. Help! This barbaric woman is attempting to murder her husband. I exclaim. Just like that, she strikes me. How barbaric! It hurts terribly. Her blows are so forceful. Thankfully, I do not suffer in vain and take advantage of the chaos to indulge my hands. Huff. Huff, she breathes. You're exhausted now, aren't you? Too weak to strike me anymore. Heh, I shall not hold back. Lecherous imp, let me go, she protests. Let go? That is out of the question. You wicked woman attempting to murder your husband. I shall punish you, I declare. Release me. I don't even know you. Mad imp, lecherous imp, evil wicked imp, release me at once, she cries. How dare she label me as mad? That is my greatest disdain. Initially, I merely wished to tease her a little, but now I am enraged. A light tease must escalate into a more robust engagement. A prod to one leg, a prod to the other, resulting in a total of 2 prods. Quite delightful. Smooth to the touch, truly, her legs are akin to those of a supermodel, an irresistible temptation. Go be precise. It is my tail that serves as a third hand at crucial moments, such as when retrieving items. I often use my tail to grasp something before transferring it to my hands, allowing me to hone my tail skills, an endeavor that is both practical and pleasurable. I apologize, I say, releasing her. Mad imp. Perverse imp, get out, she demands. But my weapon isn't repaired yet, I respond. Scoundrel, leave at once, she insists. Alas, dear woman, your name signifies weakness. Regardless of how formidable a woman may be, when faced with such circumstances, she instantly assumes the role of a victim. Invoking sympathy as a fragile being, yes, as a barbarian. Though Chashi embodies a larger-than-life beauty akin to a majestic mare, she fails to leverage the advantages of her stature. Had I possessed such a grand physique, I could easily overpower anyone daring enough to engage in misdeeds. Well, even without Chashi's towering height, I could still swiftly deal with any would-be transgressor. Thus, I assert that women possess an inherent inclination to enjoy being victimized, feigning resistance while relishing in it. I shall not leave without my weapon being repaired, I declare. Perverse imp, I shall ignore you and seek a half-elf to apprehend you, she threatens. This threat is formidable. Yet I remain unafraid. In truth, I have committed no wrongdoing, and would others even believe her? What will you tell the half-elves? I inquire. I shall say you, she begins. What about me? I press. The perverse imp who laments her tragic fate. Oh, how Chashi suffers, having lost the harem, punished by the elders, and now tormented by a perverse imp. She sobs as if a string in her heart had been severed. Chashi weeps profusely. The more she cries, the more I find myself enjoying it. Least I am no longer a mere passerby in her eyes. This bodes well for my future endeavors with the enchanting mare. And what of the harem? Wasn't that acquired by Windsor and her companions? At that time, it was in the possession of a young sorcerer, that fiery-headed skeletal figure who fell lifeless to the ground. The situation was dire, undoubtedly. That hammer was reclaimed by demons. Such carelessness. Yet, this may work to my advantage, as it clearly presents an opportunity for me to borrow the hammer and deal with Chashi. A splendid chance indeed, take note of it. For when I venture forth, I shall prioritize the task of retrieving that hammer. Are you referring to the one that fell in the military camp? I can assist you in reclaiming it from the monsters, I offer. Perverse imp. I require no assistance from you, she retorts. How disheartening to receive such a blatant rejection. Since she is so stubborn, I shall have to change my approach. I could also choose to keep the hammer for myself, I suggest. Woe is me. Why must you bully me? She laments. Who could resist bullying someone as exquisite as you? I confess. Truth be told, from the moment I laid eyes upon you, I discovered a profound truth. I have fallen for you. A love that pierces the heart, a love that runs deep and unspoken. Hence, my impulsive and reckless actions. I hope you can forgive my despicable, shameless, and mad behavior. Accept me, and I shall make you my bride. The most beautiful lady of the realm, I declare. Pfft, get lost, she retorts, yet her laughter is delightful, and I find myself fond of it. However, now is not the opportune moment for such a bold move. I shall wait for a more favorable time. I shall leave my weapon here. Please see to its repair. Particularly the sickle. If you have any good flags, please replace them as well. Price is no object. If you possess quality materials, it would be splendid to forge an even more suitable weapon for me. I shall return tomorrow afternoon to collect it, I instruct. Very well, she agrees. It seems she bears no ill will towards me now. The thrill of flirtation feels rather gratifying. I in the year 30240 of the star calendar. In the sanctuary of Hagalos, the capital of the barbarian tribes, the name suggests it resides atop a snow-capped peak, yet in reality, it does not. Its precise location is a city carved out on the mountainside of the snow-capped range, a laborious endeavor requiring immense resources and time. Nevertheless, the indomitable barbarian spirit has persevered for millennia to establish this city upon the mountainside. From the vast platform at the city gates, one can gaze upon the expansive snow-covered plains and the remnants of ancient civilizations steeped in legend. That mountain, the highest in the entire range, is said to imprison the Lord of Destruction, Diablo, guarded by slumbering ancient beings. Your schemes, Mephisto, shall not prevail, bellowed the barbarian holding the banner. The plains were swarming with high-ranking demons from the snow-capped mountains. Surrounding a lavishly adorned carriage, Within sat a fearsome demon, cloaked in an aura of dark energy, the Lord of Hatred, Mephisto. His form, entwined in the malevolent darkness of 1,000 years of sealing, had transformed into a terrifying skeletal figure. Pitiful barbarians! You possess no hope, Mephisto scoffed. Roar! The demons launched their assault. Chapter 42. Crimson Apple. At the military camp. My misfortune has finally arrived. I knew this day would come, yet I did not anticipate its swift arrival. Lord Telia inexplicably departed the half-elf camp, accompanied by a striking Amazonian woman. A stern instructor, adept in the use of polearms and throwing spears, she possesses a wealth of weaponry skills. It is said she is a formidable adventurer of over rank 5. This Amazonian woman operates with an efficiency akin to a chilling wind, her demeanor icy and uncompromising. On her first night here, I was apprehended by the half-elves and brought to the training grounds of the military camp. Typically, this area is off-limits, being a military training facility. Yet, while I was comfortably nestled in my warm bed, I was unexpectedly brought to this place. Everything transpired too rapidly for me to comprehend, leaving me bewildered. Thus, I neither fled nor resisted. I simply wished to witness what madness Telia had unleashed. Yet, with Telia absent, I sensed an impending storm brewing within the half-elf camp, and I, self-proclaimed lord, was destined for tragedy. Despite my meticulous calculations, I had not anticipated the arrival of such a ruthless and cold instructor overnight. This burden is not mine to bear. I implore you not to hold me accountable for every misfortune that befalls us. Do not pin everything on me. I am innocent. I protest. Enough. I am fully aware of everything you have done. You even boldly declared that commoners should address you as Lord, while the half-elves are the true masters here. You shall face the most severe punishment from the true masters. Your possessions will be confiscated, and you shall be conscripted into our half-elf ranks, serving without pay until your transgressions are forgiven, and you regain your freedom as an adventurer, the instructor declares. What grievance or grudge could warrant such treatment? My family and estate are substantial. It has not been easy. You intend to leave me in this state. Once I sort out matters with Anna and the others, I shall return to my stone fortress. Though it may be a dilapidated heap, after 8 years of tidying, it serves as a decent abode. Thus it is settled. I shall find Anna, then Chashi, tidy up, and depart. Not only do they confiscate my belongings, but they also expect me to serve the half-elves without recompense, a preposterous notion. Let go, it hurts. I exclaim. Do not even think about leaving here. If you provoke me, you will face dire consequences, the instructor warns. I fear you. If you possess the ability, then do not grip my wrist. I challenge. Very well, she replies. How foolish of me to actually release her. I shall not be courteous and will hastily take my leave. If walking is insufficient, I shall employ fire release. I will shift positions, and indeed, I feel rejuvenated. Farewell. How could the frigid and unyielding female instructor possibly be a mere apparition, yet here she is, a twin? Where do you intend to go? Inquires the instructor. Impossible. How could you possibly be ahead of me? I respond. Indeed, I have always been behind you, I retort. The two instructors speak in unison. What sorcery is this? How impressive. Do not think that having two of you intimidates me. You cannot impede my pain. Release me. I declare. I have already warned you. You shall reap the consequences, the instructor replies ominously. This time, I sense impending doom. The consequences she speaks of do not bode well. In this tiny cage, I implore, let me out, you cold and beautiful yet unwed woman. You cannot confine me like this, especially in such a diminutive prison. I curse you. Release me at once. Otherwise, once I escape, I shall torment you 100-fold, teaching you the true meaning of punishment. You, clearly an old maid, shall learn that I am not to be trifled with. Despite my venomous words, the infuriating instructor remains unfazed. Leisurely roasting meat over a fire, her disdain evident in her smirk and contemptuous gaze, that detestable instructor must be doing this intentionally. I should not have acted so rashly. Meticulous planning was required before taking action. To find myself in such a predicament is truly unfortunate. I have heard that fairies possess no gender. Do you? The instructor inquires. I, the Lord, am unequivocally masculine, I assert. My gender shall surely elevate you to heaven, I continue. Indeed. As Talia said, you are quite the little lecher, the instructor retorts. Could it be that this woman has ties to Talia? I must probe further. What other disparaging remarks has Talia made about me that led to this encounter? What ill words have been spoken about you? Aside from calling you a gender-ambiguous lecherous fairy, not much else, I reply. The instructor concludes that Talia does not mind my proclamations about being a lord, realizing that her treatment of me is not for the sake of harmony in the half-elf camp, but rather to ensnare me. What grudge could she possibly hold against me to treat me so? Is she not afraid of a guilty conscience haunting her in the dead of night? Once I escape, I shall unearth the instructor's secrets, demonstrating that while I may not currently match her strength, I am not to be underestimated. Yes, I shall disguise myself as a ghost to frighten her. Even the proud, cold, and unflappable woman must fear the supernatural. It is settled. Upon my escape, I shall haunt her. Ha ha ha. Esteemed, beautiful, omniscient, and exceedingly benevolent instructor, akin to a goddess in my heart, I have a trivial inquiry for you. I begin. Just as Talia mentioned. A smooth-talking sycophant, the instructor scoffs. I am taken aback. Moments ago, she only labeled me a gender-ambiguous lecher, and now I am also a glib flatterer? What is the meaning of this? Can we not enjoy ourselves without such nonsense? I shall draw a circle and curse all you dishonest scoundrels for deceiving a beautiful, innocent, pure, and kind little fairy like myself. Such behavior is utterly unacceptable and shall not be forgiven. Hey, you, with the ample bosom and striking beauty, could you spare me a morsel to eat? I plead. Ha, you are quite bold, the first to insult me in such a manner, and repeatedly at that. Should I consider turning you into jerky and savoring you slowly? Your bosom does seem delectable. Perhaps I shall feast on that first, the instructor muses. What is the intent of this cold woman? She was rather agreeable moments ago. Why the sudden change? While I have never been fond of such ample bosoms, I see no need to resort to butchery. I in the year 30240 of the stellar calendar, at the sanctuary of the demon fortress on the Despair Plain. This stronghold at the edge of the Despair Plain halts the demons' rampant attempts to escape from hell and wreak havoc, containing swathes of high-ranking demons within this land on the brink of becoming a fiery inferno. Faced with such a formidable number of high-ranking demons, the elite adventurers within the demon fortress are woefully few, numbering scarcely 100. Each individual and team exhibits signs of exhaustion, yet they dare not relax, remaining tense as they rest or prepare their weapons and armor. They brace for the impending onslaught, a large-scale siege that the demons organize monthly, compelling the adventurers who have traveled from afar to maintain their optimal combat readiness. Within the fortress, Talia, it has been ages since we last met, an elderly mage remarks. Indeed, it has been over 20 years. How swiftly time passes, Talia responds. I wonder how much longer this old body can endure. This place is truly despair-inducing, the elderly mage laments. It shall improve, Talia reassures. Alas, the young adventurers are maturing far too slowly, and their numbers are dreadfully few. A millennium ago, we chased the demons, driving them back. Now, we are relegated to passive defense, and it grows increasingly arduous. Are humans truly destined to be defeated by demons? The elderly mage sighs. No. We have angels, the female assassin interjects. Angels? Are you here to save us or to bring ruin? Talia questions. Chapter 43. The heart of a young girl. Please, no. I beg you, do not harm me. I understand my mistakes. Please, I implore you. I plead. Just as Talia predicted, a cowardly little fairy, afraid for her life, the instructor remarks. What a scoundrel! When a knife is poised at one's chest, who would not fear for their life? Is it truly so unreasonable? What else has Talia said about me? This is maddening. Such a fright has nearly brought me to tears. I have not wept in 8 years battling zombies and skeletons in the dark forest. Yet today, I was frightened to tears by a haughty woman. This humiliation shall be avenged. I cannot allow this to go unpunished, or I shall be the subject of ridicule wherever I go. Release me. You twisted woman. I shall torment you 100 times over. I vow. Smack. Slap. I feel the sting on my cheek. How dare that wretched woman strike me? Does she not know that one should never strike the face? Surely my cheek is swollen now. This is a grievous affront, I must remember. I shall bide my time until I grow strong enough to repay her in kind, teaching that odious woman what real punishment is, far beyond mere confinement in a small cage. Ah, just as Talia said, a vengeful and treacherous little fairy, the instructor observes. Begone. I retort that I am no longer inclined to engage with that vile woman. What a stubborn gaze you possess. It seems you still have a modicum of spirit, the instructor remarks. Begone. I insist. Truly, I can no longer endure the instructor's icy verbal assaults. I shall torment her 100 times over. Very well, it appears we can engage in normal communication, the instructor states. Communication? What need is there for communication? Is humiliating me not sufficient? Must she dissect every misdeed I've committed to further belittle me? Such trivialities are unnecessary. I am certain this infuriating instructor harbors a grudge against me. Never again shall I display my prowess in crowded places. This is a bloody lesson learned. While common folk may suffice, I must be wary of powerful adventurers like this instructor, for I could very well meet my end. Speaking of which, that necromancer I encountered at the nuns' convent was supposedly the second son of the Rougoin family. Known for their power, I must tread carefully. In Rougoin, I cannot allow myself to become overconfident. Though the city is vast, it is no obstacle for those who wish to cause me trouble. What do you wish to discuss? I ask. About your brick kiln and the winery, the instructor replies. How could she possibly know about the winery? I have kept that matter exceedingly discreet. The brick kiln is one thing, but I have never even mentioned the winery to Anna and the others. Is it possible that someone has been silently watching me? The thought sends chills down my spine. If I have indeed been under surveillance all along, then my 8 years in the dark forest were not as concealed as I believed. How foolish I was to think of myself as a powerful observer. It seems I was merely the observed. What do you intend to do? I inquire. I have arranged for someone to take over the management of the brick kiln. It has greatly improved the half-elf camp. As for the winery, your design has a few flaws, but I have already revised the plan. The next step involves the lengthy aging process for the wine. I trust you will find a way to enhance its flavor once the berry wine is ready. Yes, the instructor states. Enhance its flavor. That was merely a theoretical notion. How could I know if it would work? Indeed, I have a method, I concede. Ah, just as Talia said, a fairy more knowledgeable than even a gnome master, the instructor remarks. Could we not maintain a modicum of decorum? Do not burden Talia with everything. What nonsense does she speak? Beyond declaring me a foolish fairy, Talia has little else to say about me. If she wishes to speak, let her do so, but do not presume that everything is dictated by her. Has Talia ever proclaimed that I shall be crowned the Lord of the Blood Wastes? Has Talia ever proclaimed that I shall be crowned the Lord of the Blood Wastes? I demand, hand over the method. Instructor, what method are you referring to? What method? I reply, do not feign ignorance. It is the one that transforms shrubberry wine into a delightful beverage. Instructor, damn it. This is a dead end, for there is no such method. You wretched, perverse woman, I shall not divulge anything to you. I would rather perish than speak. It seems you are utterly clueless. Just as Talia suggested, you are a little liar. The instructor's tone conveys profound disappointment. A little liar, you say? I am a young and accomplished honest adventurer. How could deceit ever be associated with me? Such irresponsible labeling is deeply disheartening, not only insulting my character but also tarnishing my integrity. This is baseless drivel, and I must vehemently condemn the instructor for such slander, circling and crossing her name 100 times. Why now? That would surely amount to over 1,000. Can I truly encircle and cross out the instructor 1,000 times? It feels like a daunting yet grand and convoluted dream. I know, but I shall not reveal anything unless you perform a certain task. I state, I will not allow you to leave at this moment. Instructor, I do not wish to leave. I merely want to see the icy woman smile. I do not wish to leave. I long to taste the flavor upon your lips. I retort, you little lecherous fairy. Seek your beating, the instructor replies. That hurts terribly. How can a woman strike another? Such violent tendencies are unacceptable. Where has the elegance and nobility of womanhood gone? I truly do not wish to critique. Hey, have you considered my proposal? It is but a kiss, not a binding contract. Besides, it is merely between you and me. No one else shall know. Once I have kissed you, I will reveal the method to make shrubberry wine delectable. No one will witness it, nor will you suffer any physical or reputational loss. Indeed, this is a rather splendid deal. A mere kiss, just one. I inquire. You will tell me the method to make shrubberry wine delightful with just one kiss? The instructor confirms. Indeed. I sense a glimmer of hope. The instructor appears to be intrigued. Heh, year 30240 of the star calendar, sanctuary, hieratic graveyard, within a vast cavern. Ever since being conscripted by Mephisto in the torment cavern, the great king of maggots, oh no, the king of torment, Duriel, has taken up the role of a full-time warden here, while also excavating the graveyard to expand its reach. Though inflicting torment upon others or oneself is Duriel's immense pleasure, the environment in which he resides does not qualify as torture in his eyes. Moreover, deriving pleasure from torment is not as simple as it seems. At least, that is what the king of maggots, Duriel, believes. Regardless of whether the angels agree with this assertion, Duriel must steadfastly uphold the principle that torment is an art form. In a fantastical tale, colossal stone pillars loom, chains entwining the angel yet unable to obstruct the radiant light. Such blinding brilliance, indeed. You must be the light angel, named Arier. You remind me of several humanoid female demons I once tormented long ago. Those were truly delightful times. Ha ha ha, I can hardly wait. Angel, I, the great king of torment, Duriel, shall impart to you the experience of descending into hell. Duriel bellows, chains rattling in response. Demon, you do not deserve to utter my name. Arier manages to respond with difficulty. What does it matter if the righteous and brave light angel has been captured? What does it matter if the pure essence crystallizes, for it still requires a human vessel to manifest? Rage and despair shall be yours, and I will use your wails to humiliate the pride you once held. King of Maggots, Duriel. Chapter 44. The Silent Grasp. Half-elf camp, Chasai's blacksmith shop. As the saying goes, if one does not court death, they shall not die. I am the very epitome of courting death at this moment. Yet, it cannot be helped. How could the instructor be so readily trusting of me? To speak candidly, the instructor's essence is rather pleasant. Quite different from what I had imagined. If pressed to articulate exactly how it differs, I find myself at a loss, as there are only a few general scents associated with women that I am aware of. Perhaps there are others I do not know of, but that is a pursuit for another time. For now, my thoughts are consumed by the fact that I have transitioned from a mere tragedy to a complete and utter catastrophe. The strong kiss I shared with the instructor, lasting nearly 18 breaths, has left my face swollen like a pig's head, and I have unwittingly signed a lopsided and humiliating treaty. This treaty is an exceedingly tyrannical and cold unilateral agreement, outlining my obligations within the half-elf camp while neglecting any mention of my rights. In truth, I have 100 grievances, yet reality teaches me that no amount of dissatisfaction can justify my complaints after having bullied a woman far more powerful than myself. Such behavior is reprehensible and must be corrected. Thus, I decisively departed from the military camp. Naturally, all actions required the instructor's consent, and I was pleasantly surprised by her clear and resolute agreement. With a single word, "Leave," she commanded, and so I did. However, adhering to the principle of not allowing her to perceive me as overly obedient or easily manipulated, I did not simply exit. Instead, I gently reclined upon the ground and then crawled away. That is the entirety of the matter. Please do not wrongfully accuse me. You must believe me, and do not listen to the rumors circulating outside, dear and beautiful Miss Chasai. I implore. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the hammer rings. Is she truly angry? Very well. I suppose I deserve it. I shall resolutely adhere to the principle of resisting and returning home for the new year. At last. It is completed. What do you think? Chasai inquires. It is truly remarkable. Indeed, it is impressive, I affirm. Once you bring back the Herodim, I shall enchant this heavy weapon for you. It has a solid foundation. If you manage to secure the Herodim, I am confident I can forge this heavy weapon into a radiant golden magical weapon, bestowing it with many unique magical properties. This way, when you confront the more formidable demons, such as Rugoyne, your adventures shall not be overly burdensome. Chasai replies, what do you mean by radiant golden magical weapon? Is it a matter of quality? Radiant gold, I explain. It refers to magical equipment favored by high-end adventurers. One could say it is the pinnacle of magical gear. Even the lesser demon lieutenants wield such quality magical equipment, produced in bulk from the Hellforge. Essentially, it serves as the armament for demons, incredibly powerful. Chasai responds, I see. I had no idea that the demons utilized radiant golden quality magical equipment. By that logic, the Bone Hunter short sword and the Slaughterer's longbow I previously acquired should also be radiant magical equipment. It is indeed the domain of high-end adventurers. No wonder they are difficult to sell in the half-elf camp. The adventurers here are far too low-level, and the merchant guilds are rather subpar as well. It is disheartening that the Moor auction house is not a permanent fixture in the half-elf camp. They only come once a year to host an auction lasting a month. I was indeed fortunate to have attended the auction just as it concluded on the final day. To be honest, I do not know much about the origins of these merchant guilds. All I know is that they come from outside. What is the outside world, truly? I cannot quite grasp it. However, I have heard it said that places like the Beastmen jungle can be considered part of the outside. Yet, I remain perplexed, unable to comprehend how the concept of the outside is specifically delineated. These concerns are of little importance to me. I am not particularly invested in them. Thank you. Truly, Chasai treats me the best. Once I ascend to the position of lord, I shall certainly take you as my lady. I declare. Wretched fairy. I shall strike you. Chasai retorts. Indeed, she strikes me. Yet it is all in jest. Grasping my newly forged hammer-scythe flag, I test its weight and find it quite satisfactory. It is indeed worthy of its reforging. The scythe and hammer are seamlessly integrated, and the hard wooden handle has been replaced by a slender oak one, providing an excellent grip that does not slip, along with remarkable resilience, far superior to the previous hard wooden rod. The flag is of the type commonly seen in the half-elf camp, presumably the battle standard of the half-elves. The fabric of the flag is of excellent quality, lightweight yet textured, with a hint of magical essence. It appears that Chasai has invested considerable effort into its creation, ensuring it will not deteriorate like my previous flag. Overall, this newly crafted hammer-scythe flag is more aesthetically pleasing and imposing. Once I retrieve the Harridan, it can be upgraded into radiant golden magical equipment, at which point, with the addition of powerful magical effects, my combat prowess shall soar to new heights. Haha, just thinking about it fills me with excitement. I must hasten to retrieve the Harridan. After all, the brick kiln has been taken away by the instructor, leaving me devoid of any pursuits, including the experimental gunpowder. I wonder what the instructor intends to do with those cannons and bells. They are merely useless half-finished products. Speaking of which, I cannot help but mention the unfortunate Babata, who, I hear, was also invited by the instructor to partake in the malt liquor. I merely chuckle and remain silent. Tamig Highlands, the monastery. The arduous journey of several days has proven to be worthwhile. Although I was exhausted to the bone, the moment I beheld the monastery, I realized all my efforts were justified. After all, I am on the verge of acquiring the Horadric artifact. The last time I laid eyes upon the Horadric relic, it was in the hands of a young sorcerer, who, in his final moments, still clutched the hammer. The most favorable outcome would be for the monsters to reclaim the hammer and return it to the encampment. I can only wish for this, as it represents the swiftest path to obtaining the hammer, heading to the blacksmith in the encampment and discovering the Horadric artifact. If, by chance, the Horadric relic is not there, I will have no choice but to methodically clear out the monsters, a process that would be exceedingly protracted. Yet, there is little recourse. I cannot dwell on the notion that the hammer has been claimed by another. The sound of the door creaking open, followed by the wails of an infant and the groans of a zombie, greeted me. Indeed, I find it customary for there to be some form of welcoming ceremony upon entry. The zombie collapsed with a thud, and the clink of coins echoed in the air. I was fortunate. In the year 30240 of the star calendar, within the treacherous jungles of the beasts, immense mountains and dense forests envelop the land, tightly encircling the sanctuary. The entire sanctuary continent is, in fact, a coastal landmass carved from the vast and impenetrable wilderness, resembling a round crystal platter. This shape is closely related to the crystalline platters of the celestial seraphim. For sanctuary itself was fashioned by anguish using such platters. It is not surprising that there are similarities in their external forms. The absence of differences would be peculiar, in the realms of the jungle. Every dragon that reaches the age of 3 departs from its lair to embark on a long journey across the continent, maturing in solitude. Some become mere coins in the pockets of adventurers or dragon hunters, while others, more fortunate, become the mounts of powerful adventurers, known by the illustrious title of dragon knights. Only a select few dragons manage to grow gradually, ultimately becoming formidable beings that establish nests in favored locales. Among them is the fortunate green dragon, Anguillas, who has weathered the most trying of times and emerged powerful. Yet, it is not without peril. There are those obstinate adventurers who traverse great distances solely to slay dragons. At the mouth of the cave, Adventurer A exclaimed, "Evil dragon, come forth and meet your demise." Adventurer B echoed, "Come out and perish." Adventurer C suggested, "The evil dragon seems to fear us. Let us charge in." Adventurer A countered, "No. The lair must be rife with traps. We should wait for the evil dragon to emerge and then slay it." Adventurer B concurred, "Indeed. We shall burn some damp firewood to smoke the evil dragon out." Adventurer C replied, "Very well. Let us gather firewood." Chapter 45. Lahiban, it has been quite some time since I experienced such good fortune. Even defeating a mere zombie yielded a gold coin. This zombie must have belonged to someone of considerable wealth. To be frank, though the coins here are similar in size, they differ in type. For instance, the coin I just picked up is a Moore coin, stamped with the emblem of the Moore Trading Company. It is said that trading with the Moore Trading Company using this coin can yield significant discounts, making it quite a valuable item. The majority of the coins I find are burning coins, marked with the insignia of the burning hell. These coins are said to harbor immense and malevolent magical power, favored by wicked sorcerers. Such coins circulate widely among adventurers, but ordinary folk dare not possess them for fear of attracting misfortune. Thus, the currency utilized by commoners typically consists of silver and copper coins minted in nearby large cities. For instance, the half-elf encampment employs a type of silver coin stamped with the name Tristram and a small round copper disc inscribed with a phrase I do not comprehend. Regrettably, in my 8 years here, I have only managed to learn spoken language. Reading and writing necessitate instruction. The characters on ordinary parchment are not my handiwork, and I have had to explain countless times to Babata before he could grasp even the basics. Had the Fae's ledger been composed like ordinary parchment, I would have never learned magic. Fortunately, it was not. Upon merely touching the Fae ledger, a dazzling array of magical light erupted, and with it, a torrent of chaotic magical knowledge and Fae history flooded my mind. Crack, crack. The skeletal archer knelt, presenting the collected skulls with both hands. "Hey, you know I dislike collecting skulls," I remarked. The skeletal archer stood motionless. Well, what can I say? Having a peculiar skeletal archer is one thing. It is another to drag me into its bizarre pursuits. At least the diligent poison ivy serves its purpose quietly. Pulling the cart without complaint, I must commend it profusely. Look at my little treasure cart. It has evolved from a simple iron cart for storage into a baby treasure cart after defeating countless foes. This poor little baby, born a living corpse, is truly pitiful. Aside from becoming increasingly rosy and adorable, the infant has not grown in size whatsoever. Having held the baby daily, I can accurately assess its weight. Judging by its size, the infant is nearly a month old, and I bear the weight of this loneliness alone. Oh, my chest. Little one, do refrain from biting. Your teeth are still as small and dull as when you were first born. Were they as sharp as those of a greater zombie, my chest would surely be in tatters. It was indeed my folly to pick up such an infant when I had no business doing so. I should have let it fend for itself. Alas, I find myself endlessly replenishing fluids, producing buckets of fresh milk, and becoming like a giant milk candy, with the scent of milk wafting before me wherever I go, bringing forth great embarrassment. Stowby, remember to regularly play with the beans during your free time and refrain from constantly toying with other skulls. You are not a bone collector. Such tasks should be left to the professionals. Crack. Crack. The skeletal archer rose. At last, that is more like it. What does this skeleton intend? Crack. It drew its bowstring. Whoosh. The arrow flew. It dares to rebel against me. Indeed, the control of the light's allure is inadequate. Merely a month has passed, and the skeletal archer has already begun its rebellious antics. It seems I must shift my focus on the lightest enchantment toward mental deterrence and blinding light, while abandoning the notion of mental control. Although, theoretically, the more complex the fusion of magic, the more astonishing its power, one must also consider whether the attributes can synergistically enhance one another. Clearly, the composite magic of light's allure suffers from a lack of precision, especially with unstable mental control that can provoke madness in its subjects. While these effects are generally commendable, the unfortunate aspect lies in my inability to predict which effect will manifest when employing light's allure. This is the primary reason I find it necessary to streamline the spell. If I could choose effects flexibly while casting, the need for simplification would vanish. The thought is delightful, yet I understand that the study of magic is beyond my current capabilities. Poof! Bones splintered. To rebel against me is to court death. It is regrettable. After spending all this time together, the intelligence I cultivated now has gone to waste. Ahead, a flicker of flame. Could it be adventurers? It is oddly quiet, not at all like adventurers. It turns out to be a flame altar, an ancient relic said to originate from the era of the elves, possessing remarkable qualities. Before me stands a round stone altar, exuding a faint magical aura. If left undisturbed, the flames atop it can burn indefinitely. Adventurers can place their weapons in the flames to heat them. Once the weapons glow red, they can serve as magical torches, illuminating the darkness. This is merely the most basic and simplistic application. The magical flames of the altar are quite potent. Once heated, the weapons can retain their warmth for 3 days before gradually cooling down, in stark contrast to the effects of an icy altar. While the altar is splendid, it is primarily useful for low-level adventurers. Higher-tier adventurers wield weapons imbued with various magical properties or special effects. For instance, the Blade of the Slain has a magical effect that guides arrows with mental tracking capability. The frustrating aspect is that the magical equipment here cannot be readily utilized by adventurers, much like the skeletal archer, which can only wield a bow. Magical equipment will refuse those who lack the qualifications to wield it. For example, the Blade of the Slain feels no different than an ordinary bow in my hands. And the short sword, Bone Hunter, behaves similarly. This is likely due to my insufficient level, though I do not fully understand how levels are determined here. It is not as though one accumulates experience points like in a game. In the year 30240 of the star calendar, in the abyss of the bottomless pit, at the 176th layer, the Plains of Bones, lies the northwest, the Bone Fortress. Even under the scorching sun and amidst swirling sands, this colossal fortress rises steadfastly from the plain. Countless skeletal undead tirelessly gather bones, employing their brute strength and perseverance to shatter them into sand. It is through this accumulation of bony sand, eroded by the invisible gray magical aura pervading the Plains of Bones, that the Bone Fortress gradually takes form. All these conditions for its creation stem from that gray magical essence, which sweeps across the land like a cold wind, awakening the soul's flame of the deceased skeletons and bestowing corporeal forms upon ethereal spirits. Indeed, this is the breath of death that lingers over the Bone Plains. It is so potent that it can instantaneously separate the flesh and blood of the living, leading them to a swift demise. The abyssal legend. Within the fortress. Useless skeleton, your contributions are ever so meager. The flicker of flames danced within the Black Knight's eyes. Forgive me, esteemed warrior, replied the skeletal archer, the glow in its eyes wavering. Enough of your excuses. Should your contributions remain so scant next time, I shall cast you into the material plane, the Black Knight warned. Yes, esteemed Black Knight, the skeletal archer replied, presenting 19 skulls. Begone, commanded the Black Knight. As you wish. The skeletal archer pondered, when would I, the great lich apprentice Melody, finally shed the identity of a mere skeletal archer? Chapter 46. Dominance of Power. Underground Prison. Barracks. Ha ha ha, I, the illustrious demon blacksmith, have returned, bellowed the raucous figure. It was none other than the rotund blacksmith Gonda, a persistent specter who had defied the grave not once, but twice. Remarkably, he had clawed his way back from the infernal flames. I must commend his indomitable spirit. It seems my 2-day respite was perfectly timed. Neither too early nor too late to encounter this matter. Could it be that fate has decreed my confrontation with the demon blacksmith? Indeed, That must be the case. Otherwise, how else would I have fortuitously stumbled upon him? Every time he appears, he brings with him treasures. The first time, it was a demon hammer capable of shattering gold and iron. The second time, a hammer from the Heradric lineage, capable of crafting magical armaments. I wonder what marvels he bears this time. It is certainly worth the anticipation. I shall quietly conceal myself for a moment. O great queen of torment! This time I, the illustrious demon blacksmith Gonda, shall not disappoint. With this Heradric hammer radiating with magical energy, I shall forge the most powerful magical equipment for our army. Let those detestable, insidious, and utterly vile adventurers learn of our brutality and mercilessness. Let us slay them all. The annihilation of these adventurers is the sole truth in this world, he proclaimed with arrogance. Foolish demon, this gluttonous wretch, howling like a banshee, I watched silently, refraining from utterance. What is that scent? A sneaky, treacherous fairy? Inquired the demon blacksmith. Lacaniu, the fallen demon responded. Ah, though I believed I was well concealed, the demon seemed uncertain of my location, glancing about. How then did they ascertain my presence? Could it be that the demons have collectively evolved in intelligence? Such a possibility seems unlikely. They have not succeeded in this endeavor over millennia. I shall remain hidden, observing when these cunning demons will finally discover me. You treacherous fairy need not hide any longer. I, the great demon blacksmith Gonda, am already aware of your presence. The scent of your humanity is more potent than the sulphurous fumes of the burning hell. I shall report your misdeeds to the illustrious queen of torment and ensure your demise, declared the demon blacksmith. The illustrious queen of torment. What manner of being is that? Should I fear such a figure? Is she not confined to the burning hell? Can this foolish demon blacksmith truly summon the queen from her infernal domain? If he possessed such power, the war between humans and demons would have long been lost. I continue to observe in silence, pondering the folly of the demon blacksmith. Crack! The demon blacksmith exited. A fine opportunity has arisen. No throngs of fallen demons or zombies surround me, merely the solitary figure of the demon blacksmith. As a predator lurking in the shadows, how could I possibly let this chance slip away? The most familiar of places may conceal the deadliest of perils. I have not been perched upon this doorframe merely to pass the time. This is the 111th technique of tailing, perching atop trees, crouching on doorframes, scaling walls, and lying across beams, all of which I now execute with ease. Thud! The sharp blade of my scythe struck true. Arg! The demon blacksmith exclaimed. Thud, thud, thud. Blood spattered. I will kill you, he cried, frantically hopping about, one hand clutching his behind, the other covering his mouth. Attacking the demon blacksmith's posterior and mouth was not my intention. It was merely a reflex, a compulsion to target his vulnerable areas upon seeing him. The effectiveness of my actions is evident in his flustered demeanor. As a demon of some renown, it is rather unfortunate for the blacksmith to find himself in such a dire predicament. This could be deemed my transgression. At times, I find myself perplexed. This world is replete with endless battles, and the chaos of violence is commonplace. Logically, one would expect demons to be formidable combatants, yet that is not the case. Perhaps the demons I have encountered are of a lesser ilk. The most formidable opponent I have faced thus far is that wretched Lacaniu, a fallen demon warrior whose techniques and swordsmanship are commendable. As for the demon blacksmith, he relies solely on brute force, lacking even the finesse to wield a hammer with skill and truth. The combat here is devoid of structure. It is a chaotic melee with weapons swung haphazardly, often resulting in self-inflicted injuries. In light of such disheartening realities, I find solace in the martial arts I practiced during my gaming years. They not only imparted the fundamentals of combat, but also enlightened me to principles seldom realized in practice. It is these techniques and philosophies that have propelled me further along the path of weapon mastery, distinguishing me from a clumsy warrior wielding heavy arms. I have always been a heavy-armored mage assassin lurking in shadows. To miss a strike and retreat is not my style. If I miss, I simply alter my stance and strike again. Lacaniu! The fallen demons shrieked in frenzy. Last. Have they all come to their senses? My apologies. The item I sought has already been secured. Thud. The demon blacksmith fell. Whoosh. An icy storm of frost howled and swept through the air. The fallen demons are far too inferior to impede my escape. The battle was effortless, and the path of the assassin suits my style remarkably well. As the famous saying from the Assassin's Creed goes, 10 steps to kill a man, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. In this moment, I feel a surge of audacity, though many have claimed that being an assassin is a path of evil, exposed to the sunlight, rendered utterly defenseless against slaughter. I refute such assertions, at least as they pertain to me. This conviction underpins my choice of heavy armor. In the shadows, I am an assassin, but once revealed, I transform into a heavily armored warrior, delivering thunderous strikes to those who underestimate me. In these moments, I experience a thrill that is unattainable in peaceful existence, far more intoxicating than that found in games. Undeniably, I am an ardent gaming enthusiast. I have even practiced martial arts to enhance my gameplay. Reciting complex incantations has become a common pastime. The most fervent of my memories encompass the alchemical recipes, spell components, and the lore of numerous games. Regrettably, the games I once played bear little resemblance to the magical world I now inhabit. Of course, some parallels exist. This is hardly surprising, as a magical realm ought to reflect such characteristics. Year 30240 of the star calendar, Underworld. Heart of the Earth City. This subterranean city of technological marvel has stood for millennia. Its advancements are astonishing. Some claim that goblin technology is derived from blueprints pilfered from the 77th layer of the abyss, where the mechanical creators dwell. The truth remains elusive. However, the majority still marvel at goblin ingenuity, allowing disparaging remarks against it to dissipate like smoke. Even if they did steal the designs, what does it matter? Heart of the Earth City is not the creation of the mechanical creators. It is the culmination of countless years of effort by goblins. A source of pride for them all, underground wonder. Smoke tower, council chamber. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The delicate sound of a clock echoed, it, seemed imbued with peculiar magic, captivating the gazes of the goblins upon the so-called celestial clock, which is said to have originated from the Dark Continent. This is impossible. I refuse to believe it, remarked one goblin. Yet the truth stands. The hidden Dark Continent has indeed developed such precise and wondrous time-keeping instruments, replied an elder goblin. Stroking his fluffy white beard, worry etched upon his face. It is time to initiate the Smoke Tower project, declared a middle-aged goblin. Agreed, replied a bespectacled goblin. Can the Smoke Tower project truly confront the gods of battle? The Dark Continent, in the end, you have ridden the crest of the world's tide, lamented the elder goblin. Chapter 47. Counterattack. Half-Elf Camp, Oak Tavern. The atmosphere today feels distinctly different. The Oak Tavern is bustling with unfamiliar adventurers. These individuals appear to be well-trained and carry an air of arrogance, akin to city dwellers looking down upon rural folk. I can empathize with this sentiment. I too have harbored disdain for the likes of hedgehog people and goblins. Feeling the weight of their contempt does not bother me. After all, these adventurers will not linger long in the half-elf camp. Once they depart, all will return to normalcy. I prefer the Oak Tavern when it is bustling with just enough patrons that I can count them on my fingers. Where the serving maids outnumber the guests, this is my favorite scenario. Of course, such dismal business is rare for the Oak Tavern. I simply haven't frequented it often enough, and on the few occasions I have visited, I happened upon quieter times. This time, however, it is abundantly clear that I have arrived during a peak period, with a cacophony of chatter from a horde of adventurers filling the tavern, leaving me with little desire to remain. However, I cannot leave. I must ascertain the intentions of so many adventurers congregating at the half-elf encampment. What a tragedy! Our team is responsible for that village, remarked Adventurer A. Indeed, who would have thought that the typically disorganized monsters would unite to assault the village? Responded Adventurer B. The gathering of monsters to attack a village is a dire omen. It is not only those two adventurers who have never witnessed such a sight. Truth be told, I have seldom encountered it myself. Aside from my task in Tristram, the devastation wrought by a monster horde assaulting a village is immeasurable. I cannot fathom how many innocent lives, who could have otherwise lived in peace, were lost to the onslaught of demons. In a month's time, the blood-red moon will rise again. The monsters are already exhibiting signs of madness and increased strength, observed Adventurer A. Yes, indeed, the blood-red moon returns every 3 years. Alas, I still have not attained the second tier, and I wonder if I will survive this time. Cursed demons and this accursed red moon, lamented adventurer, is the blood-red moon the catalyst that empowers the undead to become more ferocious? I have experienced 2 blood-red moons and, fortunately, managed to find shelter both times. Those 2 instances of hiding reveal to me just how resilient this body is against hunger. For an entire month, I survived on mere morsels of salted meat, which now fills me with profound disgust. It has become a psychological burden. It seems that the blood-red moon is a common phenomenon in this world, which clarifies my understanding. Monsters become more cunning and savage during the days of the blood-red moon, attacking human settlements in droves, pillaging and committing unspeakable atrocities. As I gain insight into this world, I have resolved not to hide this time but to take the initiative and strike against the demons. A stronger demon signifies the potential for superior magical artifacts. Superior magical artifacts can enhance my combat prowess. To this day, I lack a suitable suit of armor. Damn it, my barrel armor. It is all that wretched thief's fault. Moreover, I owe Chasai 100 gold coins. Chasai stated that for merely 100 gold coins, he would upgrade my hammer and sickle banner to a bright gold quality magical weapon. A considerable loss on his part. I am aware that the repair and enhancement of magical equipment necessitate gold, this universal alchemical resource, so I require more gold. Adventurers universally crave gold. It is not solely my plight. Ultimately, this matter boils down to the accumulation of wealth. Possessing ample gold naturally allows one to procure superior magical equipment, thereby vanquishing more demons and acquiring even more magical artifacts to sell for gold. It is a straightforward cycle, devoid of complexity. Your level has risen quite rapidly. I have been an adventurer for a decade yet remain stagnant, which is truly disheartening, sighed Adventurer A. Indeed, the rate of advancement is woefully slow. One cannot compare to those adventurers from Rugen, added Adventurer B. The slow advancement pales in comparison to the Rugen adventurers. Those adventurers, with their eyes positioned atop their heads, truly possess far more luxurious gear than adventurers A and B, and their average age is significantly younger. Most are barely in their 20s, unlike the adventurers I typically encounter at the half-elf encampment, who all appear to be in their 30s. What could these young adventurers from Rugen be planning? Perhaps they aim to assist the half-elf encampment in purging the surrounding demons. Ha ha ha. I heard that the second scion of the Gonger family was actually bullied by a lowly adventurer during his last visit here. Truly a worthless waste. He is useless wherever he goes, remarked a young man with red hair. Exactly, chimed in the infatuated girl. No wonder his face turned green at the thought of first-year adventurers coming to the half-elf encampment, added the second infatuated girl. With such incompetence participating in this assessment task, it surely won't be too challenging, laughed the red-haired youth. Indeed, echoed the infatuated girl. Our Fire Rose Guild shall undoubtedly achieve remarkable results. What grievances could this Fire Rose Guild possibly have? 10 witches surrounding a youthful warrior. Such an enviable configuration. Must they really belittle the second scion of the Gonger family? Is he truly so detestable? Reflecting on my first encounter with that second scion, I couldn't help but agree. He certainly exudes a vibe that invites disdain. Almost as if he carries an aura of mockery. Damn it, where is the food? This young master has been waiting long enough, shouted the red-haired youth. Esteemed adventurer, your order will arrive shortly, replied a half-elf. Hee. Yet another lovely lady. I am quite fond of this, the red-haired youth exclaimed as he suddenly embraced the half-elf. Ah, cried the half-elf. How dare he bully my half-elf sister? This is utterly unforgivable. Smack. I immediately teleported and delivered a resounding slap. So quick, exclaimed Adventurer A. We're in trouble. How dare he challenge the young master of the Rugen Red General's household, warned Adventurer B. What of the Red General? If he dares to bully my half-elf sister, he must be prepared to face the consequences. Who? Demanded the red-haired youth. Smack, smack. The sharp sound of slaps echoed in mere moments. My hands stung from the impact. While those witches remained in stunned silence, the half-elf fled in tears, and I saw no need to continue the altercation. I have no idea what this fool is capable of. He dares to cause trouble in the Oak Tavern despite being so weak. In this day and age, it seems there are far too many incompetent young masters who lack common sense. That last scion of the Gonger family wait. The figure in the corner clad in a black robe resembles someone from the Gonger family. The year is 30240 of the star calendar, In the abyss of the bottomless. The damp caverns, a most peculiar and bizarre place, akin to a vast, infinitely looping underground cave. Indeed, the damp caverns are an infinitely complex labyrinth, which is why it has been regarded as a small abyssal plane. The drow who worship the spider goddess Loth should be familiar with this locale. Indeed, it is the abode of the spider goddess. There is no ground, only caverns, and the enormous cave at its deepest point serves as the resting place of the spider goddess, where she listens to her followers' prayers. Why does she not reside in the realm of the gods or the astral plane? This is an excellent question, and the answer is quite simple. The spider goddess Loth is not so powerful. She lacks the ability to establish a divine realm in the astral plane. Tales of the Abyss, the small cavern. This accursed cave is exceedingly vexing, grumbled Traveler. I share your sentiments, yet we must endure this loathsome spider if we are to achieve our goals, replied Traveler B. I wonder what the goddess more means. Why would she take an interest in this fearsome spider? Mused Traveler A. Indeed. Such a brutish creature cannot possibly possess gold. She is hardly a suitable business partner, Traveler B concurred. Alas, the guidance of Goddess More must hold profound significance, Traveler A remarked. We must proceed with caution. Upon completing this task, the goddess shall surely bestow upon me advanced divine abilities. This way, those snobbish merchants in the guild will no longer look down on me for hailing from a lesser region, Traveler B declared. Grinning. Hee, chuckled Traveler A. Chapter 48. Siswo Bing Apollo. You, vile snake demon, how dare you strike this young master? Exclaimed the red-haired youth. Why should I not strike those who annoy me? There are few in this camp who can subdue me, I retorted. I shall strike you. If you dispute it, then so be it, I declared. You are doomed. Mark my words, threatened the red-haired youth. Doomed? Are there not any adventurers with a shred of courage to support me? It appears that despair is universal. Regardless of location, it is not the despair of confronting demons on this beleaguered continent, but rather the despair of such absurdity. I initially believed that adventurers in this magical world would possess the noble qualities of valiant men. Reality has proven me wrong. Adventurers are labeled as such for a reason. They do not embark on ventures without profit. I have been too naive in viewing adventurers as virtuous agents of justice. They are not champions of righteousness. They are merely a collection of ordinary individuals seeking comfort in this demon-ravaged land. As for noble ideals, I am afraid adventurers possess none. Whether out of fear of power or a lack of honor, I cannot say. What I do know is that a flame of determination burns within my heart. Though I am not without flaws, I shall apply a double standard in this matter. Clang. The sound of metal striking metal rang out. Not too slow to react, I suppose. You are not entirely useless, I acknowledged. It has begun. That vile demon has lost her mind. How daring to provoke the young master of the Rugen Red General's household, exclaimed adventurer. To be labeled a vile demon is quite offensive. I thank my lucky stars that I am not a real python, or I would surely swallow these fools whole. Speaking of which, my tail, which extends beneath my chest, is nearly as long as several meters of python. Swallowing a person would be trivial. Additionally, the fins extending from my back, when combined, exceed 3 meters in length. It is said that in the depths of the abyss, a deity with a human body and serpent tail resembles me. However, my human form is that of a standard beauty. Unlike that deity, whose human form resembles a monster, that individual wields a long spear, sometimes described as a javelin. In any case, he is a formidable evil god. I believe that my current appearance must be impressive. Given the length of my tail, which surely grants me considerable strength, I suspect that my right hand's power is closely tied to my lengthy tail. Fortunately, my tail provides excellent defense. Otherwise, this body would be far more fragile than a human's. A tail grab would be quite disastrous. Humph! The red-haired youth exclaimed, suspended upside down. Let me down! Let me down! He cried. My first attempt at using my tail to suspend someone was a resounding success. It appears I had previously underestimated the formidable strength of this serpentine appendage. This achievement is undoubtedly attributed to my improved technique in wielding my tail. In the past, I had to exercise utmost caution to avoid falling while coiling it. Now, I can effortlessly ensnare a person's legs with my tail and dangle the red-haired youth upside down with ease. It seems I have thoroughly acclimated to commanding this body. With further practice in gliding like a manta ray, I shall be ready to explore far-off lands, encounter diverse experiences, and behold breathtaking vistas. Most importantly, I aim to amass a greater fortune in gold coins, which is my utmost delight. Young man, do you know who I am? I inquired. You are the mischievous fairy who bested the second son of the Goral family, replied the red-haired youth. At least you are perceptive. You know what to do now, don't you? I prompted. You vile fairy, do not even think about extorting a single gold coin from me, Grayan, retorted the red-haired youth, still defiant. How tenacious, I mused, shaking off a cascade of trinkets. Ah, exclaimed the red-haired youth as he hit the ground. He possessed quite a few fine treasures. A good shake never harmed anyone. Look at this, a necklace of radiant gold quality, a matching ring. This fellow seems to be adorned entirely in gleaming gold, indicating considerable wealth. I shall also claim this golden sword, and it appears the young man has sufficiently compensated for his misdeeds. Goodness, I suddenly realized that engaging in such activities is far more lucrative than mere robbery outside. I could develop this further, striking a blow against those nefarious young masters while accumulating a trove of golden magical equipment, all the while ridding the world of villains and assisting the oppressed. Such an opportunity must not be squandered, and dare you still cast that stubborn glare at me? Are you unaware that I am the fearsome fairy no one dares provoke in this realm? Young man, you are in deep trouble now. Which brigade, unleash your fury upon him, shouted the red-haired youth as he rose, his voice filled with fervor. Those infatuated witches dared not make a move in the Oak Tavern. Why are you all standing idle? Strike down that fairy, commanded the red-haired youth, while the witches hesitated, clearly intimidated. That's more like it. After all, I am a serpent fairy capable of frightening even children. These lovesick witches should certainly fear me. Young man, you truly are incorrigible, I remarked. What do you intend to do, you wicked fairy? The red-haired youth inquired, revealing a commendable physique, fit for a cross-dresser. It is not that I am excessively wicked. Rather, you are excessively naive. Your group of infatuated fools behaves like a bunch of simpletons at such a critical moment, leaving me no choice but to resort to sinister measures. Young man, you derive pleasure from bullying women. Do you? Today, I shall turn you into one. No, protested the red-haired youth. Splatter. Blood sprayed forth. Ah! The red-haired youth's eyes rolled back as he fainted. This should mark the first eunuch in the magical realm. What a delightful sensation. It is said that male creatures become considerably more docile once deprived of their reproductive organs, and I do not believe the red-haired youth will harbor much vengeful sentiment anymore. Indeed, without those organs, he is likely to be driven to madness. In light of this, the red-haired youth is no longer a concern. Rather, it is that red-clad general I must ponder. How unfortunate! I have not even set foot in Rugoyne yet. I have already attracted the ire of its two adversaries. I sense that my future visits to Rugoyne will yield no pleasant outcomes. But will I be afraid? I am, after all, a lethal reaper traversing the shadows. Should one seek to trouble me, they shall first taste a greeting from the darkness. Why are you still standing there? Drag this fool outside to staunch the bleeding, I commanded. Ah! The witches screamed in unison. How could such dull-witted, oblivious individuals qualify as witches? When did the standards for witchcraft become so lamentably low? In the year 30240 of the stellar calendar, Rugoyne, Storm Academy. Its architectural style starkly contrasts with the surrounding structures, almost appearing out of place. The philosophy and design of this school are said to have been imported from beyond, established by a band of travelers who drifted over from the endless sea. They claim to hail from the distant edge of the endless sea, known as the Storm Forest, originally subjects of the Storm Principality. On a fine day, they set sail, embarking on a lengthy maritime journey, only to encounter tempestuous waves shortly thereafter. After becoming disoriented, they clung to the coastline, enduring numerous trials until they finally reached this oasis in the desert. I in the Bard's Chronicles, within the conference room. Hope seems to dwindle by the day, lamented a middle-aged woman. Indeed. I had hoped to organize some students for an adventurous expedition at sea, replied a middle-aged man. It appears we shall never return to the Storm Principality in our lifetimes, the woman sighed. 30 years have passed. We have grown old. I left the principality at the tender age of 15, he reflected. No. We still have hope. At least the Light King has not abandoned us, the old principal interjected. The Light King? Does that legendary deity, rumored to command an army of angels, truly hear our prayers? Pondered the middle-aged woman. Chapter 49. Recklessness, half-elf camp, barracks. Ugh, rum is utterly vile. It must surely be a punishment to consume such swill. I recognize that I have acted foolishly and petulantly once more. Do I regret it? Perhaps just a tad, yet the rewards outweigh the transgression. Even if this incident qualifies as a grievous calamity, I have come to understand that Rugoyne is not a destination I must visit. The towering Beastman forest behind the half-elf camp is far more enticing. If provoked, I can venture into the forest to capture turtles. Anything would be preferable to enduring the mindless indignities here. I refuse to believe that this world contains no other inhabited places. Starting anew elsewhere would be quite appealing. After all, fairies enjoy long lifespans, unlike humans who live only a few decades. While enhancing one's strength can extend life somewhat, the fundamental nature of humanity remains. Consider the half-elves, who often live for 300 to 500 years with ease. Even goblins, hedgehog folk, and minotaurs enjoy lifespans of around 200 years. Overall, in this magical realm, humans possess the shortest lifespans of all sentient races, yet they boast the most formidable reproductive capabilities. Human women here are remarkably resilient, though they typically bear one child at a time. Their gestation periods are notably brief, ranging from 3 months to a mere month for the swiftest. Indeed, children here are running, speaking, and eating by the time they are 3 months old, and by 6 years. They are nearly the size of young men. Though their intellect may be lacking, it does not hinder their ability to reproduce. The only limitation facing humanity is a scarcity of resources. Otherwise, they would surely proliferate abundantly. Compared to the hard-shelled rats, their reproductive prowess is comparatively languid. Do you realize the grave sin you have committed? That was the young master of the red-clad general's household, the female instructor scolded. Could it be that even the typically unflappable instructor could exhibit a pallor of fear or anger? What of it? What harm is there in playing at being a young master? I retorted, you are exceedingly audacious, acting with such reckless abandon. Do you believe that the heavens are vast enough that no one can rein you in? Indeed, that is precisely my belief, I affirmed. Respected matron, have you not always kept a watchful eye on me? It seems I must make you my wife. Then, the instructor declared. What a perplexing turn of events. I cannot grasp the logic or causality behind this. No, I was merely jesting. I do not wish to be ensnared in the grave of matrimony at such a tender age. This proclamation is entirely sincere. Although I have spent 8 years here, my earthly existence has not been so lengthy. In summary, I am merely in my 20s on Earth, where human lifespans exceed 200 years, 20 is considered but a child. And marriage is strictly prohibited. Thus, when I claim to be young, it is relative to the circumstances of humanity here. By the fairies' reckoning, I would still be but a tender adolescent, as mature fairies possess discernible gender characteristics and strive for the proliferation of their race. Thankfully, I am a rare asexual being, incapable of reproduction. Otherwise, according to the physical markers of gender, I would undoubtedly be destined for childbearing. While fairies do produce offspring in the form of fairy eggs, I would reject such an outcome. But I am not prepared for you to bear my children, I insisted. Children? In our Amazonian culture, it is the wives who bear the children. However, fret not. I do not intend to have you bear my children. At least for now, the instructor replied, my goodness, the notion of men bearing children in such a primitive society is unfathomable. Is this not considered an abomination? How could such a concept even exist in this magical realm? How terrifying! The very thought sends shivers down my spine. I will not enter into such a marriage. I categorically refuse to accept such a union. It is absurd. I could perhaps tolerate being the tool for the instructor to bear children, but to be the one to bear children myself, that is utterly unacceptable. I shall not marry, I declared. Resistance is futile. From this moment onward, you shall be my wife, and I will introduce you to my other wives. They are quite similar to you, being temporary residents of my household, the instructor calmly stated. Blood gushed forth as I realized that this instructor had other wives as well. No, I cannot accept this. I feel as though I have been ensnared in a web. When did I ever consent to the identity of a husband? This is fundamentally incorrect, and I ought to protest vehemently. How can one marry with just a few hushed words, rendering it less meaningful than mere child's play? Hey, do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. I am destined to become the Lord of Fairies. How could I possibly be your husband? Let it be decided, from this moment forth, you shall be my wife, Sia. The red-clad general should be able to facilitate this. Rest assured, those prominent families will not dare to mistreat you in my presence. But you must refrain from acting impulsively in the future. Although many young masters from those families may be nothing more than spoiled rascals, among them are formidable individuals, some accompanied by powerful followers. You must tread carefully and avoid unnecessary troubles. Otherwise, I shall not be able to protect you. The female instructor's tactics are impressive and formidable. Her ability to shift the topic is truly exceptional. What can I say about this situation that has already become a reality? Regardless of my agreement or disagreement, the outcome remains unchanged. Alas, I find my understanding of this magical realm insufficiently profound and extensive. The notion of marrying so inexplicably leaves me bewildered. Let me take a moment to calm my thoughts. Why does it feel so awkward and stifling? Indeed, I was far happier in the dark forest, where each day was filled with battling monsters and gathering loot. Occasionally visiting villages to collect a few items and learn a phrase or two. Life was thrilling, straightforward, and joyous, which explains why I could endure it for 8 years, if it weren't for my ever-growing appetite and the increasing frequency of hunger pangs. I would gladly spend another 8 years in the dark forest. There was a sense of freedom, a feeling of soaring high like a bird in the sky or leaping like a fish in the vast sea. Alas, I am no longer free, all thanks to that wretched young redhead. No, I cannot suppress my frustration. I must find a way to take advantage of that young man once more. Year 30240 of the Stellar Era. Astral Realm, Heavenly Mountain. Long ago, the merciful Heavenly Father was a human king who discovered a sword upon a fallen meteorite. This sword was both sacred and light, yet possessed immense power. When the king raised the long sword, the figures of winged angels emerged from the boundless radiance, wielding their weapons in battle for the king. They established the kingdom of light amidst the jungle infested with beasts. Yes, the kingdom of light. However, after the king's demise, the kingdom fragmented, and most of the splintered territories failed to form new nations. The king's descendants departed from this land in profound sorrow, establishing a new kingdom upon an ancient ruin. Bard's Anecdote. Sanctum of Purity. The Heavenly Father declared that those who do not uphold their promises shall meet such a fate. Winged Angel. No, merciful Heavenly Father, our ancestors did not betray their vows. We remain steadfast in our faith. Young Believer. Enough. The devout believers shall naturally become the Holy Spirit, whereas you are not devout. Winged Angel. We beseech the merciful Heavenly Father to bestow His divine might upon us. The congregation cried in unison. Ancient promises, what do you intend to achieve, Bansha? To elevate me to the status of the Light King, only to shatter the kingdom of light that I painstakingly established into numerous lordships? Is it merely to witness the moment of my ascension to divinity? This astral realm feels so desolate, and this kingdom of light is but a refuge for mortals. You must have long seen through the essence of divinity. Thus, you prefer to dwell in the bottomless abyss rather than rise amidst the praises of mortals to establish a divine kingdom in the astral realm. Am I correct, Light King, merciful Heavenly Father? Chapter 50. Do you fancy her? If there is something important, entrust it to me. What task? My expression is grave. It must not be a simple assignment. I despise tasks, especially those without monetary rewards, which I find particularly irksome. Yet I cannot refuse. How sorrowful. I feel as though I have stepped into the grave of marriage. Why can't my wife be someone as gentle and adorable as Sister Anna? Or even an adult Anna would suffice. I do not mind the age difference. Having a communication gap could be beneficial, as it would allow me to assert my authority as the head of the household, rather than being treated as a mere prop for the female instructor to showcase her dominance. The situation is as follows. You are to investigate a small place called Stone Town in the Rocky Wilderness. It was once a small town of over 300 centaur families, but recently, it has been threatened by frenzied monsters, and the residents are too afraid to venture out for work. Therefore, I need you to assist the adventurers in guarding the town and exterminating the rampaging beasts. Be cautious and stay sharp. The female instructor at IT sounds like a decent task, but could I perhaps receive some funding for it? I am quite impoverished at present. Dear Xia, could you lend me 100? No, 200 gold coins. For a task, you do not require such a sum. 3 coins will suffice. Use one to buy bread, another for clean water and salt, and save the last for emergencies. Additionally, I've had your little cart modified. It can now serve as a baby walker. Baby walker? What an inventive contraption. Surely, it is not something borrowed from elsewhere. Besides, my little infant does not require a walker. They can learn to walk by crawling. Why would I need to modify my little cart for such a purpose? A baby walker is one thing, but a cart simply won't do. Very well, I understand. Then let us make haste. Make haste? At the very least, I need to linger at the half-elf camp for 10 days or half a month to turn those 3 coins into 6 or 9. Setting out with just 1 coin's worth of bread is simply not enough. I consume that in 1 meal. And the water and salt are hardly sufficient. Daily hydration is crucial for a growing infant. The most frustrating part is that despite their voracious appetite, they do not seem to grow. The only joy I find is that the little one can finally crawl on the ground and doesn't need to be carried all the time. My goodness. The little one can pull the cart along with those tiny legs. It seems the blood of the living dead is indeed extraordinary. Perhaps I should convert the baby walker into a tricycle. Such immense strength would make riding uphill effortless, and the little one appears so joyful as they run, nearly squealing in delight. Truly, the joys of childhood are abundant. Chasai's blacksmith shop. Ah, you've arrived. Your weapon has been upgraded and imbued with the power of lightning. Moreover, I have used a precious rune to enhance its might. If you can procure a 9th level rune for me, I can forge your weapon into a rune word equipment, which is among the most powerful of magical gear. Possessing unparalleled magical strength. Chasai, my dear, always considers me so well. Last time, the weapon was crafted from the finest starlit iron and an oak handle, with the flag made from the magical fabric spun by cave spiders. It only cost me 100 gold coins. This time, however, it is even more impressive, utilizing a rune word of which I have never heard. Though I am unsure what a rune word entails, it certainly sounds formidable. Holding the hammer and sickle banner gives me an overwhelming sense of power. As if I could cleave a great tree with a mere swing, I can only imagine how extraordinary it will feel once it is transformed into rune word equipment. I am certain it will be nothing short of extraordinary. I must admit, magical equipment indeed enhances one's power significantly. I can already tell that my current hammer and sickle banner can withstand even the mightiest of blows. Moreover, it is enhanced with formidable lightning power, capable of delivering paralyzing effects upon enemies, truly ruthless. However, the paralysis is not continuous but rather released in waves, differing from the sustained effects of an altar. Of course, there are magical weapons that maintain continuous effects identical to those conferred by magic altars. However, their power is not as explosively potent as the accumulated release. Typically, such sustained effect weapons are those that cannot accrue power through collision, such as bows, thrown spears, knives, and axes. They can only enhance their strength through constant magical effects. What a remarkable weapon! I shall certainly seek out a 9th level rune. I do have some clues regarding the 9th level rune. It is said that the countess residing in the dark castle of the rocky wilderness possesses one. Chasai. What a delightful turn of events. Is there truly such good fortune in the world? I am quite pleased by this. Then I shall set off. Be cautious on your journey. If you truly intend to confront the countess, please refrain from killing her. Chasai. Why would I kill the countess? Wouldn't it be better if she bore me children? Do you fancy her? No. You could marry the countess to inherit her title, thus becoming a true lord, and then return to marry me, allowing me to be your lady of the manor. Chasai. What absurd logic is this? Were you not previously hesitant to be with me? How is it that you now concoct such schemes to become my lady of the manor? This change in tone is quite disconcerting. Beautiful Mare Chasai, I am not yet prepared. I need to gather my tools for other purposes. Goodness, my tools, the ones I need for, with so many lovely ladies vying for my attention, how can I manage without my tools? One cannot rely solely on one's hands or mouth. What I truly seek is a versatile tool that can adapt to my whims. You scoundrel, year 30240 of the celestial calendar, in the sanctuary of Hagalos, among the Natutu tribe. Even in Hagalos, this ancient city nestled in the snow-capped mountains, the governance of its populace adheres to a tribal structure. Unlike humans, this tribal organization bestows upon the barbarians the benefit of strictly enforcing bloodline heritage. Yes, the most archaic form of lineage. For instance, the Natutu tribe, whose blood naturally flows with the essence of crafting magical equipment, exemplifies this necessity for bloodline succession. While this heritage bears great significance for the tribe as a whole, it casts a cold, merciless, and despairing shadow over the women of Natutu who are destined to bear this legacy. Women of the Natutu tribe, endowed with the blood of magic equipment creation, gain the right to wield the heredom but must become successors to this bloodline by the age of 30. What exactly constitutes a bloodline successor is a truth that the barbarians may shamefully refuse to reveal. However, this cannot obscure the undeniable fact that such successors are destined to become mere vessels for reproduction. Even the most honorable of barbarians cannot evade this vile and distorted fate, for it is a path their ancestors trod, in a tent, amidst wooden stakes and cross beams. A bound woman speaks. "Grandma," the girl calls out. "Child, heed your grandma's words. Leave the snow mountains and never return," the woman implores. "Huh." The barbarians step forward in unison. "Child, do not look. Your grandma is doing this to protect you. You must listen to her and distance yourself from the snow mountains." "Can the Natutu tribe truly not protect their women?" asks a middle-aged woman. "I will not let grandma down," the barbarian girl Chashi vows. Chapter 51. I will kill you in the dark, ancient castle. A realm familiar to an adventurer accustomed to traversing the wilderness, the castle is not sufficiently dark. Even though the dilapidated ground, charred by the flames of countless wars, appears blackened, it does not merit the term dark, despite its vast subterranean fortress. Dim flickers of fire illuminate the shadowy corridors of this fortress, and it is no surprise that timid adventurers could be frightened in such a place. Creak, creak, the sound of steel scraping against the ground. Is it the dark night? "Hey, little wife, why don't you come out now that you know I'm here?" I call. "Really not coming out?" "Despicable fairy, what do you want?" the woman's voice responds. "I've come for the runes and to indulge myself a little. I heard you've been unwell lately. I was worried, so I came to check on you," I reply. "Is that so?" I have indeed felt a bit under the weather. The noble witch approaches, draped in a sheer white veil. Damn it, could she not wear something more modest? This sheer fabric is utterly unbearable. Is she deliberately trying to provoke me? "Ah, you've grown so thin. Let me touch you," I say. "Get lost," the witch retorts. "If you want me to leave, why do you lean into my embrace?" I remain silent as I touch her. "Indeed, although you have lost much weight, this part remains unexpectedly firm. It seems my previous attentions were not in vain," I remark. "Despicable fairy, could you refrain from uttering such nauseating words?" she responds. "Nauseating? Is she implying something?" I truly apologize. I find it nauseating as well, but I currently lack the capacity for such things. "If you wish for me to be silent, then I must propose marriage to you," I declare. "Ah, cursed fairy, I will never marry you," she insists. Her reaction is so intense, yet she seems to enjoy it. I refuse to believe I cannot win over this lonely, century-old pure-hearted maiden. "If you do not marry me, your chastity has already been taken by me. How dare you refuse me? Are you forcing me to commit unspeakable acts?" I challenge. "Pah, shameless fairy spawn, I will kill you," she threatens. "Kill me with your legs?" I scoff. "Hey, what would it take for you to marry me?" I inquire. "Only if your title surpasses mine and your wealth rivals nations," she replies. A gold-digging woman. This is troublesome. Without meeting her standards, there is little hope. Yet if I do meet her criteria, I would be shamelessly wooing the witch here. Once I possessed nobility and wealth, I could easily establish my harem. Why concern myself with a pure-hearted yet mercenary old maiden? Even if I were to believe the unreliable notion that a witch's first time could restore youth and vitality, I would hardly feel inclined to seduce the noble witch, despite her current innocence. She might one day marry me, feel discontent, and then consort with others, bringing me dishonor. Such occurrences must be anticipated, for I have heard countless tales of noble depravity. Chashi, on the other hand, is more reliable. She always thinks of me in good times. And most importantly, I genuinely wish to marry her. Are you not learning your lesson? I say, cursed shameless fairy, no matter how you treat me, I will never like you. You only make me feel disgusted. The witch counters. Without my magical staff, I find it challenging to communicate with a woman of such temperament. Must I resort to unleashing my wicked tentacle mode? After all, once that trope is activated, I fear I may lose control. Moreover, my tail is not a tentacle. I have never experienced the sensation of true tentacles. Perhaps I should experiment here, though such experimentation could lead to fatalities. I have now decided to tear up our previous agreement. Unless you agree to marry me, I state. You shameless fairy, even if I die, I will never love you, she proclaims. Clang. A glimmering cold light. I did not expect the girl to conceal a knife. Did she think such a tactic could slit my throat? How naive. Clatter, clatter. The dagger falls to the ground. Drip, drop, blood flows. Entering unarmed against a blade is indeed a skill. If one is not careful, one might injure oneself. It seems necessary to acquire a pair of magical gloves. Otherwise, repeated encounters with blades could leave me bloodless. The pain in my hands is a trivial matter. I did not anticipate, though it is not surprising, that the witch has a penchant for throat slitting. I have heard the rumors, and now they are confirmed. Is it for eternal youth and prolonged life that she slits throats for blood? Truly, a witch with a heart as cold as iron, so enamored with wealth. Why not sell herself? The money would flow in quickly, and she could be a bride every day. How does it taste? I ask. Pa, you foul fairy, your tainted blood is the very source of darkness and decay, she retorts. Spitting blood, I wonder if being a villain is truly so righteous. After all, this hand drips with blood. Can I not enjoy myself? In another world, this would be my ultimate tool for extortion. A normal person would be rendered helpless by such a bloody sight. Yet this which shows no fear whatsoever. Seems I should reserve this bloody hand tactic for another time. The times have changed, and this trick is no longer effective. Sister, dear sister, can you not relent? You are nearly draining me dry, I plead. I will suck you dry, you filthy fairy. You dare bully me, you who are nothing but a worthless being. Riding on my back and asserting your dominance, daring to dream of marrying me, and shamelessly breaking our agreement, the witch exclaims. Damn it, it seems you have activated the infinite shrew mode. Enough already, I am about to retaliate. My head spins. I feel faint. On the verge of collapsing. Thud. I fall to the ground. In the underground cage. I feel dizzy. How did I end up locked in a cage? I am intact, all parts accounted for. The only discomfort is in my chest, which feels as though it has been ravaged a dozen times, aching and swollen, as if a jagged stone is pressing against it. Truly, one misstep can lead to utter ruin. Fortunately, this cage and these chains are not of sturdy quality. They should be breakable. For now, I will observe what the witch intends to do. Since she did not take the opportunity to harm me while I was unconscious, perhaps her harsh words are merely a fade, and there remains a flicker of warmth in her heart for me. After all, even the coldest of women may retain some tenderness for a man they harbor feelings for. Could it be that the witch has finally succumbed to the allure of my protagonist aura? It is certainly a possibility. Year 30240 of the celestial calendar, the bottomless abyss. The scorching salt lake. Strictly speaking, the salt lake dimension cannot be classified as an independent abyssal realm. After all, above it lies the underwater passage leading to the core of the earth, a passage with significance both vast and minute. Countless demons hope to traverse this passage to reach the inner world, while myriad reasons exist to prevent them from doing so. The scorching salt lake is renowned as a major source of demon worms. Should those higher and lesser demons run amok here, it would severely impact the survival of the demon worms, a detrimental outcome for the demon race as a whole. Moreover, this is not a lawless land. The Worm King, who controls the salt lake, lurks at the lake's bottom, indifferent to devouring any demons who dare to intrude in the realm of abyssal legends. At the lake's shore, countless demon worms breathe and thrive. They may choose to evolve or remain as they are. Evolving will transform the demon worms into the most rudimentary of minor demons, while refraining from evolution allows them to grow larger, if a demon worm were granted sufficient time to grow. Even a worm no larger than a palm could expand to a size surpassing that of a dragon. In fact, the Worm King is an example of such a demon worm that has never undergone evolution, a feat that requires an abundance of luck. However, should it be devoured by a demon before reaching such potential, all would be rendered meaningless. "What do you think of this place?" inquired the masked man. "It is indeed a fine location," replied the white-bearded wizard. "5 gems," stated the masked man. "Here you go," the wizard responded. "Heh. Puffed." The masked man coughed, blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes wide with shock. Thud. The gems fell. "How dare you harm me?" the masked man exclaimed. Crack. His skull shattered, blood splattering. Chapter 52. Release that infant. "Hey, young witch, if you have any sense, release me at once, or I shall make you regret it 100-fold. This is no jest. I am utterly resolved to encircle you 100 times, to ensure you understand that my words are not mere folly, but a threat I am fully capable of carrying out. You despicable fairy, I have decided to accept your proposal, but you must grant me this," the witch replied. That was the nurse's egg. No wonder my chest felt peculiar. It turned out the witch had truly laid her hands upon me, which I cannot tolerate. I have always been the one to touch others. I have never encountered anyone daring enough to reverse the roles. If anyone could do such a thing, I would become the kind of cow that spills milk wherever it goes, and that I simply cannot abide. "Hey, little milkmaid, are you still nursing or what?" I retorted. "You despicable fairy, I did not expect your wretched body could produce milk sweeter and more revitalizing than blood. Though the quantity is a bit lacking, did this little one consume it all?" the witch remarked. "Don't you dare touch that infant, you scoundrel! Release that baby," I demanded. "You despicable fairy, I see you have a living zombie child, one you've cared for quite some time. After all, a living zombie infant cannot grow. I never imagined you cared for it so much. Your heart, more filthy than maggots, can nurture a living zombie child. Are you raising it as a son?" the witch taunted. "Son? My foot! You heartless dark witch, this time no one can save you." "Wah wah," cried the infant. My heart trembled. Though I did not give birth to it, I had cared for it for so long. Even nurturing a stray cat or dog for such a time would evoke sympathy. What a cruel fate. All it does is cry, making me feel miserable. Why can't it bite that wicked witch instead? It was so fierce when seeking nourishment. Why not take a bite out of that vile witch and draw some milk from her as well? "Very well, you have one. I shall provide you with milk," I conceded. "No. I require a substantial amount," the witch insisted, a herd of alpacas galloping wildly. Merely having milk is already quite a blessing, yet she demands more. Does she truly believe I am a professional milk supplier? With such excellent lactation techniques, I could have long ago established a dairy factory, supplying milk for a century. What a greedy and insatiable dark witch. I shall endure this jest. Watch how I will turn the tables in the future. If she desires milk, it shall depend on my good graces. "Not a problem, but I require a gold coin per day," I said. "That is unacceptable. I need at least 2 gold coins worth of supplements. I desire the most delicious and valuable milk. You may take 3 gold coins from me daily, with the 3rd coin being for you to arrange for the milk to be delivered to me," the witch negotiated. "Oh, so the witch intends to release me, allowing me to deliver milk here for 1 gold coin? Achieving this will not be a simple task. Frankly, upon further reflection, it seems this endeavor is fraught with difficulty and risks of failure." "Agreed," I replied. "Then let us bind our marriage contract." The witch presented a large parchment, imbued with magical essence. "What is this?" I questioned. "Recite it with me," the witch instructed. "Wait, what is this? Am I to be sold?" "This is a marriage contract. Once the spell is recited, our union shall be established, and you will henceforth be my husband," the witch declared. How extraordinary! The magical world is indeed filled with wonders. I am curious as to the true purpose of such a marriage contract. Is it merely a simple proof of marriage? I cannot believe it, given its magical nature. It could very well be a curse, where betrayal leads to dire consequences. I am not inclined to meddle with such dangerous matters. This may not be advisable. That marriage spell appears quite complex. "We are already so close. Surely we need not resort to this," I suggested. "The binding of marriage requires a contract. Verbal agreements hold no weight, the witch insisted. The last verbal agreement we made was indeed binding. Why must marriage require a contract? I inquired. I felt a deep fear of this perilous undertaking, not wishing to be cursed for a careless mistake. Should the witch become a pitiable widow, who would care for the infant? The women who admire me would surely be heartbroken. The infant has yet to experience my designed tricycle. I wish to see it ride. I cannot perish so soon. What happens if one betrays the contract? I asked. The betrayer dies, the witch replied coldly. Indeed, it is the most merciless death contract. I dare not accept such a burden. I recognize that in the face of such matters, I have faltered, akin to those timid souls who shy away. However, any normal man would recoil. I am a promising youth aspiring to become a fairy lord. How can I forsake a beautiful forest for a single tree? At this moment, I can only feel guilty towards the heavens, the earth, and the little one waiting for me. Curse it, this course of action has indeed inflicted 1,000 pangs of conscience upon me. No, I cannot engage in actions that would leave me with a troubled conscience. In the end, it is merely death. Binding this marriage contract, what harm could it bring? I am determined to become a true lord, a man of substance. What is there to fear? Hiss, I pricked my finger, causing blood to drip and merge. The ancient script upon the parchment shimmered with golden light as my name appeared prominently. How remarkable! Dear Na, I shall henceforth be your lawful wife. I ask for your kindness, the witch stated. What of the incantation? How unreasonable is this? A blood contract? I am surely doomed. Not only am I at risk, but everyone related to me as well, alas. It seems I am overthinking. I have no relatives to worry about here. Permit me a moment to find a corner and quietly draw a circle, then I shall proceed to encircle that witch 100 times. Hurry and release me, I urged. With a creak, the cage door opened. At last, I am free. Such a small cage, I could barely stretch my tail. It is fortunate that the witch devised such a contraption, likely intended for imprisoning poor maidens. This cold-hearted witch, who would sacrifice everything to preserve her youth, is surely no ordinary person. I must remain vigilant, for the marriage contract binds me. A careless move could lead to my demise. Speaking of which, this witch is rather cunning. The marriage contract binds her as much as it binds me. Betraying the marriage leads to death, and that is not solely my burden to bear. Dear Na, please forgive me, the witch said. Come here and let me give you a kiss, I replied. Dear Na, please maintain your respect towards me, she retorted. What is respect? Can it be kissed? The year 30240 of the star calendar, abyssal depths, dark island. The somber and gloomy environment is not one that suits everyone. Even those demons who revel in chaos and destruction would struggle to tolerate the everlasting darkness of Dark Island, especially with the wailing spirits echoing through the thick fog. A normal person would likely lose their sanity within a day, unable to withstand the haunting presence of vengeful souls. Even demons find it intolerable, particularly when confronted with that enchanting melody. Yes, a beautiful song often graces Dark Island, yet one must never be ensnared by its allure. According to legend, this melody emanates from the goddess of misfortune, the beautiful mermaid Bansha, whose voice rivals that of sirens. Abyssal legend, Black Sea. The ocean surrounding Dark Island is eternally shrouded in darkness, its waters thick and murky, exuding a sinister fog. On board a ship, put your backs into it. There's an island up ahead, the bearded captain called out. Yo-ho! Yo-ho! The crew responded. The windless vessel glided slowly forward. Ah, are there travelers once more? A mysterious woman's voice echoed. Woo, sang the sea breeze. Woo, the melody flowed. Such a beautiful song, Trouble Brews. It is the siren. My crew, not the bearded captain,